Hello everybody and welcome! CCT Season 3, Series 2 now, Brandon, and we're in the Swiss stage. We're starting to make some inroads here in Season 3, and like I said, we're kicking off the Swiss stage here today, and we're going to be starting to develop and build our way forward here. Now, maybe not the face that people were expecting to see. I guess they never really know what faces they're going to see, so it doesn't really matter. But it is me, Hayes, and it is my homeboy, my home dog, B-Dog, Brandon.
Yo.
Welcome. Good to have you, brother.
Yeah, look, an unexpected little journey for me on the broadcast, but happy to be here nevertheless. And yeah, Swiss stage, round 2. Obviously, Ents won Series 1. Now we need to figure out who's going to win the rest of the 19 European series, aren't we?
Yeah, it's only going to take a month or so hang
That's
around.
Fine.
Let's move things forward. Let's have a look at, I guess, the schedule just to start things off here. We can show everybody exactly what they've got to look forward to here throughout the day, what sort of action we have lined up. It's going to be Fireflux against Sashi to open, and Astrum against TNL. Brandon is he's just a little feature today. He's going to be here for the first map, guys. We're really fortunate and blessed to have him. We're talking about an ESL caster right now, guys. He's literally going to Stockholm to commentate. It's a studio event, so we're very blessed. Astrum against TNL. I'll be joined by Alan through the rest of the games after Brandon leaves. Partizan, Copenhagen Wolves, and then CYBERSHOKE against Sangal will be the last couple games of the day. Pick of the matches for you, Brandon?
Oh, honestly, I think Copenhagen Wolves has been kicking on a fair bit. I'm interested to see what Partizan looks like without Emmy. That's because some shocking news. I also like what Astrum have been cooking since they left Aurora. And the TNL guys, the big acquisition for TNL is that they got Kane in, who obviously led Passion UA to a major. And suddenly TNL are doing really good. So it's an exciting one. And he could be probably the most underrated sign-in in the last year.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, he's actually a major winner as well,
Absolutely.
Right? 2021, yeah, coaching Navi, which is just crazy to think because he used to get bagged on so much. Everyone was like, you're just there because Zeus is there, man. Like you don't even deserve to be there. And then he went and he just won a major. So fair enough.
Have that.
But yeah, I love that you point that out because I think that certainly is a massive addition for TNL where they kind of maybe lacking some experience and guidance, but they've got a lot of the other pieces that they need to form a successful team. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that matchup. Let's have a look at some rosters. I think we're slightly behind, so we'll probably just try and speed run this pre-game a little bit. We're going to be looking at Fireflux first. Now, I see Skrunk is on the screen. I saw Fireflux a couple times over the past few weeks, and they were playing with Maze, and I was impressed by Fireflux with Maze. Like, he was a fragging IGL, which is what we know we get out of him. I thought that was something they were lacking a lot, with some firepower. Soulfly, sure, he's there, he's putting up good numbers, but outside of him, there's no one reliable on this team that will be putting up consistent numbers. Skrunk is the opposite. He's consistently not putting up numbers. You can look at the games he's played in the past couple of matches. He's dropping like 15 to 20 kills per BO3 kind of thing. So he really does seem to be in some rough form individually, but clearly he's returned to the team, so they have faith in him as the captain. Yeah,
for sure. And you got Dougie in as well, who's coming in for Sensei, and that's a sad loss that Fireflux have gone through. So it's a little bit of a shame that we sort of experienced this with Fireflux because they were looking really good for a few months. So let's see what they can bring. We'll quickly skim over to the other roster now, and we'll take a little look at Sashi, because they've been full of change, obviously bringing Zyphon in, and they've also brought in Becky from Preezy, which is quite cool. I'm really glad that Becky's been given a little promotion because she's doing quite well in Preezy, so it's nice to see that Sashi were not getting any results. They needed to make a change. They've made one now, and let's see if he can fill the boots.
Yeah, I mean, they're in okay form. I think everybody outside of Lucky has had a bit of a dip in form recently. You know, Zyphon, you look at as the guy that needs to be that stud on the roster with the rifle, and he still has got it. There's still rounds from him where it's like, damn, this guy's mechanics are insane, but we're just not getting it enough out of him. Iceberg also used to be all right in the fragging department, and he's also kind of cooled off lately. No pun intended. But anyway, yeah, I know. Let's check the veto out here. Let's see the battleground for this best of 3 series. Where are we going to end up? And I love it when we just splash the veto on the screen. No nonsense. Train Anubis into Inferno. Thoughts
that Sashi are trying to make Train one of their own maps. I think it's either Train or Nuke normally for Sashi, but Fireflux are permanent right now. So Train feels like a respectable pick, especially when you've got maybe a new IGL, maybe an IGL that's in flux with Fireflux. And a new player in Dougie. So I think this makes a lot of sense, and it's Danish Counter-Strike at the end of the day. When I watched Sashi, we're going back ages now on train, but they look pretty good on it. Anubis Inferno, don't care, mate. I'm not here, am I? But in all seriousness, Fireflux will be good on this, and I think Sashi will struggle a little bit. I think we go all three, or at least you do.
Yeah, I think with this being the map pool, we probably do. I mean, Sashi have a chance. I just feel like they don't really have much going for them in the veto right now, outside of Nuke, which they played 41 times. But Fireflux is permabanned. They were never going to get to play that. Yeah, they are racking up some games on Nuke at the moment. But you know what? Train is where all the action's going to go down. The game is live, so we can jump into the first map.
I'll tell you what, Fireflux had to pick into Anubis, because otherwise, if they pick Inferno, then Sashi can just ban out Anubis, and then suddenly you've got even worse maps coming up against you. The veto is not good, is what I will say for Fireflux coming into this one. HUD's flipped, we'll get that sorted for you. Fireflux are CT, and they've just lost 2 players.
Yeah, they're down. They're down 3 versus 5 right now. Lucky and Zyphon just immediately finding some opening kills, shutting down the aggressing players up B ramp. Forces Soulfly to turn his attention towards B, but Dougie answers back with 3. What a ridiculous amount of impact coming through from him. Job's not done though, he's being crunched on. It's now only Soulfly left, and he's also been chipped down. However, he will still get 1 kill. Oh my goodness. Iceberg on the front lines right now, taking the fight to Soulfly. He doesn't even want to go for the bomb plant.
This is so messy and chaotic. You feel like he's got that round in the palm of his hand. Soulfly, you feel like he's got the round in his palm of his hand. And suddenly, Iceberg on no HP has just flick headshot him up on the elevated angle on the bomb train. That round goes back and forth again. And yet it's Sashi that come out on top when we feel like they should have, because they were in a 5v3.
Is that a sign of the things to come in the series at large? Because then we're in for a fiesta. I don't know if it's like going to be a clown fiesta or one of those really cool festivals that's a lot of fun. Big Ferris wheel. But yeah, that was chaotic. I mean, after the first 2 kills, you're thinking job done for Sashi. Then Dougie gets 3 and it's like, all right, maybe not. And then Soulfly has the health advantage. Iceberg on 9 health just hits the instant headshot. That is ridiculous.
Dougie, he was playing in Eternal Fire Academy, if memory serves. And
yes, correct.
That's all I know about him. I don't really remember him on Eternal Fire Academy, which either says a thing about my memory or how good he sort of wasn't in that outfit. So he's impressed me on the pistol, at least. I'm interested to see what he can chip up and do. It looks like he's dropped a gun and he's just playing Deagle only, which I feel like's a bit harsh, but we'll see. You want to enable your star Soulfly, fair enough.
Yeah, but why is it not Skrunk that's enabling him? Like, bro, Skrunk is dropping 0.8 ratings consistently at the moment. And Dougie's like, well, yeah, no, cool, Soulfly, I got you covered, my Turkish brother. And Skrunk's like, yeah, you drop him that gun, Dougie. You do that. I guess he was the one who probably had maybe the finances to afford it after getting the triple extra $900.
35 seconds, Sashi. Got to get a little bit of a wriggle on. Obviously, they've drained all the util out of Fireflux, and they've now just emptied their pockets themselves. Cool smoke to block off Con to give space out of Pop, but they haven't got any space on the bomb site in its entirety. Mac 10 through the smoke should get a kill. That flashbang's really cool, thrown by Skrunk, but they don't have any space on the site, and Paz has just found 2 with the 5-7. This is a disaster.
Oh, yeah, and Becky is absolutely dead as well, looking to try and take as many to the grave as possible. Nice step out there from Paz to take the fight on his own terms. And that's going to be Fireflux leveling up the scoreline off the back of the force spy. And you mentioned it, the time was a problem there for Sashi.
Time's a problem. Really good util from Skrunk. Fair play to him. I've never seen that flash before, so you got to comment on it when you see it. Works perfectly. Paz. I tell you what, I've been really impressed with Paz's fragging output ever since he joined Fireflux. This guy is actually a bit of a demon in Tier 2 and Tier 3.
I used to always enjoy him back in like 2018, 2019.
I didn't enjoy him in Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I'm going back before those days, like Space Soldiers days kind of thing. You know, like, he used to be a bit of a stud in the server at that point. Reminds me a little bit of, like, Red Star at that stage, where he had, like, really good mechanics, but wasn't maybe as consistent as he could have been. Never really got his shots at the big time. Maybe he did with the Eternal Fire roster, and that he wasn't really able to deliver.
Oh, dear.
I mean, he was benched from that team August last year, but obviously was playing wasn't playing nearly up until that point for the team. Anyway, another force buy here for Sashi.
Iceberg's just stood in the molly for pretty much all his health, which is
Melted.
not ideal. Ah, yes, another iceberg pun. That's free in 3 minutes, Matt. You've outdone yourself.
Surely that's 2. Iceberg cooling off and then him melting. I don't think I did another one.
You might
Come on, Brandon.
Yeah, fine. I can't look.
Here we go. Look at that. Skunk gets 2. Zyphon trades.
They love that flash.
Sashi themselves onto the bomb site here, but they're running into some stern resistance.
Absolutely are. I mean, look, Soulfly can just chill. He's then got the support that can come around the back. Or in fact, he doesn't even need any support, does he? Kill basically the second. Zyphon, can he get a nice dig? No, he cannot. So Fireflux, they got the guns. They just dealt with the force buy. Now it's going to be the eco. Exactly what you want on your CT side, on your non-favorable map. Getting off to a strong start. Exactly what we probably didn't expect. That's CCT.
Yeah, I'm just looking now. Master for me is one that I think has potential, but for me it's like Soulfly is carrying so much weight for this Fireflux roster when I look at them and kind of think about their stock and their value. Soulfly has to be by far the lion's share of what this team has to offer. There are other pieces, like Banjo as an anchor is definitely an enticing player as well.
Yeah,
I just have a lot of question marks around this team. Like Dougie on the AWP, seen some good things, but not enough to be completely bought in. Skunk is just, like I've highlighted a few times now, really struggling in the individual department. And Paz has had some good moments as well, but like I said, just lacking that consistency.
It's the thing that struggles and plagues a lot of tier 2 teams. Look, I think you're right in terms of what you've definitely said about the firepower. I think... Oh, no. It's okay. I think Banjo's actually the one for me towards the start of this new season now, well, when you look at Fireflux, because obviously he's not been the one that's substituted out. I've seen a lot of middling Banjo performances, to be honest, and he really was starting to come to life a little bit at the start of his tenure in Fireflux, and then he just sort of really came off the boil, and I'm not sure whether that was a team collective issue or whether that was a Banjo specific issue, but he goes cold for like 2 maps, and then he has like an insane heater of a map 3 sometimes. So
you can't get that from your anchor.
No, you need to have an underlying level of consistency for your anchor.
Yes. Yeah, you don't need the highest ceiling in the world, but it's actually more important that your floor is quite high.
Agreed.
Alright, well here's the first gun round of the map here. Sashi looking to make a mark after winning the pistol and then losing against the force. Are they going to go through the incendiary? Oh, it doesn't look fantastic, does it? They do smoke it off. Banjo gets a kill in the meantime. Rotations come through thick and fast. And Sashi, surely you got a deeper playbook than that here on the T side.
What are we doing?
The molly before it was smoked.
Respectfully, Sashi, what are you doing? I really don't understand what this play is. You want to go for a rush? Sure, but as you say, Hayes, how about we smoke the molly? How about we put a flash forward? And the flashbang is forward. Okay, look to the right-hand side. Don't get blinded by your own flash. Really good counter utility by Fireflux, but that round is hand-gifted to them on a silver platter. Sashi have not had a gun round up until now, and this is what you want to do with your gun round? You want to just give it to Fireflux? It just feels wrong.
They could have even cancelled the strat entirely. They didn't even have to commit there. Nice shot from Zyphon. Beautiful one-tap onto Dougie to dispatch him, but now they know exactly where he's coming from, and oh my god, okay. Banjo, this could be one of those maps, Brandon. Could be one of those heaters from him. He's playing Sashi like a fiddle.
I hope so. I do hope so. I just want him to do well. I always liked Banjo as a player. I thought he got a bit stiffed, to be honest, in some of the stand-in attempts that he's been put forward in sometimes. But I really liked him on Fnatic Rising. I think he's a very good prospect. I just want to see it come together.
Yeah, me too. You and me both. And we're going to be seeing them trying to come together in towards the same bomb site right now, moving with pace and vigor. They do cross paths with Paz, though. He's kind of in and amongst these smoke grenades. He's just nestled in. And even after 2 kills, he's not going to fall away. He just stands his ground. Only Lucky left and not for much longer. That is a clean start. 5-1 here for Fireflux as they surge ahead.
Fantastic. And now we've had a nice example of Fireflux defending a rush early. They defended a mid-round execute that went a little bit wayward for Sashi. They've also defended a 30 seconds, bleed out all the utility, really good counter flashes to enable your players on site to keep hold of all the space. They've actually had to deal with an awful lot in the first 6 rounds of play. And now if you're Sashi, you're probably thinking, right, what can we do now? We have to wait for an AWP.
Alright, well, this is the round. This is the round for Sashi that they have to win to just show that, alright, don't worry, we're not out of control. It's a very good kill from Becky. Dougie posted on the angle, just gets his head ripped off. What's the plan here? Now they've got the man advantage. This is the round where they have to be able to convert that nade. Okay, all right. It's okay. They lose 1 to the nade, but they've gotten 2 kills in the meantime.
That is the good thing, and I really like this mid-round from Sashi because they just waited for the mistakes. They nearly got crunched in towards main, but as you say, the fact that you're able to get those kills and more effectively the trades, that is everything. Banjo's now tasked with looking at the potential Ivy wrap, and also B. Fortunately for him, they're not going B. They're now going back towards Pop and main. So Soulfly and Banjo are actually in pretty decent positions to try and shut this down.
Yeah, they are. Especially if they can get 1 more kill before they have to give up full side control. But unfortunately, Soulfly won't be able to. And they now know where both of these remaining players are. Banjo will catch Iceberg on the cross. Incendiary to disrupt the bomb plant as well. Nade to break open the smoke. This is a good combo coming through right now. Oh my goodness, Cavi's head nearly gets exposed. They're going to go for a double swing. It's going to be the boost up here initially. They might not expect both players to be coming through from connector, you know?
I don't think they will. The thing is, they've got no util here, Fireflux, so they've got to just trade it immediately. Gun barrel spotted? Surely. No, not quite. The Cabby can just swing in. No. There's that trade, but Lucky's in main. Becky's in Pop. It shouldn't be around. It's one that Soulfly has to tap. He has to hope they go around the corner, but Lucky plays it perfectly. Pop Dog player never swings. And Sashi's after plant is a complete success story.
Oh, if only Banjo had actually noticed the gun barrel on his screen there. Then he gets the frag 2v2 from there. A whole lot more doable, especially with Lucky only on 23 health. So that is unfortunate for Fireflux. Sashi not going to be upset at all.
Nice little micro at the end there as well. You got the kill. In fact, it was Becky that got the opener at B-holes on the AWP. He goes all the way back. He says, Lucky, do you want this AWP? Yeah, okay. All right, cool. Easy. And that means that Fireflux don't have it. They will invest back into another one. So obviously they won so many rounds in a row prior to this.
Yeah. I mean, that round started with Dougie posted on the angle and just getting destroyed by Becky. Not ideal for an AWPer. Probably going to do some damage to his confidence as well. Okay, Siphon seems to be coming alive here. Exactly what we need from him as well. Although, he's going to get isolated by the smoke in the front of A main. He's committed forward, and he's been taken down, and his teammates can't do anything about that.
This guy's so good. And I know Aurora will not be considering roster changes for a while, but if they do, all eyes have to be looking at Soulfly. Like, surely.
I think he's 20, mate. I think he's actually still only 20 years old. Let me double check that.
You do that. I'll keep my eyes on Ivy because Dougie is trained on the position, and basically the entire squad of Sashi is now working their way there. So this AWP is about to be put to the test yet again. Can you see them?
And he will be soon. He'll be able to soon. It's a very deep, tight angle, and there we go. Cabby is going to be the one to shift forward and pay the price to find out that there is an AWPer in that proximity.
This is really good mid-rounding as well from Fireflux. As soon as that contact's come out, they've taken main, they've taken Pop, and now they've punished this player on the extremity.
Could still be a bomb plant here for Sashi at the bare minimum, but Iceberg's going to go searching before he commits, and he's actually cracked open an avenue to get towards B, but wouldn't make much sense with where Lucky is positioned.
Timing.
Yeah, awful. Couldn't have been worse there as the player slides through the smoke where he was looking, and now it's only Lucky left remaining. Bomb isn't planted for him either, by the way, so it's been really difficult for him to make this one work. Soulfly has the inkling, and he's also got the frag. And he's also 20, by the way.
He couldn't be anywhere else, really, because you've got pop control, you got the kill in towards A main, you've just walked through the smoke on it. You've got player coming out connector's got the goal. And you got your AWP Dougie that went Ivy. Like, there's nowhere else this guy could be apart from Old Bomb. Or Hell, rather. So, easy does it for Fireflux. They let Sashi get 1 round. Then they immediately turn the dial up to 11. You can buy this if you're Sashi. You're going to have to as well. Your loss bonus is in a bit of a fickle spot. 5,500 means that you can get an AWP out on Lucky as well.
Yeah, it's just a really brutal round for them to lose. And I like how you highlight the mid-rounding there from Fireflux as well. Just the push and the pull going on around the map, kind of recognizing where space would be available. They get so much info, so they can just set themselves up accordingly, know exactly what's coming their way. And it just have to be a half investment here for Sashi as this half starts to get out of control. This is their map pick as well. They won the pistol. They've won a gun round. That's all they have to their name right now. And it's going to be a fast-paced play into this B. Bombs like Banjo combines the incendiary with the nade. That's going to do a lot of damage, just tenderizing these players. However, he won't be able to get any kills. Now the gap starts to get closed, and this could get scary.
It's really upsetting, to be honest, because you feel like he just needs a player to be there with him, because he's dropped all the util, he's playing safe, and then he goes aggro, and so does Zyphon and Lucky. Dougie will at least get one back with the HE, but it's a player advantage here for Sashi. There is a kit on Soulfly, but now they've lost all the space in B.
That lone kill there from Dougie with the nade is what's actually motivated these two players to continue to feel out the retake, because they turned around after he died. Nade kill came through. They then started to run back into the bomb site, and they have been able to find a kill. They now know that Cabby's in heaven as well. Becky's position's been spotted out. Soulfly won't be able to get the kill, though. Becky stands tall with the Tech 9. 3 frags for him in the round, and Sashi get a reprieve.
Yeah, good work. Really, really good work from Banjo not having support, and it's Banjo also going defensive by dropping the incendiary, dropping the HE, and then just wide swinging by himself. If he plays a tucked in angle, he guarantees 1 kill at least, and that's all he needed. You can be a little bit harsh on him, and by we, I mean me, because it is a little bit harsh he doesn't get 1 kill there, but in the same breath, if he does get 1 kill there, then that round's completely different, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I think if Banjo can just even get 1 kill out of that situation, then retake is so much more doable for them. But Sashi, they're going to be pretty content that they've been able to win that half investment. What do they need in the half? Yeah, I'm thinking like 5.
Yeah.
Is that too much to ask for?
No, I think that's fair. Especially when it's your map pick. I think 5's more than reasonable. Fireflux has done a really good job just in the majority of rounds at keeping all their util. They haven't sort of expended all of it early. They've now got all this A main control. So therefore someone, again, coming to help out Banjo. Because this faker at Pop shouldn't really be doing too much here. You should be having help from Banjo, because you see this 1 kill, and now you hear nothing. And Banjo's now getting all this contact. Where is his support?
Well, it's on the way. Are they going to hard clear him in the corner? No. Cat to converge in his position. Is there going to be anybody there for Banjo to get traded out by? No, he doesn't even need to be traded. Oh my goodness, Lucky just wants to throw util, inadvertently exposes himself to Soulfly. What a rebuttal here from Fireflux again, Brandon. And every time they've lost a round, they've just immediately won the round straight afterwards.
Alright, fair enough. You don't need support. But feels like they should have definitely been sending someone there. Maybe it's the up that gets freed up. Maybe it's one of the rifles that is also just sort of like pushing Ivy at the same time they've main. It feels a little bit disjointed, but Banjo's multi-kill enough. Responsibility handled. Round wrestled back. Mac 10s and Galils yet again for Sashi. All right, we said let's get 5 Sashi, so you need this one and the next one.
Yeah, and that means winning this force pipe, which is not necessarily reliable. Especially not with Fireflux looking like they've got the spring in their steps. Actually have looked more convincing when they've also played with pace and vigor straight into the safe bomb site. Soulfly only going to be good for one. You don't mind this as the T side when you're playing this type of a strat, just trading your way forward, maraudering your way forward. Lots of damage done here onto these Sashi individuals, but they've got a man advantage. Make that, yeah, just the man advantage for now. Could be more, and oh no, Paz has somehow bested Becky.
Look at Dougie. Dougie's in a really close corner. I'm not sure if they're going to be aware of it, but they're not peeking towards him. This is big, but how do you really get out of this after plant? The bomb, it's kind of planted for Sashi, but it's also not really. They can defuse right under the nose. Great angle from Cabby, and he's still not revealed that Zyphon's there.
Oh man, Banjo, smoke on the bomb. It's going to be almost impossible for him to stick the defuse here. They're just peppering the smoke. There's going to be 3 players spamming it down. They go searching for the pop player, but that's going to cost him his life. And, well, now, maybe now, Sashi can kind of feel like they've got a bit of a foothold in the first half. It's crazy that they've won 4 rounds and none of them have come consecutively. However, finance is not going to be great here for Fireflux. So if there ever was a chance for Sashi to string rounds together, it will be here.
The only round that's gone awry, realistically, for Sashi when they've gone fast-paced is when they didn't smoke that molly and rush B. Because the Tech 9 pot work, the pop work just happened here as well. And it's like, okay, you want to go fast? Well, so do Fireflux. Skrunks charges into Iceberg. And look at this, you've got Soulfly and Paz, both armed with MP9s, both round the corner at pop.
Yeah, but Lucky's waiting for this. Lucky is expecting something to come through from Pop right now, posted on the angle. He's now got the info. Soulfly is going to go for a massive wide swing. Paz gets the trade, but he takes damage. He can't overcommit here. He knows that if he swings any further, he probably dies. And the fact they've been able to eke out a 3v3 is a pretty good return considering their lack of an investment.
Issue is you're stuck. And yes, Banjo and Paz are half HP, but Dougie's taking the initiative. He's pushed all the way into A main. And he's going to sit back just in case they go all the way through Brown Halls and they reset to this direction. Unfortunately, it's not the right read. And they've gone all through Pop and Fireflux have no idea. Next question is the penny only going to drop when they get this bomb down?
Oh, I mean, it's impossible for them to retake from here, right? So hard committed in towards this B bomb site right now. And then the other player on the polar opposite side of the map. Now the util's going to start to be dumped. They realize what's going on. But no kit, low health on a couple players as well. 7-5's as good as done here, I think.
Has to rely on Dougie getting something. But Dougie has taken his sweet time in main. Won't be checked just yet. Becky, oh, okay. Timing actually does favor him. So there's that kill out of Dougie. Time starts ticking even more. Banjo keeps following through. And now they know Zyphon is backside. Has to try and isolate these players. And he's done it on towards Paz. Out of ammo. Low time though. And Dougie's able to pick up the pieces. Is there enough time? I feel like there just might be. Okay.
I'm going to say no. Let's see.
I think you're right. Zyphon did it.
Zyphon did it. He just had to stay alive there. He kind of nestles himself into the corner, forces Dougie to push all the way forward to actually get that frag, and then isn't left with enough time to complete the defuse. So Sashi will actually manage 5 rounds in the first half. It was looking like it would be a lot more bleaker than that at one point. So good job for them to kind of bring things back into contention. They'll take that. They'll take the 5. Did Dougie get a single AWP kill throughout the entirety of that half?
He got 1. He got 1, and it was on a retake when Banjo got those 2 kills, and then Dougie rotated in from just where Lucky is now. CT spawn.
1 AWP kill on the CT side of train is unfortunately just not great, though.
No, I agree with you. He didn't really go for many openings. It's exactly as you predicted as well. As soon as he got shut down by Becky, he just didn't peek anymore.
Yeah, tail between the legs, right? Okay, here we go. Fireflux T side now. What do they got up their sleeves? A lot of Utah being invested into here. Molly on Skrunk. Smoke double flash on Banjo. Infer some sort of an exec. And they're going Ivy. You don't see this too often in the T side pistol and train. And they're moving fast.
It's not like there's any doolies that can punish, and Ducky just jumps and bunny hops on Zyphon. Cabby will at least pick up one trade, and Iceberg is battling really proficiently from Pop. Bomb drops, but Banjo recovers it, but keep your eyes on Lucky. He's in A main now. They won't anticipate this because they came from Ivy.
Yeah, true. Swings and roundabouts here right now. But they're just going to keep moving. They've actually parred their way through A, through connector onto the B bomb site. In the meantime, Soulfly's gotten a frag. And Becky and Lucky, well, they think they're in good positions. They've come through main, they've come through Pop, and they're like, yeah, we can crunch on A now. There's nobody home. Bomb's planted B.
And it's planted, not for where they're coming from either. These long ranges are horrible to deal with if you do have Glocks, but you've still got the personnel. Soulfly needs to get a wriggle on. No smoke, no kit, so at least that's the luxury here for Fireflux. They played it perfectly.
Oh, okay. Well, Lucky will find the frag.
Gotta get
the
on
problem
the
is someone's just going to have to stick the defuse. They don't have the luxury of hunting for these kills. He's going to have to cover. Becky's been dinked and he's been fragged. And Lucky will follow suit. Perfect way for Fireflux to start off in the second half. And there was a clear and direct plan to start off the round. But that's not necessarily what wins them the round, right? There was still really good mid-rounding added into the mix as well there.
Yeah, shout out my boy Skrunk one time. Really good mid-round decision.
And I've been bagging on him, man. So
to go
that's
through
fair.
Con 2B as soon as Lucky's gone through Pop 2A. That's a wild timing that's been hit. Yeah, you have. But I mean, good reason. He does have some good calls and tricks up his sleeve, though. Pistol round important because obviously Sashi had the momentum of being able to make something of that T-half in the end. And now Fireflux just answer immediately. We don't care. This plant is so outrageously wild. What is this even for? I guess like backlines, but I've never seen it planted on that side of the train.
Yeah, me neither. It's normally the opposite side if you are going to be planting for the back of the bomb site. I just think they don't really care against the full eco. Sashi haven't really moved a muscle, just grouped up in spawn right now. Singing Kumbaya.
Are they going to run right at the end and be like, haha, scared you, it didn't work?
Are they even going to be able to get out of the little tunnel there? There's a couple of kills. You take that. A little bit of damage inflicted. In fact, wasn't one of those guns an AK?
Yeah, Banjo didn't get it.
Yeah, I was going to say, not ideal with the weapons that are actually carried over for Fireflux, but not the end of the world. 9-5 on Sashi's map pick as well.
I think it's actually quite a good little opening game we've got here because I think that this is two teams that think they should be in better positions to where they currently sit, just in recent form. Two teams that probably desperately need a win over one another. That is a mega nade, by the way. Oh my gosh, he's done incredible with the FAMAS. Basically, call that a 4K.
I mean, that's just round over. Nade sealed the deal. No, the gun will do the job. Okay.
Sure.
I don't mind the approach there from Fireflux. Basically a bonus round. Although I say that, they don't have much money here.
No, because remember, they lost 2 AKs.
Yeah.
Or like a Galil AK. Regardless, do you know what that round reminded me of? The exact same round that Sashi did on their first gun round. But
yeah, true. You're right.
We can kind of say to Fireflux, it was a bonus, it's okay. Dougie's got an AWP. Banjo's got a D.
Peculiar. He actually dropped the AWP for Dougie, I think, because Dougie only had 1400 coming into the round. So he's got to take advantage. He's got to capitalize on the fact that he's been dropped the big green gun.
All right, come on then. There we go. He found Cabby. To pick up my point just for a second as well, like both these teams I think would really benefit from getting through the Swiss stages at this Series 2. If not Series 2, Series 3. Otherwise, they're going to be feeling like they're performing below expectations already.
Yeah, I agree with you. You want to try and set the tone here in the Swiss stage as well. Opening game of the entire Swiss stage. Siphon is committed. He's actually going to get strunk and he's going to get out of dodge. That's the key, that he actually survives after finding the frag and doesn't immediately get traded.
I love how they played
Fireflux,
that.
yeah, they don't really have anything going for them right now. It's a standing start in the round.
So what they did there is Iceberg crept close to fight Stairs, like baited out Soulfly to retreat around the corner, and then they boosted Zyphon up, and Zyphon's able to get a kill. That was really cool. And the fact that they disengage immediately, as you say, look at Zyphon now. He's all the way on A bomb site.
Yeah, they're still hunting for him. They're still searching. But he's nowhere to be found. Smartly prioritizes his life instead. And now we're going to get a group up from Fireflux outside of this B bomb site. They have got a smoke to drop down ramp. They've got a molly with as well. It's going to be deep smokes here from them. Oh my goodness. Look at the spray from Siphon. He's done so much damage. He's killed us and he's taken Banjo down to 30 health. I don't think they'll be able to do much about the bomb plant, but they've got all the chances they need here for the retake. Dougie goes down. Banjo left remaining. Not for much longer. Siphon just runs him over.
Brilliant. 4K from Zyphon. He knows as soon as there's no flash, oh, I can just spray the smoke. That's really easy. That's light work for me. Fireflux just don't really give themselves much of an opportunity as they go down lower. And remember, this all started with the AWP finding a pick at Ivy. They then wanted to sell it into an upper B Halls take, which Sashi countered because, hey, they lost the space at Ivy. Fireflux were ready for it, but weren't ready for the boost. And then they still went into B anyway. And by that point, all of the default had reset for Sashi. So it's brilliant timing for Sashi. It's a jumbled, hazy picture for Fireflux in that mid-round.
Yeah, and Fireflux just weren't able to really even get onto the B bomb site successfully because of how much damage was done through that smoke. So it's not only like Siphon gets the impact by getting that kill in tunnels earlier on in the round in brown halls. Think about the impact that comes through because of the fact that he's prioritized his life and stayed alive, and how much more he's been able to get done later on in the round. And I think that's sometimes overlooked because you go one and done in that position, you don't realize how much more impact you could have had if you just stayed alive.
You bang on. And again, that's another thing. I feel like we're going to probably just keep highlighting this as Season 3 goes on. Like, good fundamental plays that differentiate the skill gap between Tier 2 and Tier 3, because there is a skill gap in Tier 2 and Tier 3, because we do see the same mistakes, unlike that smoke lineup from Beaky, but the same little common fundamental mistakes. We're going to point them out this Season 3. We're going to be judgy.
We have to be. This is the third season. Yeah.
Oh. I think Sashi are in flow state right now. It's going to be really hard for Fireflux to get back into this.
Especially with Siphon playing the way that he is right now. And you can bank on Lucky on the CT side of train with his orb. So I'm there with you. I'm kind of backing Sashi to get the job done from here.
They're just so mobile. I feel like they've got so many different protocols set up for different reactions, and this is exactly what we should have on the CT side. I feel like it's really still raw on train, and it's cool to see Sashi going through the motions, flashbang into main again, even more util, just harassing these players in A main, not enabling them to find a kill. And as the B player, Becky's still got all his util. He used the smoke early, sure, but he's got molly, he's got flash, he's got nade, which can help out on retake too.
There's a decent setup on the same bomb site between Siphon and Iceberg, and Cabby is going to activate at the perfect moment on the big flank. He's gotten a kill, however, decent rebuttal coming through from Fireflux. A couple frags of their own to crack the same bomb site open. Certainly a good path to get the bomb down. Cabby is now completely repositioned. He's gone back through Ivy, which might catch Fireflux off guard. Double swing from him and Becky. Ooh. Oh no, the smoke re-blooms. They can't actually spot anybody.
Oh, but it gives the space for Lucky to go in, and that's the bomb dropped. And now you're feeling even more pressure. Oh yeah, brilliant. So Lucky plays this absolutely perfectly, by the way, because you got the break on the smoke over at camera, you got the flash in as well. Lucky goes around the corner, takes the kill on Dougie, which drops the bomb, and then he scapegoats himself. He then scapegoats himself further, so these players can run through and overwhelm, so you cannot get that bomb down. Expertly done by Sashi.
Yeah, it doesn't get better than that. I mean, they really are, like you said, in flow state, just making impeccable decisions in these situations. And not like there's many decisions that would be the right one to make. They're constantly hitting the right note in these rounds.
And the fact that they didn't get the bomb plant either means we're back to Tech 9s again. We're back to Xiphon finding an opening kill. Will be traded by Banjo. 3 players lie in wait for Lucky's AWP. Has to go and throw a nade first, but it's okay because that means he can dodge the flashbang and collect onto Paz. Can he get any more? Of course he can.
This is what I was saying. You can bank on Lucky on the CT side of train with the Zorp. He's so reliable. He's the one player in Sashi who hasn't dropped off recently. Still consistently putting up the performances we've come to expect from him. 2-man advantage. This was just an eco round for Fireflux, but this is going to be Sashi regaining the lead for the first time since the opening pistol. And this is when it matters. This is when you need the lead. Business end.
Fireflux will probably be kicking themselves as well because they didn't get pistol, did they, on second round? Or did they? Second? Yeah, they did. They got pistol. So imagine if you won the Tech 9 buy, the Mac 10 buy, in that first half. Suddenly you're away. You've won the game. You don't allow Sashi to have this comeback in because you dropped the ball just a few times, even though the gun rounds are spotless. This is MR12.
Oh, okay. Good cleanup. Good boost for the economy. Speaking about rounds left here, and they've now got plenty of money left in the bank to afford a reinvestment should they even lose a round. So we've got they kind of future-proofed right now, are Sashi. Yeah. And everybody's now pitching up. Everybody's having their moment. It's an active CT side as well. Lots of moving parts here, but calculated.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I'm really surprised we're getting our first tactical timeout now because it should have come to go right back and circle back to the conversation I was just having in the last round. Should have come after that Mac 10 loss. Should have come after that Tech 9 loss. Shouldn't have come in round 20 when you finally lost the lead.
Yeah, that's true. It's too late. Too late. You've got 3 of them to use. Why are we only using the first one now? Like, break glass in emergency, but the emergency's been, like, the house is already nearly burnt down, and you're like, wait, maybe we should grab the fire extinguisher. It's like, yeah, but, okay, we need the fire brigade now. Our extinguisher's not going to cut it. Have to win this round. No two ways about it for Fireflux. They've certainly tapered off on their T side right now. Been a while since they've added another to their tally. Oh, Xiphon has to drop the smoke to try and give himself some cover to get out of dodge. However, there's a supporting actor.
He's going to push this as well. We know Xiphon. He's going to go right on the edge of that smoke and think about going through it if he can hear anything. He doesn't, but he still acclimatizes all of that control in Pop Dog. Ivy now feels like the only good destination for Fireflux, but they run into a problem early. At least Scrunk trades, but it's a 4-on-3.
Yeah, like you said, at least Scrunk gets the trade, but Sashi won't mind that in the slightest, going one and done. Minute left on the clock. Fireflux are going to depart Ivy altogether. Okay, what are they cooking here? Because that's a lot of positional control that they've decided to just completely relinquish.
They're hoping that basically Sashi, because they're not in A main and they're normally in A main, they will go and take Pop back from them. And they would just assume that control. Maybe they start pushing in towards B holes. And that means they over-rotate and now just gather forces over at Ivy. So Xiphon's clearing. Yeah. How's this timing? This timing is brilliant. Back turned on one. Iceberg, though, nails both Soulfly and Scrunk and leaves it all to the young Orpa in Dougie. 20 seconds left. AK, now he's equipped with. And trying to plant the bomb is going to be a mission just in of itself. He just sticks the digits in. He just goes for it and hopes that there's no one there, but it's Lucky just veiling himself through that smoke. Sashi, of course, they're going to get it done. But the read was good out of Fireflux.
Yeah, you're right. The read was there. It's unfortunate that they're not able to get that kill on the Pop Dog player, because if they kill both Xiphon outside of A main and Iceberg here with the transfer from Soulfly, it's advantage Fireflux. Iceberg somehow stands tall, gets the double. And you're right, Lucky was actually fully focused towards Ivy. He was in CTs. So the fact that Fireflux show all that presence Ivy and then completely rotates away, it almost just like renders Lucky useless in the round because he's chasing ghosts. He can't contribute to the defense on either bomb side. So Fireflux, you're right, perfect read, perfect movements, but just couldn't execute it, unfortunately.
And yet again, no bloody bomb plant. And now you're just stuck. I don't even remember the last time they got the bomb plant. Maybe that second round where they had Mac 10s and they rushed B and they planted weirdly and I commented on it. I think that's the last time Fireflux have placed the C4 down on a bomb site, which means their money has been a consistent yo-yo.
Yeah, that's a big problem for them. Were they not 9-5 up at one point, I think?
Yep.
Oh, Skrunk's been spotted there by Siphon. He's going to go down. It's a full investment from the T side. They don't want to let they don't want to let Sashi get up to map point here. Don't think that they're going to have much of a say, though. You can see that they have just got confidence right now about them taking the fights to Fireflux.
You're bang on, by the way. This was 9-5 because it was a 7-5 half. They got pistol, they got follow-up, and Sashi. Ever since these rifles have come out, they have been undeniable.
Bang.
You might have even heard that hit-legged Dougie, not sure. Doesn't matter, Cabby's already pushing Ivy.
Exactly. And there we go. Iceberg will finish off what he started onto Dougie. Just left remaining. This T-side has been toothless for Fireflux as far as the gun runs are being concerned. I mean, it's not like they've not only not been getting bomb plants, they've barely been in any positions to even conceivably get a plant. And there we go. Banjo will go down. 12-9. Sashi in complete control. 3 chances to finish off the job here. And this is going to be their best opportunity.
Yeah, every bar is just really awkward and horrible for Fireflux. And they fully invested in that round and came up short. Yeah, again, I love these little mid-round decisions that Sashi make in terms of, oh, they kill the player in the space and they just take the space away immediately and they just keep pushing. They just try and keep relaying this info and then suddenly there's always an extra player that can float over to one of these areas that Fireflux are just trying to impose any semblance of control on. It's so brutal because it is a reactive style as CT, but it's also proactive, but only once you make the first move.
Alright, well, Fireflux, you got to put up or shut up 3 rounds in a row is what's required to get this game into overtime. Good molly forces Siphon back, but he's still somehow going to be able to get the kill even though he was the one displaced.
Oh, Soulfly's out B. Never mind. He was out B.
Okay. Wrap it up, put a bow on it, job's done.
Yep. And that kill might just be a consolation. Oh! You know he's going to wide swing you. You know Zypin is going to be swinging you, Skrunk. And if it isn't him, it's Iceberg right behind him. Good layering from Sashi. Paz is all that remains. He's really cooled off in the last 6 rounds, hasn't he? What a shame.
Yeah. I guess everybody really has, except maybe Soulfly, but he had so many kills in the first half. They now know exactly where Paz is as well. 30 seconds on the clock, and Siphon will be the one to seal the deal. What a monstrous second half there from Siphon, by the way. I feel like we got impact out of him basically every single round here on the CT side, and not just like a kill. We're talking about him taking space, him finding multi-kills, him getting in and amongst the back lines of Fireflux. Just such a menace throughout that half.
Swallow's been shot on Soulfly so many times in that first map. And then Zyphon's like, do you know what? It's fine. Hold my beer. I'll show you how to do it. And he just takes over the game. He doesn't even make Soulfly redundant. He makes that whole team completely useless. It was an unbelievably good CT side from Sashi, but immaculate.
Yeah. Incredible performance from him, and everybody on that Sashi roster did elevate their game going into the second half, and it's good how they didn't kind of get broken by the way the first half had gone down, at least initially, where they couldn't really string consecutive rounds together. Either way, that is the first map of the game done and dusted, and that is Brandon's stint for the day done and dusted. Everybody go give him some love. Go follow him on Twitter. You can see his tag there, BDogCSGO. He came in on very short notice to help out, so much love to you for that, Brandon. Thank you for jumping in, mate.
Appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, let's throw it to a break. I'm going to go catch a plane. See you in a bit.
I think Anubis is a map they like more than we like it. Watching them play is the way I'd describe it. I've seen them pick it actually for about a year, and they've never, to me, looked totally convincing. So
Okay.
we'd love that narrative to change a little bit
It has
and to
to
see
now.
some more consistency.
Has to now, otherwise they're going to be losing the series 2-0. So let's see what they've got for us here in the pistol. Dougie's gone searching. Dougie's found frags. And there's going to be more follow-up aggression from Fireflux here. They're trying to put so much pressure onto Sashi and Canals, but Sashi will actually be able to avoid these crunching players and get themselves control of A.
Two-man flank might be unexpected.
Yeah,
if Soulflight goes in first, but it might not matter. Bomb, though, is pinned behind this pillar, and Cabby's doing the right thing. He's so low on HP. Wait for your team to take first engagements. But as they get whittled away, this bomb is still stuck, and it's becoming an ever-increasing problem. Heaved over, but it's not going to matter. Picked apart. And unfortunately, you've got to say, if the bomb was on one of the players that had made it to the bomb site, they plant, they push into the back lanes. That round looks very different if the bomb isn't trapped.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And that fast-paced double flank there from Fireflux is actually what makes the difference. Because that's what catches Sashi in transition before Cabby can actually get across onto the bomb site. And it seemed like Fireflux were always aware of the fact that Cabby was behind the pillar, because they just went and hard cleared him there initially. Good way here for Fireflux to open up. What do you think, Alan? Do you think that winning the CT side pistol on Anubis or the T side pistol on Nuke is of more value, with those being probably the two most difficult halves in the map pool at the moment?
Probably CT if you can CT Anubis if you convert the second round.
Which they should be able to.
Yeah,
upgrade Deeg
the
and
reason I say
P250.
that is more so just the economy, that CT is going to be harder to get rolling, harder if you fall behind. But certainly, this is a map where if you get, especially first gun round as well under your belt, it just alleviates so much pressure. It just completely transforms how you feel going into the CD side.
Yeah, that's completely fair. I feel like gun rounds on the CT side of Anubis can be difficult to come by, so the fact that they do start in this fashion certainly will be a good boost for them. And now they go up against the might of the AKs. Light utility for Sashi. This is kind of the price you pay to go for the investment in the third round, try and get the guns in play as soon as possible.
They might get aggressive. 3 MP9s. There's no AWP server. We certainly expect the best teams on the CD side of this map to always be proactive, but obviously with the lesser weaponry as well that favors close range fights, probably expect that even more so. I want to see this team on the move. They're passive for the moment, which isn't a problem, but if they start ceding ground, I see some movement. Soulflike's looking. He is immediately traded, but Dougie here in the dugout retains that man advantage.
Yeah, what a start to the map here for Dougie. Great impact in the pistol round and a fantastic trade at range there onto Becky as well to regain that man advantage. In the meantime, though, Sashi have gone searching through middle, and they've actually found a lot of space. This is the one gap in the map right now for Fireflux. Bomb carrier is going to follow suit. Got to be careful crossing the window on the bridge now, though. Okay, there's not going to be any risk or any threat. He will successfully join up with his teammates, but of course, Sashi don't know that there's no one home on A right now. In fact, it's almost like these teams have just traded roles in the round. Cabby's looking back onto the bridge.
This feels like a matter of timing. Fireflux, they're so exposed elsewhere on the map. Now Scrunk, I believe that is clearing in towards this B main mission. So he can call to his teammates that it's not a B round. They have to be in the back lanes. And now it's falling apart. An A plant looks probably impossible. The player out towards A main as well. 16 seconds, 16 HP. Paz knows what he's doing. Bide your time. Cabby doesn't have time to properly check all these angles. And despite all the space, they just can't thread the needle, can they?
Yeah, Fireflux had a lot of info, and it's not like they didn't do anything with it either. They were also very aware that they had left mid open, which is what I like. They don't... You can see Paz was constantly kind of checking back in towards CT spawn from the B bomb site, so they're completely aware and cognizant of what could have been going on because of the way that they were set up. They don't get caught off guard at all. Very good awareness.
Quickly traded. Fast mid from this T side. Pistol arm around for them, so very inclined to play with pace. Round slows down a little bit, but that flashbang is brutal. Banjo seeds space, and now he's getting harangued on the back of this bomb site. Scrunk up next. There's a play out towards A main, and the pace of this round has totally blindsided the CT side. This is a tough retake at the best of times. If Becky can hold his ground, it would have been all too easy, but not anymore. Soulfly saves the show. Wow, he is a hero, because I'm not sure his team deserved to win that round.
Yeah, good effort there from Sashi. Lots of moving parts, fast-paced coming through from them onto that A bomb site, taking a lot of damage in the process, and it really was going to live and die with Becky holding the angle on Soulfly, because Lucky was so low, never would have stood a chance in that 1 versus 1. At least Sashi can bank the damage, but they probably kind of feel like they should have won the round from that position they were in. Here we go. No AWP on the server for either side. And Fireflux winning the first 4 rounds on their CT side find themselves sitting pretty. Oh, wow. How has Scrunk gotten out with his life intact and a kill there? He was completely blinded up.
2 shown on A, so it might make Sashi quite inclined to hit B in the near future. They're trying to, but it's disparate. It's just disjointed as this smoke on the main position isolates out all of the teammates. And now the flank is really coming into play. Dougie on the move. Absolute laser beam as he snatches the head off Siphon. Bomb is out in the open here as well. Sashi had a very mellow start to this map. And all Fireflux need to do to win this round is just be patient, because there's nothing Sashi can do.
And look at Scrunk, he continues to find impact. He was the one who was taken down so low at the start of the round, probably should have died. Cabby does get 2 in return, but there's no way that he can eke out any more from the round. Forced out into the open, he'll go down. Nice attempt from him, ultimately one that goes in vain. And I'm just loving how active the CT side is for Fireflux right now. They're just smothering Sashi. And that's what you highlighted as well, right? That's what you need for a successful CT side on this map. You need to take initiative. You can't afford to just sit on the bomb sites and allow for the Ts to execute onto you. So limited for room and space to work with. But yeah, Fireflux constantly finding these opening kills and giving themselves advantages.
So Dougie's choosing to rifle. I was fairly sure he had on the previous, but this one is totally clear, because Banjo or Scrunk, I believe, could have dropped him the AWP. He heaves over a rifle to one of them. So they're clearly intent on playing this 5 rifle on the CT side, and given the movement and the proactivity and the dynamicism of this defense, I don't think you can blame them, because they're loving the mobility on the rifles right now.
That's true. I guess you are right. Like that's kind of the game plan, and I guess they can fall back onto the AWP if this stops working out for them. But I just generally think the AWP on the CT side is a really important facet of the defense. I think there's a couple strong positions you can play with the AWP, particularly E-box, posted canals. Very difficult to displace them holding the angle A main, but anyway, yeah, they are kind of about that versatility right now. As for Sashi, it looks like they're setting themselves up for a big burst into this B bomb site, but Fireflux are well set up to deal with what's coming their way. Dougie puts that rifle to good use for a kill. However, that's a great rebuttal from the pistols.
How's Zyphon done that? How's he done that? As a round from nothing, Fireflux had the right read. The setup looked great. Lots of util too. But Zyphon prizes open that bomb site and gives his team a chance. Sashi, far from a good start to this map. A lifeline now presented. Job, though, needs to be finished. Oh, the angle from Zyphon is brutal. He has been absolutely formidable during this round. Can't get the job done, but it might be enough. Banjo does not look inclined to retake this bomb site, and Sashi, on one of the more unlikely buys, trip over Fireflux.
And it didn't get off to an ideal start either. They lost the first player trying to break into that B bomb site, but it was just wave after wave, and it was the commitment there from Sashi that wins them the round. Very good work coming through from them there to kind of hold it not get broken apart as they try an entry into this B bomb site. Like you say, great round from Siphon. He was incredible, in particular in the second half of Train, basically just unstoppable. Every gunfight he took, he was just winning them more often than not. And well, now Sashi have a chance to kind of sink their teeth into the game if they can win this gun round here.
Aggression on B. Fireflux continue their dynamic play. 1 for 1. Bomb, though, just about in the hands of the T side, so no worries there. And Soulfly continues to go looking. He's essentially forced forward by all of this utility. Finds another kill and a dink. You know, we often say even scenarios are always T favored, but I think on Anubis, I think you might actually take this. You kind of know B's not exposed. You've got to play a super low. Fireflux can certainly still conjure up a good round here.
Yeah, they're prioritizing middle. Dougie's jiggling E-box, and oh my, with the FAMAS at range, he will take down that low health player. But he just re-peeks, he searches forward. Paz is going to come through from the bridge. That's going to net him a kill. 1v2 now. Banjo and Paz working in tandem will be able to finish off the job. And that's Fireflux immediately getting themselves back to winning ways. Now, what, 6-1 up on the CT side? That was Sashi's chance to make good of winning the Force Buy, or I guess that like half investment Tech 9 round. You win the gun round here, and some of your sins at that point could be forgiven with the way you've started on this T side, but now it's back to square one.
Absolutely. And yet to win a gun round. Are we don't want that state of affairs to continue too much longer, or we'll be on Inferno in no time. I think we'd have liked to see more pauses so far from Sashi, because this game is already getting into that territory of just survival mode, at least on this half. They've got to get something going. And for now, another slow default. I guess they've almost been conditioned to the aggression. They feel like they have to play very slow T-side defense, or they'll be picked apart. And still, straight through the smoke, I don't know if Soulfly saw anything, gives Fireflux another opener.
Oh, he's 12-3, man. He is just having a fantastic time of it. Dougie 10-6, the Turkish duo. Just formidable. And if Sashi loses this round, then it feels like the wheels have almost entirely come off, because they're not going to have any money in the next. Soulfly continues to frag. Oh man, Sashi just never even really able to think about trying to get into a bomb site. They're just trying to survive the initial onslaught here.
This doesn't feel good. Some teams would even save in this position as T-side, but they're on heavy loss bonus. If they can get a plant out of this, maybe they could buy a risk in the following round, but the util is just so annoying. Soulfly's low HP though, and his inclination is to take a... Despite their low HP, of a kill and a dink. Wow. The individuals from Fireflux, combined with the teamwork, obviously, is making this impossible for Sashi to get any headway. This is a nightmare. Tough stuff here for Sashi. They are going to buy into this. It's a bit haphazard. UAK's in the mix. Otherwise, 2 Galils, back 10 on Zyphon. They feel like they have to amp up the pressure. They can't cede any more rounds without putting up a contest. And pace is much improved. We did see this pace and dividends early in the half. A very similar round, probably the same round on the half by, where the stuck bomb behind the pillar cost the round. Sashi sees me throwing all caution to the wind. They know the defaults aren't working. They've got to run a faster round. At least this time, we've got a man advantage and a plant. This is their best chance for ages.
Oh, absolutely. You're taking to get underway here for Fireflux, though. Skrunk being thrust in first will go down. Banjo gets that trade. Man advantage persists for the T side, but damage has been done, and Soulfly is still alive. There's going to be a flank on the flank, though. Becky's looking to try and affect the situation, but he's now the only man left remaining, and he's also had to compromise his position. Worst case scenario, he'll at least get that kill on Soulfly. He's trying to drop the molly on the bomb. Has it landed on the mark? I'm not sure. There's a smoke to extinguish it anyway. Becky barely has any health. He's going to try and pop flash his way through the smoke, but Paz will avoid it. The fuse has been stuck by Banjo, and Fireflux weather the storm.
What is going on? these after plants. Oh my. I guess we're just not on the same page. This one, we had a man advantage. It looked pretty good. And Fireflux, fairly easy time of it in the end. Oh, Sashi, come on. This isn't a half anymore. We can give away advantageous scenarios. They're in tough territory now, Hayes.
Yeah.
They simply have to win every round from here, or they might just not have enough to play with on the reverse.
I mean, it could already be the case that they wouldn't have enough even if they do win these last 3. And this is... I mean, Sashi even have the good read there because they kind of realize Fireflux have been kind of taking most of these fights on the extremities of the map, fighting A main, fighting E box, fighting B main. The one part of the map that seems like it has had space is middle. Sashi exploit that. They read that in the previous round, but it still doesn't net them a win. Now, they're just going to try and walk their way forward and take contact into the A-bomb site. Struck behind the pillar, goes unchecked, and he'll punish. Does he even get a dink on the move? I don't know, but I don't know how much it matters. Again, a man advantage for Sashi. They have to push this one home.
Money's not amazing for this CT side, but how many of these unlikely scenarios do you have to win to keep feeling like you have a chance? I'll fly for now. I say that through the smoke. I guess there's a little angle over that right-hand side. The smoke's a tiny bit too deep. And Paz, oh my, that would have been a disaster. 51 HP is all that remains here on Sashi. The util is brutal and not again. Not again. It's falling apart. Zyphonus solo nade could do the job here. Oh my lord. It's 9 for Fireflux. And Sashi writing the rulebook of how not to play afterplants.
Yeah, I think you just got to write the map off at this point if you're Sashi. It was looking pretty good for them. Again, they have a man advantage in the post plants, and again, it just disintegrates before their very eyes. That's how Soulfly got the kill. There was no gap. And then I was laughing because the Incendiary actually collides with Cabby. The Incendiary thrown through the smoke. They didn't even know he was there, so it just falls at his feet. This is a disaster for Sashi after such a good showing on Train, especially on that CT side. The complete antithesis here on Anubis. Favored side of the map. They've won 1 out of 10. Should certainly be more added to that tally, though.
I'm stunned by the lack of pauses.
Not like they don't have a coach, Alan.
Yeah, I know, and one that's heavily experienced in these sort of games. Still, though, the one thing they do keep getting is space when they group up and play together. That has never been the problem here for Sashi. Banjo now under tremendous pressure. Does a decent job, but it still might not be enough. Paz, in the meanwhile, gets engaged. Dougie's having a great map, and I guess whenever Soulfly is alive, you feel like these rounds can still be contested. Sits up in this heaven smoke. Does he get a good duel? No, he does not. And with Dougie low, I'm not feeling his chances are terribly favorable. Goes peeking, praying for an over-facing terrorist player, but the crossfire should be good enough. Doug goes all the way out. First contact is lucky, does find his man. And Becky is there for the trade. It's a little bit laboured, but we'll take anything we can get at this point for Sashi.
Ugh, I mean, yeah, laboured certainly is a good word to use to describe what we've just seen there, but that is going to be Sashi doubling up their round counts. And look at the investment now for Fireflux. This is just a reflection of how close Sashi have come in a number of these rounds and how much damage they've been inflicting. Fireflux won 9 out of 10 rounds, and now they've got MP9s, Kevlar, Fight Util, and Sashi just going to be kicking themselves thinking, ah, man, what could have been? Oh, wow, Fireflux on the front foot here, and it's more of the same.
Yeah, there's chainsaw now to that front foot. They're not walking anymore. Oh dear.
Oh my goodness.
It's starting to crumble. Fireflux. I mean, they've basically haven't put a foot wrong this half. They've lost a couple opening duels, but what do you want? It's CT side Anubis. Of course you're going to get overwhelmed on occasion. They have been absolutely formidable. Soulfly led the way. Dougie's had a great half. This is the best you're going to see of Fireflux.
Oh, it doesn't get better than this, and especially because it's not like it's been easy for them, Alan, and I think that makes it even more impressive. It's not like they've just completely steamrolled Sashi, even though the scoreline might suggest as much. These rounds have been highly contested. These rounds have been very close, constantly coming down to post-bonds, 2v2s, numerical disadvantages for Fireflux even, that they've still been able to get across the line. So The fact that they like, I feel like this is one of those heavily one-sided scorelines that doesn't necessarily depict how competitive the game has been.
True, but on the reverse, doesn't count for much. The Sashi got those rounds close anymore. They're in so much trouble. Of course, the thing we should probably praise the most with Fireflux is the proactivity. They played those rounds to win them with pace, with aggression, and frankly, if they just play this T side with a similar philosophy, Sashi should never stand a chance. With so many opportunities for Fireflux, they play with such pace, they're going to find an opening at least a couple times.
Well, here we go. Big pistol round for Sashi to try and keep themselves alive for a little bit longer, and they will be able to kind of deal with these players emerging into the B-bomb sites initially. However, trades are the name of the game. A 2 versus 2 as the dust settles for a brief moment. Scrunk going to commit to the... excuse me, it's Paz committing to the plant. Scrunk is on the flank. So it's really important that Paz stays alive for as long as he possibly can here to give Scrunk that time. And there's a flank coming through from Sashi as well. They've got Iceberg making his way through A main. That's what Becky's waiting for, and that's gonna cost Becky his life. That's so unfortunate. He was waiting for his captain, who has now been able to get into this B bomb site, but he's got no armor, he's got no utility, he's got no kit, but he has found a head, and he's just gonna try and stick the 10-second defuse. Does Scrunk ever expect this? He's gonna have to start to move. He's gonna have to start to push forward with the Julius. He will round the corner just in time, and even though he's forced Iceberg off the defuse, there isn't enough time, and that's Fireflux up to 11.
Get that kit on pistol round, boys and girls. Would have made a difference. Very audacious move from Skunk. He left his teammate completely out to dry on the site, so timing, though, is fortunate. They don't get crunched. Right, well, smack your panic station buttons. That's all Sashi has left. They're going to force buy. There is no alternative here. You can't hand over 10 map points. It's impossible from that position, so going to force into this one. Goes without saying, a must-win round. And what have they gone for? Solo players on the sites, 3 in mid. They have to win the mid fight and probably get off some fast flanks because they have really overloaded this position.
Yeah, again, I'll just make the point that it's not like these rounds have been given to Fireflux and a silver platter. They've had to fight tooth and nail for them. And they've been incredibly successful in that regard. Up 11-2 now, just 2 rounds away from sealing the deal and forcing this to a third. And basically, they just have to get across the line against 2 force buys here.
Very slow and composed from Fireflux. Yeah, they choose to end this. Nice kill from Scrunk. Leaves 2 remaining on this B side of the map. Actually, still not getting Fireflux still not getting ahead of themselves in terms of B main push to get this trade off. It would have been all guns blazing onto B. Even so, couple guys lost, but they don't care, Hayes, that they abstain some damages there because now you got 10 chances. The buy is a disaster for the defense. Just a question of when will be on Inferno, this, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. That is certainly the case right now. They've got all the time in the world to finish off the job. And like I said, it's just going to have to be against these consecutive force buys. All right. Let's see if Sashi can survive for a little bit longer here on Anubis, but it certainly does feel like a formality. Banjo going to be thrusting towards A main off the back of a flash, but that's an instant headshot coming through from Becky. But there's info for Fireflux because he's seen 2 players there.
That was juicy. And check out the push. Straight out of A main. In the meanwhile, Zyphon's lost in mid, so could all count for nothing. Does Scrunk even consider? He does not. He doesn't even consider the players could have pushed further. Oh my. This is going to be carnage. Becky's first contact from inside this little cubby, and Soulfly checks. What? The cerebral play. I can't believe he's looking at it. It should have been covered. But Soulfly, either incredible distrust of his teammates or incredible foresight, does clear all the angles. That's amazing.
Yeah, I can't believe he gets both those kills. Even the presence of mind to clear that right-hand corner after he's gotten the kill on Becky. When you're leading 12-2, almost anybody just runs forward. But he still has that presence of mind, and he even gets the kills as well. So not just brilliant awareness, but fantastic fragging power as well. I mean, from start to finish, Fireflux just didn't look back, and that was like a 20-minute affair, mate.
I think I signed up for the right game. That was so quick. I mean, what can you say? I mean, Fireflux, given its CT side Anubis, and they always were going to be put in awkward and uncomfortable positions and get overwhelmed at times, they didn't do anything wrong. I don't think they made any substantial mistakes over the entire map. And yeah, I mean, I didn't watch a lot of Train, but I'm guessing Fireflux are like a completely different beast to the team that was presenting on Train.
Yeah, well, we are going to have a little bit of a breath now between the second and the third map. I think it's Inferno, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be that decider. Let me quickly double check. Yes, Inferno will set the stage here for the third map here between these two teams. And you're right, it was a fantastic improvement from Fireflux between Train and Anubis. But what does Inferno hold? Well, we'll find out after a short break.
Somewhat a pointless knife round on Inferno if the sides are so even. And now we get some Counter-Strike. Fireflux looks so good on map 2. If they're playing anything like the same brand of Counter-Strike, we should expect a very gutsy and aggressive CT side.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder if they're going to try and implement that same sort of style here on Inferno. It looks like they will already. Taking fights down Banana, going 1-for-1. Not a bad return. Banjo with the Julies and apartments up close and personal gets traded. A nice big wide swing there from Becky to dispatch of the Julies. However, he's the only player on the safe bomb site. He knows that both the remaining CTs are in Banana, and Lucky's just looking to keep them busy. Not only that, but he's gotten the kills as well.
Well, they needed to remind themselves what it's like in some command, some control. This round will help greatly so. In terms of pulling off such a task. Lucky here, doing great work on Banana. And it will be a force buy for the CT side. Strangely, though, very low on utility. Just a couple smokes in the mix. Used to seeing 4 or even 5 smokes on this CT side force buy.
Yeah.
So, well, they've got to save them. And they might need to stack as well, because it's not like they can just load up smokes in one area and, you know, have numbers elsewhere. They've got to take some risks. They do have free here on B. And with no util to hold them at bay, this T side's going to start making their move. There is a smoke in front of the fountain. Makes things a little bit awkward for this T side, but as long as they stay grouped, I'm not too concerned. Iceberg in first. Finds his man. These flashes not necessarily helping the CTs all too much. They're flooding in all the numbers. Before the moment, it feels pretty good for the T side. They don't actually have to fully commit to this site. I guess the bomb's here, so they will. And now creeping their way in. Scrunk is so low. Dougie has got to find instant headshots to make this possible. Scrunk stays tucked. Got to flank in towards Ruins. And you can see how Sashi, the teammates, are letting this flank fully develop. All the attention now pulled. And here comes that flank. So a little bit late, a little bit slow. But it is the round win in the end.
It feels like Sashi had to do that on hard mode, though, because they push into the B bomb site. There's 2 players on B, 1 CT throwing support utility. Those flashes were just being chained to get a T side flash, CT side flash, T side flash, CT side flash, and it was just about who would be able to kind of avoid the might of the utility initially. And then Fireflux still do kind of file their last 2 remaining players into that B bomb site, and Sashi still try and finish B, but they don't overcommit. Like you said, they give that necessary time to Cabby to wrap around through Church, get that backstab going. keep the attention focused on the players top banana, and they do seal the deal against the Force.
Full eco then, 5-man B stack. And all we got, yeah, one flash on Skunk. He sat all the way back towards CT spawn. So we're heaving that in. Oh, they don't know. It's so silent, the approach. Here comes head flash. It is a pretty good flash, but Sashi just got enough members. Somebody wasn't caught by that flash. They could stop, and actually seeing all this resistance, Sashi realized we don't need over forces. We don't need to overplay the issue. Best route elsewhere, and as we can see, there is not a great deal of defense here on the A-bomb site.
It'll be a good way for Sashi to start off here on Inferno by going up 3-0, considering what had happened on the map preceding this, just to kind of put that behind them. Oh, nice there from Skunk, able to take down Cabby. This is decent damage for Fireflux. They got a couple kills in the Force Buy in the round before. Getting the eco, they've been able to find 2. Skrunk's actually scooped up the AK. Lucky's going to try and deny him saving that gun, but that could then draw them into Soulfly. He's got the MAC-10 as well, so a kill here would go a long way in terms of the monetary reward, but it's not going to happen. Lucky will shut him down as well. And Iceberg now going to make sure that the AK can be... Oh, wait. Okay, he at least got it, but that was... He's like stepped backwards as he threw the AK, so it just kind of landed right in front of him.
Okay, guns out. Lots of util for the defense, so they cannot complain. Let's see. They feel like a banana take. 2 heading that direction. Extra smoke. Went over by Paz. But although reasonably passive stance on banana, some util being lined up by Soulfly, back sight. Molly's exchanged. These teams jostle for top banana control. There are 4 here for Sashi, so they feel like pushing a little bit further. They can. That said, bomb yet to be scooped. Now it is. I think they're going to go straight into this. 4 players on banana. The bomb is here. They're ready to go.
Yeah, they kind of seem to have, like, this is the tendency for Sashi right now here to open up with on Inferno, just this grouped up numbers-based approach. Becky playing that lurk role, just trying to keep some focus and presence on the opposite side of the map, but here we go. Don't think they're going to be respecting the CT smoke, because they've already dumped a lot of utility of their own. Nade to break it open, exposes Strunk on the front lines, he'll go down. Now it's all on Soulfly. He was amazing on Anubis. Left to his own devices here, good support utils actually come through to keep Sashi at bay. Paz commits through the CT smoke, and that's going to get the team a man advantage.
There's a huge flank developing, but I'm not sure it's going to be of consequence. Becky now roots his way in towards CT. First man found, but there is still another in ruins. As Paz can cause some problems. What else can they find? The nade is brutal. The headshot even better. Becky with the flank saves his team. Banjo, 2 can play that game. Bomb not planted open for him. Very shrewd decision to plant by first oranges. Nade, decent damage, but not the jackpot. And now Banjo in an unenviable position. Cabby first contact. Teammate swings. The big flank pays off.
All right, well, if this is a sign of what we can expect for things to come down Inferno, then we're going to have a banging game. Because this is just like all-out war. Same as was on Anubis, actually. It was a war, I think is a pretty good way to describe what happened on that previous map. Even though it was 13-2, so it seems incredibly dominant for Fireflux. There were certainly quite a lot of battles within the rounds. Hands are going to be dirty at the end of this one, but who'll still have hands? That's the question. Fireflux are catching hands over at this B-bomb site here, man. Sashi just kind of conditioning Fireflux very early on.
Something going on in this game plan with opening up numbers banana and seeing what distance is faced. They know they've just won a B round, shown a B round. So this makes perfect sense. Presence banana early. Now we route elsewhere. Mid to be claimed. Look at that double nade close mid, just in case of a mid stack. In the meanwhile, Zyphon on his lonesome towards B, finds a kill, holds players. I should think this will only incentivize Sashi further to end this round towards A.
Which is a perfect option considering the way the CTs are set up right now. You can see that they kind of recognize in this round that they don't want to trip up against the pistols. They're being a little bit more methodical in their approach. Covering their bases, just edging their way forward. Smoke archers, forward little smoke library. Now Lucky's going to get in on the act as well. He comes across Banjo and will go down, but it's okay because they've gotten the kill on the pit player in the meantime. And if you're Banjo, I think you're just thinking about saving the AK. You should be. AK anchoring that A bomb site next round. I'm sure he would have loved that, but he's just given it up for nothing.
Okay. Well, it would be surprised if Paz can get anything out of this round, and he cannot. A clinic from Sashi, very composed. No real openings for their opponents to get that half buy engaged. Now we look towards the full investment for Fireflux. Been a very tame CT side, actually. I mean, given the way we've been conditioned to see their defense on Anubis, I was expecting more aggression, more map control, and now we're getting something a bit more rowdy. One player smokes banana, 4 others come over for the take. The intent is obvious, and the util is endless. Look at this, mortar strike landing in towards the tree, but despite the investment in players and resources in utility, the T side have come out of this just okay. It's an absolute mess here towards the sandbags, and I think Sashi, their only fault in this round was not expecting so many players on this defensive side. Maybe it doesn't matter. This is a war.
Yeah.
This is the war. And the Geneva Convention has not been respected at the moment.
Year 2? No, not at all. War crimes left, right, and center. I can't believe how much Zyphon gets done there and towards Banana. The fact that he even survives that initial onslaught. Banjo is going to just seek some refuge in the smoke grenade. Does he step out on a timing? Lucky is looking for it. Becky's here as well. Oh, okay. They're still waiting for some sort of an emergence through that smoke grenade. It's all about the timing. Bomb plant fully committed to. Banjo will now start to phase through the smoke as he emerges on the other side. Lucky always had the inkling that could be the case. He's 10-2 right now. And I can't believe what a massive turnaround this has been from Sashi after the way they got decimated, at least as far as the scoreline was concerned on Anubis.
It's a mess. It always was going to be. There are 8 players in 4 square meters there on Banana. But to look at it from Fireflux's perspective, you had your pit player smoke Banana and you sent everybody else on the team B, and you still don't win the Banana fight.
I know.
I mean, it's
that's
just
what I'm thinking.
Whatever happens, it's just, yeah. However that played out, it's going to be demoralizing because you made a pretty decent call. You had so much invested into it, and you still couldn't win the place where you had 4 players.
I know, so it's like, what else can we do? Send 5? A 5th wouldn't have made a difference, a 6th wouldn't have made a difference. So, have we had a pause from Fireflux?
They just had one.
They just had one now, right, okay, yeah. First one, see if that's going to make a difference. It's going to be a bit of a half investment here from them. Max round loss bonus behind them, MP9's upgraded pistols. What a revitalization here from Sashi. And Lucky is the key factor.
You wouldn't believe watching Map to 3. Complete role reversal. Even rounds like these, we look at these sort of rounds and expecting Fireflux to win, but we want some economic damage. At least Paz finds some, but this terrorist money at the rate we're going is going to be blossoming. Players on 5-figure cash. We're in the territory of the discussions we had at the start now on Anubis, aren't we? At what point is it too little too late for Fireflux? They've got to get something on the board.
And one of the first points you made coming into Inferno was that the knife round is inconsequential because it's such a 50-50 map. That doesn't paint Fireflux in a great light, I'm afraid. Can they at least recover like 8-4 out of this here? Anything less, I don't think is going to be enough. Especially not with Lucky in this form on the AWP in that second half. And there we go. I love how they're just turning up the whip now in towards middle. Cabby's charged this entire way up. Banjo was ready for it, though. And Fireflux have finally gotten an opening kill that's gone untraded.
What a bonkers round. Sashi, numbers up mid, but only one actually goes out. I guess it's a fake. Pressure short and hit B in the meanwhile. It's an orthodox idea. It's unnecessarily played out, but we somewhat admire the boldness and the conviction to play with such pace. This round, though, anchors a hit. Got such low HP on Zyphon and Lucky. They look here towards B. Soulfly to be overcome. That will not be easy. Does his job. Calls for the cavalry. I don't see how Lucky gets a bomb plant, let alone wins this round.
He doesn't. There could be a million different universes, and none of them should he be able to win the round from this point. And there we go. Inadvertently peeks into 3. So he's like triple peaked himself there, basically. And that will be Fireflux getting themselves on the board. I mean, that was a little bit of a Hail Mary round from Sashi, just sending Cabby all the way up and then up short as well. Not even content with just that mid control initially. He dies. That kind of forces their hand into the B bomb site. Scrunk goes 1 for 1. And finally, we see some good signs here, some signs of life from Fireflux. That has to be the start of something. Can't just be a flash in the pan.
Unsurprisingly, a bit of a slower approach from Sashi this round. Makes sense.
Yeah. And I don't really mind them playing the way that they did in the previous round either. You got that 7-0 lead, you got your opponents against the ropes. I think it's a good option to go for something like that.
Okay, good util from the CT side. There was a window. If Sashi were going to press their claim to A, they had to go then. But that window is ceasing to exist. Banana firmly in the hands of Fireflux. It's allowing a 4A lean. There's just so many terrorist bits here to deal with. CTs don't get aggressive, and they didn't need to. Brutality seen in the trades. Nonetheless, 2-man advantage for the CT side. It's just Cabby. He's got a bit of space to play with, but as long as Scrunk recognizes, and I think he will, that this area is exposed, he'll just hold Banana without being open to this flank.
Well, the one thing Cabby has got going for him outside of the time is that he's also got the bomb on his back right now. Scrunk is kind of peering back in this direction, so has decided to cede this B bomb site. And Cabby could get a plant at the bare minimum. I don't think Scrunk is going to be too keen to try and win this round by himself. Might just wait for his teammates to join up with him. Smart smoke there from Cabby as well. It's going to allow him to cross successfully. It's going to be Herja, though. Skrunk's got the info. Oh, he's going to go straight through off the back of the info off those footsteps alone. Cabby's looking at utility on the ground, and that's going to cost him his life.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, it's a long road. We're on that road.
Yes. We're on the way.
Still, loss bonus is starting to increase for Sashi. That bomb plant will ensure another investment, so still some work to be done. I bet Sashi go back 4 on Banana start.
I mean, that's where they had majority of their success, right? Yeah. And there we go. As you say, right on cue. Numbers in towards Banana for Sashi to wrestle that early control. Fireflux have done well to get themselves a little bit of a foothold in the game. They've won consecutive rounds, and they've also got some money in the bank. 7-5 is doable from here.
Decent chip damage. Some of these players brings a bunch of them into one-shot, headshot M4 territory. Could be important later down the road. For now, Sashi claim top Banana. Going to route 3 players back towards brackets. They look for some mid control. What do we got here on A? Top balcony pit setup. Orp is out towards long. Soulfly in the meanwhile gets a nade kill.
And he had just been given that nade by Skrunk, by the way. So good usage of that utility he was handed over.
I didn't think Lucky was that low. It's been a heck of a nade.
Yeah, true. I think he was around half health. Okay.
Long is hella exposed right now.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
see
why
if
Dougie's
Dougie
going
can
searching.
get a catch before they round the corner. He doesn't. Oh, this could be even worse. It could be false information. What if he tells his teammates it's definitely a straight up banana round?
Especially because Siphon's busy faking B. Siphon's busy pressuring the B bomb site. This is like the perfect turn of events right now, but there's only 10 seconds. 10 seconds, Alan. There's still Banjo in pit. There's still Paz on short. And Sashi look to get themselves onto the safe bomb site. Bomb.
It looked completely out of this map 5 minutes ago. Now at least putting killers Soul up. Banana has completely the pendulums now.
Yeah, it's true. We've completely flipped the script here on Inferno so far. Fireflux are just dominating. Finally, a little bit of a revitalization here for Sashi. They're going to try and funnel their way in towards the safe bomb site. Dougie's here, holding the line with the AWP. It's a perfect flashbang, though. Completely blinded up in no man's land. Skrunk is going to arrive on the scene, and he actually gets a kill before the smoke blooms. So he's managed to get something, leveling it back into an even numbers game. Won't be able to do much about the bomb plant, and there's actually quite a lot of utility here for Sashi to navigate this post-plant as well. Soulfly and Skrunk, no util of their own and one kit between them. Could be a bit of an oversight. Soulfly absolutely could have afforded one, so we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be a bit of a difference in the long run. Skrunk just edging his way up short right now. Has picked up an HE and he's lobbed it straight into Iceberg. That's almost maximum damage. He knew for a fact he was there, but he still won't be able to finish off what he started. And that smoke is still in play. Finally, it's going to start to dissipate and Soulfly can find a way forward, but never mind. Iceberg returns with a nade of his own, and that's going to blow Soulfly up and get Sashi back to winning ways.
Well, that was a brutal round. Soulfly's doing God's work. Over towards Banana. Still though, excellent routing of the players onto A after plant flawless too, despite taking an A to the head. And just as we're feeling like Fireflux are starting to establish themselves back into this game, they need for Skrunk down mid, hella aggressive, gets traded. A lot of damage dealt. Same story as here on Banana. Soulfly must have eaten a couple HE grenades. Not sure that molly went quite where intended. There's so many players in the vicinity. Does anybody lay down fire towards the sandbags? They do, and Banjo doesn't last long either. B is seeded. HP might be low, but is Dougie even going to make it with the lurking presence of Becky trying to cut him off?
Yeah, and Becky doesn't actually have to make a move right now because he still has those two players alive on the B bomb site. And Dougie's going to have to start to make some noise now, right? He's going to have to start to give some audio cues away, although Becky's also running. Dougie, his patience has paid off, and it's pretty low health on the two remaining players. They've got 50 HP between them, and Dougie's actually traded his AWP for the AK. That's going to give him more maneuverability. Kits on both these remaining players. Dougie has seen the head on Siphon, and he's taken that head as well. It's now just Lucky left remaining to try and get this 9th round for Sashi. Tucked in behind Quad right now. Paz actually doesn't spot him. He's going to look to stick the defuse in the smoke, and Lucky's going to have to deny it. He's got the right lineup initially, tapping away, but he's run out of ammo. He didn't have enough bullets to just spray the smoke and deny the defuse, and that's what's afforded Paz his life and the round.
Somewhat feels miraculous that Fireflux made it up to 4. I don't blame Becky for running. Paz started making noise for a molly, I think, towards Firebox, towards New Box. So Becky felt like he had to help his teammates. And yeah, hella slow retake from Dougie, caught him off guard. 4 then, all the Turkish heavy squad. I mean, they're in the game, but it's still Sashi's game to lose.
Yeah, true. It does feel like there's still a chance for Fireflux. The door is still ajar. And that's going to be a very confusing saying for any non-native English speakers. The door's ajar? The hell? What is he saying?
We have a few of those knocking around.
Yeah. Just like to confuse people, have a laugh, really. Some colloquial sayings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, Fireflux going to do their best Sashi impression with numbers up, banana, grouped up.
So back departments here.
Yeah, and they're not going to be getting much either.
I know. If you want to live in the city, and have a lot of flatmates to afford that high rent. But
Not in South
Fireflux,
Africa.
call them the landlords. They're looking elsewhere. Ice off the site. There is a kit, Iceberg. He actually drops his own smoke. I guess he doesn't die in the open with it, but necessarily see what that achieves. Now his teammates are starting to flood their way over. And one of those rare 5-on-5 retakes to come.
Yep, there's a kids in play here on Iceberg. A flash and a smoke for Becky. Smoke, no doubt, going to go in towards the top of Banana. Try and isolate the bomb site itself. But they have to get a move on. Iceberg's going to be the one to lead that charge into the speed bomb site. He has spotted the head of one player ahead of the smoke, but he can't get the kill. That's unfortunate. Kills coming through from the T side. Actually going back and forth right now. But eventually, there's just a flurry of kills found from the players in the back of the bomb site. Banjo and Dougie combined for 4 between the two of them. And Fireflux are more than alive off the back of that pistol.
Soulfly was pulling all the attention there. His head just being in and out of the smoke. Like a laser pointer to a cat. He couldn't look any other way, could Sashi. Someone spelt their demise.
I like that. And now, Fireflux have a pretty easy path to reduce the gap to just 2 rounds.
Was it 7-7-0? Am I right in that scoreline?
Goodness, I'll actually have to pull up HLTV. It was either 7-0 or 7-1. Certainly in the vicinity. Yeah, 7-0, 8-3, 8-4.
Quite incredible. Quite incredible this even feels like a close map now.
And the thing is, it's not like those initial 7 rounds were particularly close. I think Sashi were destroying Fireflux in those opening rounds. And then all of a sudden, there was some sort of a switch that was flicked and Fireflux up on the server. Gave themselves something to work with in the first half, and now they're fighting back here in the second. Investment from Sashi means 2 FAMASs and light util. I think I would have preferred to have seen like that MP9 half investment here into a gun round in the next, but they want to try and keep up as much pressure as possible, I suppose.
Banana is climbed despite some limitations. We're going to leave. Oh man, here, that's Iceberg. But Iceberg got 50 HP. And he does scoop a smoke off the ground. Although it makes me feel a little bit nervous. That's a low HP player left on his lonesome. Does afford, though, 4 players to be loaded up towards the A side of the map. Such is the chess game of Inferno. Let's see. Fireflux will know this. They shouldn't be hitting A without reclaiming Banana.
Yeah, at the bare minimum, they have to retake Banana before they do commit into the A bomb site. This is just the bread and butter of Inferno. Iceberg just jump spotting with the smoke grenade, has now seen some targets on the other side, and that should be enough to just force a rotation in itself. Even just showing that tiny little bit of presence, all you need to do at the bare minimum. However, they're going to do more than show a tiny bit of presence. They're not going to group up with 4 players and take that Banana control, but time's ticking. Is there more util here? No, there's only a flashbang, so nothing that Sashi can do to try and stop Fireflux from getting into the speed bomb site. Damage done, but nothing fatal until Iceberg and Lucky do start to get a couple kills. Oh my goodness, it is a blender in towards that B bomb site. Fireflux smoothie, man.
Doesn't sound enticing to me. But, who knows, in
That's what's on
Denmark, it might
offer.
be a delicacy.
Yeah, true. They do eat some weird things there. That, like, fish meal, or is that more Swedish? I don't know.
The,
Like fermented fish or something like that?
Yeah, it's more Swedish, I think.
Okay.
What's it called? It's Stroman or something at the end, isn't it? I don't remember.
You should know by now. You spent enough time there.
I
Have you
haven't
eaten
actually
any?
eaten it. I've
Okay.
smelt it, and that was enough. That was enough.
Do you eat like black pudding though?
Not really. I mean, it's probably over.
You can't really say much about that fish dish if you're eating black pudding, can you?
I don't. It's not that common, black pudding.
Okay, it's more a Scottish delicacy, maybe.
But at least that, yeah. I mean, at least black pudding isn't kind of fermented.
Yeah,
that's what does in the Swedish fish.
It's such a horrible name, black pudding. Like, oh my god, not very enticing. Anyway, here we go, 9-6. Very important round for Fireflux in the grand scheme of things, because if they lose this, it's double digits for Sashi and no money for the T side. Game could be getting out of control at that point.
4 players mid for Fireflux. And check out the CT side. Sashi are leading numbers elsewhere. There's 2 men tasked with defending A. Long is completely exposed. And let's see if Sashi react. The B split smoke down. And I think Sashi have to just get to pit. They can't move. They can't afford to be caught in transition. Cabby catches the lurker. That's Soulfly. And now there's a banana push in the meanwhile. So despite choosing the right site here, they might get enveloped. It's all unlucky, though, to hold his terms. He needs to buy time. Cabby tries to rush in mid to help his teammate. Sows his own demise in the meanwhile. Lucky finds another, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The HP is so low on 4 players on the map right now. Stray bullets. Could be enough. The Sashi aren't feeling it.
Oh man, such fine margins in that round there. You know, Becky standing on top of balcony, kind of looking in towards apartments, completely discounting that there could be somebody wrapping around long was probably a big oversight from him. Either had to try and push into apartments or drop into mini pits, I think. Maybe allow Lucky from Broken Wall to look in towards apps. I mean, that's the kill that really kind of allows for Fireflux to build themselves into the round. Kind of cascades out of control from there for Sashi. And you look at their finances, yep, they'll have enough money for a full buy here. Lucky, does he go Glass Cannon Orb? I know Glass Cannon Orb on CT side Inferno is not really ideal just because of the huge risk of catching nades on this map. Yeah, and he'll opt against it.
I think you'd have to feel that Fireflux are playing in a way they would expose themselves to an AWP to do that. You know, dry peeking mid, facing in towards the B site after getting top B control without any util. I don't think they've seen enough of that just yet. Pause then for Sashi. First of the map, as they're realizing the enormity of some of these rounds. Also got to decide what util are we buying. Where are we getting aggressive? Inferno is starting to hang in the balance. And we might be early on in the tournament. Believe it or not, Hayes, every match matters as much as the others. You might feel like you might feel like the 2-all game is the all-important one, but they do all count the same.
Yeah, you wouldn't have ended up there if you won that opening game, right, basically. So I think that's just like a bias because of how much pressure there is in those matches. But you're right, they're all equally important. This round of utmost importance for Sashi. Fully invested, lose this, we have a leveled up scoreline, but they will be able to find a good opening kill on Soulfly, who's been getting shut down here, I'm afraid. I mean, he was one of the chief destroyers amongst Train and Anubis, but hasn't been able to bring that same sort of ferocity to Inferno.
It was a B-laden start for Sashi. Now they're starting to move back. They're more of a default stance. Cabby roots in towards the library. What have we got? Iceberg still got a lot of util here. Could get caught off guard. So many terrorists just behind this half wall. There's enough of a gap for Dougie to swing. No, there's not. Bit of a spam. Oh my. That was close.
Yeah. Both ways. Iceberg down to half health. He's still hanging around right now. Himself and Siphon have decided to commit in towards the top of Banana. And the Incendiary should allow for Siphon to get out. Yes, he does. Only just spots a player as he parts back into the speed bomb side as well. And there's now a double push down middle coming through from Sashi in the 3v5. So they know exactly what's coming their way right now.
This should be a slaughter. Flash ready to go as well from Coffins. Cabby faces first. Here comes said flashbang, and it is a mow-down. Sashi, another round on the board. Money is in a perilous position for this terrorist side. Dane's getting very close now to winning this map.
Yeah, that is the situation. You look at the finances for Fireflux and you got to ask, what are you going to do from here? And it looks like they're going to go all in. Is this necessary? Not like there's the reward of breaking Sashi's economy to go along with this risk. This feels like a really bold decision right now.
It's got to work. There's no way around it. 1-for-1 trade. There's a rifle in mid, I guess, dropped by Cabby. They'd love to get that. Now they come in for said brackets control. Meanwhile, Sashi, they have a pretty decent read. Double long setup, and there is not really the util to commit to clearing this. I think Zyphon there was just going for an information peek, but finds two men, two snappy headshots. Bomb is dropped as well, right in the open, and Zyphon wants more. He doesn't need to do this, but brimming with confidence. Scratch that. Let's call it hubris. That was too much.
Yeah, and I'm glad he got punished because that was egregious. In a 4v2, Bomb was dropped in towards the top of middle. He's kind of given Fireflux away back into the round here. Banjo and Soulfly, can they combine? There's still a smoke grenade on Iceberg, and he's desperately trying to rotate across and join up with his teammates to see if he can drop that smoke in middle. Force the round as deep and as late as possible. Just chaining those flashes together. There's that smoke I was referencing. And now Fireflux have to try and find another way to get themselves back to C4.
They just don't have
In
time.
fact, they may even have to just call it around here.
Yeah, I don't think they have an alternative. It's going to sting. It was a very aggressive decision to play into this round. I agree that the save made more sense. Maybe they were misreading how weak Sashi's economy really was, because Sashi could have brunted a round loss here and probably got away with it. Yeah, this is tough, and the really hard thing now is Hayes. They might even have to buy again because their money is so out of balance with these two saves.
Yeah, I think that is probably...
I don't see the alternative. I mean,
them.
Save here and Banjo and Soulfly. It's force now and have 2 rifles, or give over another round and only have 3 rifles in the next. I mean, it's... What's the alternative? Just Banjo and Soulfly never leave T-spawn in this round. Pray you save those 2 guns. Yeah, they're going to buy.
Yeah, there's no ideal option. None of those options that you just spelled out there are great. But I think that the initial one is the best one for them to buy around these 2 guns and then at least have 2 consecutive force buys at their disposal. But there's nothing convincing. It's just the 2 rifles. Oh, man. Fireflux was a very poor start for them on Inferno, down 7-0. They then wrestled it back, made a competitive 8-4. Was then 8-6 at one point as well. However, since we've gotten into the gun rounds here in the second half, Sashi have been able to tear ahead once again.
Ooh, bit of a gap. Just Iceberg on this side of the map. So he runs back into spawn. Scoop up a couple more nades off the ground. And Soulfly catches. B is wide open. Banjo in the meanwhile capitalizes as the CT side is flummoxed. Better late than never, I guess. What a brutal round.
Well, a little bit of a tech issue on my side, but I seem to have made it back in time to see Fireflux have just made light work of the force buy. What's going on there?
Walked in and shot everybody, basically. Is a simple synopsis.
Well, can they do that again?
Would be nice. Wow, that is the most convincing round I've seen Fireflux play in the last 2 maps. Where did that come from?
Well, it doesn't matter where it came from. What matters is that they were able to make it work because they needed that round so damn badly. More where that came from, please, Mr. Fireflux. More of that caution to the wind, full confidence and conviction kind of approach. And if you win this, well, it's going to be 11-10 before they know it.
Okay, delay banana take. Here comes Iceberg. Soulfly's got the same idea. Iceberg wins. Critical duel. And this is going to incentivize Fireflux in the meanwhile to take some A control. They have seen a lot of presence on banana, but it's not like A is undefended. And they've missed their window. What do you do now? Bide your time. Later mid take. Sashi even going to start leaning 4 players towards A. This should be curtains, I think, if Fireflux is to this site.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best possible setup that Sashi have employed right now for what's kind of coming their way. Lucky going to be able to evade that flashbang. More util raining on in. Nade does dunk down on Tabby, kind of tenderizes him, but Lucky he's able to step up and get a kill for free. There's a team kill in the mix as well. Worst case scenario, you said you feel like if Fireflux commit to the take up middle, they'd probably get destroyed, and that's exactly what happens.
Oh dear. Round never got going. Soulfly had to win that fight, and he could not. It was awkward. But, not enough. Not enough from the Turkish star. And now we find ourselves 4 series point for the Danes. It's yet again another round where Fireflux to haphazard buy. Man, they've never had a util for the last like 6 rounds. It's so hard to play T-side Inferno, and you have no B plan. A plan has to work. You don't have the util to do anything else. And Iceberg reigns supreme. Call Fireflux the Titanic, because they've just been sunk.
Yeah, brilliant work. I mean, how many times have we actually seen Iceberg look to take this very deep banana control? And he's been so impressive and so successful in that regard as well. I don't recall seeing that from Fireflux once throughout the entirety of their CT side. And now it's only Banjo left remaining, 1 versus 5. This is mission impossible for him to try and save the day here for his team. Nestled into the corner in the top of middle, and it's going to be Lucky to seal the deal. 21-9. What a great game coming through from him. Sashi, well, we're able to put behind them what happened on Anubis. They kind of want to forget that. Or maybe they can't afford to forget it, Alan. Maybe they got to go back and see exactly what went wrong. But they've won the series at large, and ultimately that's what matters the most.
I'm just stunned by the contrast. I mean, Sashi looked so deflated in map 2. So overwhelmed, I guess is the word.
Yeah.
But coming into this 3rd map, yeah, there was a bit of a middle section where it going a bit slender. But outside of
Where
that,
have I gone?
Was looking good. Where have you gone? What's happened?
I don't know. My camera is still on. Nothing's changed on my camera. It's on a video broadcast. Oh, can't see my camera on vMix. Okay. Anyway, I am still here, I swear, guys. It's not just Alan. Anyway, that is the first game of the day done and dusted. Sashi prevailed. Let's bring up a graphic. Oh, okay. Let's bring up a graphic. We can have a look at the schedule. We can see what we have lined up for the rest of the day off the back of that 3-map affair. Astrum against TNL. Alan and I will be in the prime seats for that game as well, calling that matchup. Partisan against Copenhagen Wolves later on, and then get CYBERSHOKE against Sangal to round out the day. Alan, I'm not going to ask you for your thoughts now for that next game because we got a whole pre-game segment to break that one down. We're going to have a slightly prolonged break. Now, about 30 minutes before you see our mugs on the screen again. So don't go too far. You can go a little bit far, but not too far. Be sure to join us for that next matchup. But like I said, this is the opening day of the Swiss stage. So we're setting the tone. We're going to have that break. We'll be back for Astrum and TNL in about 30 minutes.
cause.
That's a good question. Let's bring up the roster while we discuss it, because I didn't know, because they were playing under X Aurora initially, and now they're playing under Astrum, and I was like, well, is Astrum an org, or is this just a placeholder name? From what I can tell and the little bit of research I've done, it's just a placeholder name. There's a Twitter account named Astrum that was made last month with 42 followers, and they haven't tweeted once, so I don't think that's actually an organization. The one thing I am kind of keen to pick your mind on with this team is the fact that they've brought Patsy into the mix, because, of course, he was playing on Parivision before. I'm pretty sure he was the IGL for Parivision as well. I might be mistaken, but I'm 75% sure on that. He's been rifling really well. In fact, he's actually been the best rifler on this team since he's joined them, which I don't know if that's like painting him in a great light or painting someone like Kenzie in a bit of a bleaker light.
Patsy's has it in him to be easily the best player on this team, not even debatable. Patsy, at his peak on Spirit, was probably a top 10 player in the world.
Ooh,
aggressive,
spicy.
taking a lot of space, top 15, I'd say, at a minimum individually.
Okay.
He was an incredible individual player. He just had a very brief stint with that Spirit team before he moved on to different pastures. And yeah, Patsy's still young, incredibly skilled individual player. He's just somebody that in the last few years hasn't made the same amount of waves. So,
yes,
he's got it in him. I've just got to see it proved on the server. I've got to see the fire that got him to playing his great CS and Spirit again. That's the most important thing for someone like Patsy is being prepared to play through the ranks and earn your stripes back again.
And he's got a team to do it with. I mean, he's got like a young and up-and-coming, exciting prospect in Grix. He's been the talk of the town. Everyone's saying he should be replacing Monacy, for God's sake. I'm like, guys, let's just slow that conversation down a little bit here. He's just come from the academy team. I know Monacy went in that same trajectory, but he is an anomaly. Grix in this team, I think he's surrounded by good, experienced players now, strong riflers. So I think it's a very good place where he finds himself and can really continue to develop as a team. Now, TNL, these are names that people won't necessarily be so familiar with right now, but I feel like if they keep up the trajectory they're on, in 3 months from now, a lot more people are going to be saying these names out.
Possibly the case, yeah. I mean, we always recency bias and say that the teams that come through this region, have always been good, but all of the top teams of this region had to play themselves through this level.
Yes.
The bulk of that Spirit Academy team had to play themselves up into good form before they got the jump up to the main team. So I appreciate they might not be household names now, but you're right. There's at least a high degree of chance that at least one individual from this team, Ken at the moment looks like that individual, will break through. And if it's not on this team, it will be, unfortunately, this team getting ripped apart a little bit for the individuals. That sort of thing could happen. Yeah,
that normally is the case, right? The thing is they don't have like just one or two players. In fact, they've just got a quartet of strong fraggers, and then Onyx the IGL. Excuse me, but let's move things forward. We've got to just accelerate the process here a little bit. Apparently, they're not far from being ready to actually jump into the game itself, so we can just get the veto going, splash it on the screen. Train, Ancient, Mirage. Now, I got to actually cast Parivision against Astrum yesterday in another competition. That was Train and Ancient to open up as well, and they had a very good showing on Ancient. They started strong on Train on their T side, and then completely disintegrated on their CT side. But obviously, that's not going to disparage them from still playing the map going forward. It has been their main map they've been looking to play very frequently lately. I mean, they've played the map 27 times in the past 3 months. I don't think you could find another team that's actually played more Train in the past 3 months.
That's almost certainly, in terms of top professional teams, the most in the world. I'd be willing to bet on it.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's almost amazing they don't play more teams. They veto it out. I guess the peculiarity for Astrum is they're one of the only top 50 teams that are prepared to pick a Train. And it's risky. The map is still being figured out, but if they can make Train an absolute stalwart of their map pool, as it has looked in some of their games recently, is a huge advantage for this team. If they can go into vetoes thinking we're going to win Train.
Yeah, especially with it, like you say, being a bit of a deficiency for the rest of the teams around this level. But either way, we're going to be jumping into the action. First map of the series, second game of the day. Of course, TNL get to choose which side of the map they want to start on. It's going to be the defensive half for them. Now, I'm really keen to get into some conversations about Train with you, but we're not going to be able to do it now because the pistol round's already well underway. Astrum looking to brute force their way into the safe bomb site, but they've run into a brick wall initially. However, they've brought out the sledgehammer, Clax and Patsy, the name of that duo. And it's all of a sudden down to a 2 versus 2.
They don't have to end on A, do these T-side players, and the realization they've just come to. In the meanwhile, Flyrax takes space towards Ivy, goes to his teammate Onyx. Get on a rotation. Certainly when this molly goes down for Connector, the gig is up. It's definitely a B round, but with these two TNL players so disparate, Onyx can't afford to die here. Got the kid as well, he'll be so far from the bomb site, and Patsy ends the job. I don't even think there's time, and wow, a pistol round save. You don't see that very often.
Disparate? That's, I mean, like, distance between them? Can't say I've actually ever heard that.
I mean, yes, it mean that. I don't
like,
know.
Dispersed?
It probably does. The origin of the word probably comes from distance or a similar word.
Or could be from, like, dispersed as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's
disparate.
You can. It's one of those words, like a lot of words around that similar vein, that it can both mean literal distance and mean figurative, so not on the same page.
Okay, all right, I like that. I actually, yeah, when I heard it, I was like, damn, that's a new one. I don't think I've heard that before, but I like it. I was like, wait, does he mean desperate? No, that wouldn't make any sense.
Desperate.
They're on opposite sides of the map. Yeah, okay, cool. Deduction was on my side there to figure out the ultimate meaning. TNL, dropped the ball there. They started really well initially on the A-bomb side, able to weather the storm and deal with the players trying to come through from A main, but Astrum just continues to commit to the cause, and then they kind of realized, like you said, they don't have to continue to commit here. There's plenty time. And they're keeping up the pace. Oh my goodness, straight up Ivy they go. Mac 10's running riot. They found a couple of victims and a big advantage for Astrum already early on against the 4-spy.
Pretty brutal start here from Astrum. Get into round number 2. Now, the one thing on this team that we don't doubt is individual skill. This is a more skilled lineup on Astrum than some top 20 teams. That's how good their individuals are. Of course, we have a lot of questions about how they're operating as a team and essentially what the future holds for these. But if we can just get into some good duels, I know they're going to win a good chunk of them.
The thing is, what I will say, just to add to that, because I know you mentioned you haven't seen much of this team since they departed Aurora. They haven't been as reliable in that department in the past couple of weeks. You know, Norway and Kenzie have cooled off. Patsy seems to be doing quite well. Grix is also doing fine, but he's also been a little bit hot and cold. So you're right that the potential, absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. But just in terms of what we've seen in the server in the past couple of weeks, hasn't really lived up to it.
I mean, it's as soon as the team gets into this position, how much are they practicing anymore? Are some individuals? I mean, the headspace is a big part of this. How do you motivate players to practice more and whatever, play their pugs and stay in good individual form? It's if they're playing for an organization, a good organization, that these are a given. But in their position, you just don't know. You just don't know how focused they are on the game right now.
And that's fair enough. I mean, their livelihoods are at stake right now, ultimately, but Astrum are just... They're trying to play on the front foot, and while I appreciate it, I think this is the one round where you probably want to have a little bit more of a passive approach kind of thing, and this is exactly why. Grix is down to 24 health. He's the last man left alive right now, and the AK been recovered for Ken. Smoke still in play. Ken wants to make sure that he doesn't give up the 1 versus 1, but he will find favorable timing, and that's a big dropping of the ball for Astrum, and really not a great read on that round, and what would have been the best way to approach it.
That was an absolute mess. Wow, okay, that should have been the easiest round of all of them for Astrum, and they dropped the ball. Only saving grace for them is that the round before was so clean that it can get out a pretty good investment, but I guess we should view that as a warning sign that this team is not immune from errors. Certainly don't want any more of those in the half. But now, though, default smokes and more aggression. Wow, the script is pretty obvious for this T side at the moment. And yet again, the openers are savage. Kenzie Clax chiming away. Plenty of lead heading their direction too. Look at the HP bars on these CT players. They can't afford to get in any sort of fight. Absolute brutality on A for the start of this map.
I mean, Astrum are just persisting every single round right now, brute forcing their way out into this A yard, and it's worked out It's worked out well this time round, should I say. Flyrax with the AWP though, low health versus low health. Clax on top of the train. He should find a favorable angle. Flyrax just around the corner, and it will be Clax who hits the headshot anyway. What a way to win the round for his team, as Astrum will be able to get themselves back to winning ways after that little bit of a blight on their record, losing to the Eco. And this is the conversation I wanted to have, is just the difference between CSGO train and CS2 train, because it's not nearly as CT-sided as it used to be. Feels like it's really difficult to contain these fast, pacey plays outside because of how limited for options you are as a CT side. You know, strong positions are few and far between. Some good util usage, and it's almost impossible to hold on to that A bomb site with the strong playing against a strong team splitting from both A main and pop.
We did see though a little bit in that round is if you're CT, feels to me like the key is you don't need to fight them as they're coming out of main. The really scary part is the T side is from those trains to the bomb train. There's a lot of open space, and if those smokes start to fade, of course, there's a lot of sight lines opening up from Ivy as well. So I think they kind of had the right idea, the CTs. They just lost their first few players so quickly that they didn't have the forces to present a bit of a slower defense. Money then in the doldrums for this CT side by virtue of their own eco win. They decided to go back in, but by themselves. I'm not sure they needed to buy, you know. I don't think they would have been on minimum loss. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have been. This is a risk.
Yeah, this is a big roll of the dice. I guess they're thinking if they can win this round here, then they reset the T-side economy. Maybe that's what they're after. But the risk along with it is monumental. Lose this 4-1, no money, 5-1, certainly behind the game at that point. And Astrum, for the first time on the map, have kind of slowed down the pace in the approach. Oh, Grix, he wants to pick up the Galil to continue to force these fights, but that's a lot of damage done. Davey commits forward, and thankfully Kenzie's there to support.
Feels so awkward against the Bills, doesn't it? For Astrum. And maybe we were wrong to doubt the investment. If Astrum are going to leave opportunities on the table, surely will be snatched. Clax, though, quite a shot to cleave open this A side of the map. A very nice angle from Ken here. It doesn't spot Clax on the cross. Still could be a fawn, though, in the side. These players coming out of main. Onyx, though, surely doesn't expect a player to be near the bomb train. How has nobody got a fight just yet? Gonna come soon. Bombs from Ken. Gets engaged. Wide open for him. Only the one, but that is enough because time was so limited. That's a juicy one to end the round. And yet again, low investment. These TNL win the round.
Yeah, that's a problem for Astrum. They've now dropped the ball in 2 of those sort of rounds. Could have been flawless for them up until this point. And now, this is what TNL were in the hunt for. Look at what they've done to Astrum's money. There's really not much to speak of. Gonna have the AK on Grix. I'm sure they'll spend all their money around it. A bit of a pause here to just discuss how they want to distribute their money. Probably what util they'd like to invest into here as well.
Well, they do manage to get an AK on the board. And that is on Grix. I do think this is one of those circumstances where you need to put that AK on an aggressive rifler. I'm not sure Grix is the man. Put it on Patsy. Let him create some space. Right. Well, they don't have the util, do they, this round to get aggressive on outer. They look towards the B-bomb site instead.
Makes sense. Couple smoke grenades, smoke deep down ramp, and smoke off the tunnel as well. And Grix on that hero AK has found a frag, and the Desert Eagle's gotten in on the act as well. B-bomb site completely open for business. They don't even need one of their 2 smoke grenades. They just get the kills.
What the heck happened to the defense?
Disintegrated.
No
out a
resistance whatsoever.
Yeah, they took a page out of Astrum's book and decided to fight on the front foot, and it worked out at all. They get punished emphatically. In fact, not even a single point of damage done.
I can't believe that. They must have known the money. They must have known that Astrum had really limited buy, and you don't need to do anything special to win the round. Tell you what, these saves are not a guarantee either. Astrum know the economic situation.
There we go, that's enough.
Okay, they're going to save what they have.
Okay, well, if these first rounds are anything to go off of in terms of what we can expect in the series at large, then we're in for an entertaining affair. TNL already using 2 of their 3 pauses. 6 rounds in.
That's mad. We're a quarter of the way through the map. Got 1 to go. So TNL in kind of an awkward position financially, but I think with the saves, it is going to be a full investment. I somewhat get the feeling whoever emerges victorious from these force buy wars is going to be feeling very comfortable in this first half.
Yeah. Oh, I like the name of Can's knife. Let's see if we can see it here. Come on, show it to us one more time. Have a nice life. When do you ever see such a wholesome name tag on a knife?
Not often.
I do tend to agree with you, though. Whoever emerges out of these Force Wars top will be in a very good position in this first half, especially if it's Astrum. And again, TNL are going to go searching in towards brown holes. Not the first time we've seen this. In fact, it's a huge lean from them through Pop Dog and into the B bomb side. And in the meantime, Astrum on the polar opposite side of the map.
Yeah, that was 5 players all in all committed to the B portion of the map. The TNL. And they got the information. Now they can lean 5 the other way, should they so desire. So Astrum playing an exceedingly slow round. They wouldn't have met any resistance. Were no CTs around. So let's see. First kill's got to go their way, and it does. Good kill from Kenzie. But more on location. Flyer after so much work. Wow. They really didn't expect a second player there in the back lines. And Astrum, for the life of them, just can't convert against these lesser investments.
That's so true. That's the 3 rounds that they've lost here so far. One was an eco, and one a force buy. That one was probably the most difficult of the lot because there were 3 rifles in play for TNL. I just can't believe that Flyrax is able to get so much damage done from here. Completely overlooked by Astrum after they get that kill on the first player initially. And now they're going to have to force up again. Is this where TNL break the deadlock? Can they win a round where they've got the favorable weapons?
Can anyone? Not sure about it. Theoretically, this state of play should favor the T side, but that's on paper. On the server from Onyx, make it 2. And that's really blunted this T side. They've invested a lot of util. I guess they want to fake A and hit B, but they've got nothing left. 1 flashbang on Grix. They need a opener. Decent trade, but they need more. Grix snaps the skull. And TNL, man, they need to get more cautious, more disciplined in these man advantage scenarios because they had this round on a platter.
Yeah, they should still win it though. Health advantage, kits are plenty. Incendiary and a flash. Patsy goes searching. That's going to cost him his life, and Kane will get in on the act as well. Okay. First time on the map here, TNL have indeed strung consecutive rounds together as they level up the scoreline. And finally, they'll now play against an eco. What an affair here between these 2 teams.
I assume it said Davey, by the way.
Have I been saying Davey? Yeah, Davey definitely makes more sense.
I don't know. We could both be wrong, but
it does make sense.
Of the region of the world he's from, you normally would use a V.
Yep.
In place.
You'd know, Alan. For reasons that should remain between us. Either way, or all.
Dangerous territory.
It's gonna be a full eco for Astrum. It's the first time they've actually had to save money here. So chance for TNL to get the lead. And we have spoken about Astrum and their prowess on train, but TNL have only ever lost one train. They don't have the most impressive wins. They beat teams like Leo, Sangal, Delta, Saber. You might not even know any of those names. Wouldn't fault you. So I guess those results don't carry a huge amount of weight, but going to Ancient next, that's a convincing map for TNL. So Astrum don't want to go into Ancient being down 0-1 in the series.
Lines look pretty good for TNL. It's got to avoid overextending in this round.
They love a fight though, don't they?
Yeah, they do. I guess they live and die by the sword, as many of these teams do. Can we get Clax without issue? Yes, we can. So finally, 4 alive. Money's actually looking really good for the CT side. They're so much more comfortable than they were 2 or 3 rounds ago.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it looked like Astrum at one point were just going to completely tear ahead on the half here, and TNL would have been left bodied and bloodied, but they now have their noses in front. We've already spoken about how much more the T side of this map has going for it than it did in CSGO, so if TNL can just win the half, even make it 6-all, they'll back themselves, I reckon. And look, Ken is just charging forward. These steps are all going to be heard, but he doesn't mind. That's all part of it. Oh, Grix, though, was expecting something to come through from Flyrax, and the kills will favor Astrum.
They have to win this pop dog duel to the CTs. It is absolute carnage. Kenny gets the trades. And there's nobody left here on this A side of the map. Not that the CT terrace players know that, but with U2 down, they feel safe enough to plant the bomb. And do we even feel like a retake? I'm not sure this is going to be easy. Where do you even find good duels? And peeking through the smoke. That's an easy day for Kenzie. 4 for him.
Yeah, massive round out of Kenzie. I will say for TNL, it feels like that is a little bit predictable because Ken is running through pops, so all of those steps are being heard. Maybe he's hoping that could pull attention away from the AWPer holding the long line from Brown Halls, but Grix doesn't, he's got no need to look away because he has teammates who can watch for the push-up pop. And we've seen TNL do that in a number of rounds on the CT side already, so Astrum think, well, we can just set ourselves up to see if they're going to get aggressive up the ramp at B through pop, and then we can punish them if they do. If they don't, well, then we can make a move afterwards. Oh, Knifey, that's round over. Him dying is... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought they were just going to force the issue straight into the B bomb side off the back of that. But they have kind of slowed down a little bit. They will make their way through Heaven instead. Well, he's isolated. The rotations have been circumvented by the Molly. So, Astrum will side control.
It might save. This feels very awkward. Deep line here for Grix, and they've got to pull the plug, I think. Tavy finds a kill in the meanwhile, though. But it's hella awkward. Yep. They decide this simply isn't worth it. And, wow. Of course, we had a few rounds ago where that B defense against the pistols was just shredded. And another one here where Knifey, he doesn't even get a say in the round. He's just immediately killed.
But again, it's aggression up ramp at the start of the round for TNL. We've seen this basically every single round from them, and it's good to have that kind of option available to you. Sprinkle into your CT side 2 or 3 times throughout the half, but it's good every round. It's difficult to make that work, especially when you're the only player there. So he dies, and it's like, well, that's almost round over. Like, you can't afford to take that much of a risk.
Yeah, I mean, a key kind of tenet of Counter-Strike is pretty much anything that's predictable is punishable. Pretty much any move that you know is going to be made, you can punish.
Yeah.
Whatever the position, whatever your role is, you've got to have options. And you've got to pivot in and out at the right times. That is a lot of professional Counter-Strike summed up. Simple moves. Check out the big setup this round, though. They've gone for 2 in on location. In the meanwhile... Also, Jules here towards A. Ken here is so pinned behind E-Box. Not long for this world as Patsy goes on a tear. And just like that, try to bolster B, but this time A is not a call. And Astrum are looking in a great position. Is anybody holding over towards Pop Dog? Patsy's here. Gibson the nice at the moment. Okay. Patsy's gone. Low HP on the AWPer.
Oh.
It could do the job, and it does. 2v2 now. Oh, with Knifey so low. Flyrax here has to be the first man in, and he is gone. It's last round, so there's no saving, but this should be all but impossible. A couple stray bullets will do the job, and they do. Astrum with the last of the half.
Okay, and that's going to piece together a very successful first half for Astrum 7-5. That was very convincing. I mean, if you kind of think about the rounds they lost, it was against half investments, ecos, a 4-spy. That made up 3 of the 5 rounds that they lost in the first half. The fact they're so good in the gun rounds is a really good look for them. And it's a well-rounded team performance. I mean, Norway struggling, but it's not like there was one player who drops 18 kills in the half there to carry Astrum. A lot of moving parts, quite an aggressive T-side from them. And they've won the half, so giving themselves a fantastic shot at now going up 1-0 in the series by winning their own pick.
Astrum lost the Force Wars. They lost 3 times to
I know,
Ecos and Force
true.
Spies. Got to be said that on some, the gun versus gun rounds must have been quite favoured for them. It has to have been, otherwise this wouldn't be the scoreline.
That was the difference maker, exactly that. And that's what you want at the end of the day. That's where you want to be the most consistent, the most stable. I wonder what percentage of rounds, gun rounds, make up on a map. Are we thinking something like 60? Is it less than half?
No, it's more than half. It's probably
I think it must be about 60, right?
60 is probably a pretty good guess. That said, the knock-on economically means that theoretically it should be about 80% of the game. But in a game like this, that is obviously diminished when there's so many force by rounds won.
Yeah, it comes down to tendencies within teams at that point. Okay, well, Klax does jump spot in towards Ivy. He sees, I think, just one player, but he's going to hear a lot of steps, a lot of presence. He's been forced backwards. This round starts to get some legs. TNL making moves, and Klax continues to be forced backwards, seeking refuge on the A bomb site. It's all good and well that TNL have gotten through Ivy, but what can they actually do from here?
Okay, Astrum were 4B stacked, and somehow TNL is still actually ending over towards B. Patsy in the backlines does his job. Now Klax looks for a duel. The bomb is way out in the open, and Patsy goes looking. Ooh, that got scary for a moment. Such a strange round. It was solo A the whole round, and somehow TNL still end up going to the site with 4 players and winning. Bizarre.
Yeah, they certainly did that on hard mode, mate. They did that on hard mode, and they still made it work. So they'll be happy with the end result there. Klax needed to at least try and get a kill from that little skirmish, that little outing towards Ivy. Patsy does everything he can, but just doesn't really get much support from his teammates, unfortunately. And now it's going to be a 4-spy for Astrum. This is where TNL did their best work. They're just going to be running straight into the B bomb site. Nate does a lot of damage. Norway will get a kill as well. No further support on the B bomb site, but rotations come through thick and fast.
Okay. That's a drive-by if I've ever seen one. Quite an important one too. It really felt like if Astrum could get out there, some of these players chipped up that was come into play. But TNL say no. It's going to be 7 apiece. It'll be a very light eco in the following. If Astrum cannot save this gun on Kenzie, certainly TNL going looking, and he can't. Wow. TNL are now looking in a pretty good position actually on the map. Does TNL stand for anything? Do we know?
Team next level.
Team next level.
Mm-hmm. And they have been taking things to the next level as of late. I remember Knifey, when he first came on the scene, was playing with Iron Branch, which had players, actually, most notably, was Heavy God, who was in that team as well. Played alongside Ganginio, who's now a notorious name. Masvel, another one. Sad, another one. Couple Belarus players. Just some other guys who have kind of gotten some attention over the past year, 2 years. Playing in some other teams. I think Masvel's playing in Vetera, if I'm not mistaken. But Knifey, yeah, has been a player who's actually just continued to impress me ever since I've seen him on that Iron Branch team.
All right, we're back underway. This is indeed the full eco. Zeus out on C, so we'll see if he can get up close and personal. Cause a few problems. Okay. As a reminder, this is the map pick of Astrum. Probably alongside Anubis is up there for the best, isn't it? Maybe Mirage in the mix as well. Certainly with that amount of experience, we expect them to be winning train. But they're not in complete control at the moment. We'll see when the guns come out. Okay, a few rounds together. Heading right now. They are ceding the lead on their map.
And for the first time, TNL are going to get themselves a lead. I don't think that have they had a lead here on train yet? Was there maybe like one round where they were in front? I think
it went 4-all. And then Astrum won a few in a row. So I don't think they led.
It went 5-4. It was 5-4 at one point for TNL, and then ended 7-5. But now that this is where it matters. This is where having a lead is actually of value, and that's almost like superficial. And Klax will go down to Davies Mac 10. Extra cash being racked up. TNL yet to lose a round in the second half. And remember what I said to you earlier on in that game yesterday against Parivision. Astrum had a 6-all half on their T side and then lost the 13-6. They did not win a single round on their defensive half. They can't afford to have that happen again or anything like that. They're going to have to be much better.
You'd have a hard time winning train without any CT rounds.
Yeah.
That would be tough.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Norway going to drop the incendiary. That's not going to disparage Onyx though, who will go down. Norway holds down the line brilliantly. 2 kills and great follow-up damage. Flyrax will get one back though. Oh my goodness. Can is on the disparate side of the map. Is that right? Disparate? Oh, I've messed it up already. Good lord. Okay. Disparate.
Roughly worked. I got the rough.
Listen. Flyrax is dead, and that's the bomb that's been dropped.
Yeah. And exceedingly bold from the T side. Now Ken here doing his best to pick up the pieces. The bomb is dropped all the way over towards Pop Dog right now, just outside the top entrance way.
Could try and
somewhat surprised only Kenzie's been left here to deal with this.
Yeah, the bomb is actually somewhat recoverable for Ken right now, just because of smart useful usage. Problem is that Klax is now mollied off the front of Pop. You've got Patsy who's coming through A main, so this is genuinely impossible for Ken. Even a bomb plant is just such a tall order, because Patsy is about to find the timing, and there we go, he will indeed deny. All's well and ends well. Astrum weathered the storm in the first gun round, and they picked their first round on the CT side.
Let's give some plaudits to Norvi. His initial hold that nets him out advantage, buys time. Perfect util usage. Allows some, you know, as his rotating teammates coming in, nobody's looking towards connector for the T side. They have an easier time of it too. So, all square. Whoever loses this round, though, will be on eco, so a bit of a round to follow. And lots of players going Ivy for the T side. Not often this much Ivy presence.
Yeah, Ivy just doesn't really offer that much in his 2 version of Train. It's like, all cool, good and well, you've gotten through Ivy, but it's not like that really allows you to do much on the A-bomb side. So we've seen Ivy just almost become superficial in a lot of the Tier 1 games at this on this map. On this level, you do see more attention towards Ivy, and TNL this time around just going to show presence to kind of keep some sort of focus from the CT side on that part of the map, and then they're going to group up elsewhere.
I think the CTs are quite happy to stay Ivy like this because Kenzie's in main. As the util starts to fade, it does leave Kenzie on an absolute island. But 2 teammates committed to B as well. And Kenzie goes to the smoke. Do players get out in front? Yes, they do. The main is seeded, and there's so much room to play with now as the T side as they start crowding their way onto the A side of the map. Grix now out of connector, looking for a duel behind the bomb train. Trying to kill through the molly smoke. There's so much gone. As Astrum still have a bit out towards the trains. That's Patsy. That starts to settle. Bomb tries to finish a tap, though, and a double peek. It's very...
Lead up to 2 again.
Alrighty. Well, it does change the face of the series if TNL can pull off train victory.
Oh, absolutely. At that point, I'm thinking that Astrum are in deep water. I think they'll be in a lot of trouble if this does end up being a 1-0 lead for TNL going into Ancient. Good start there. Kenzie's the one who brings the rifle into the round. He's able to draw blood, get a kill, but unfortunately his teammates are dropping around him. Can he get another? Oh my god! Wait, Kenzie on the front lines with that lone rifle gives TNL a taste of their own medicine.
The rounds are just brutal. Massive from Kenzie. Just as we're starting to have these discussions of, you know, banking up economy, they're starting to run away with this. Kenzie absolutely stops them in their tracks. There's no money on this T side. They never got the chance to bank it up. That is a potential series-defining play from Kenzie. And a really bad time for TNL to drop the ball against a lesser investment. Check out what they've done. It's just a hero AK. Pulls hell under heaven is some new school noob. Noob.
Okay.
It doesn't know Counter-Strike. No offense, but I've got
what
to
do we
speak
call
the
it
truth.
then?
We're going to speak the truth to the masses. I'll explain why in a moment. As Knifey actually gets the opener with a Tech 9, and we're all stuck in connector. There is util streaming out from both sides into here. That is not how you nade from Clax.
Oh, they're just going to give it up?
Oh my lord.
This was an eco. This was an eco for TNL, and they're going to win it keeping 5 players alive. This is worst case scenario for Astrum.
This is number 4 loss now on the map for Astrum.
That's unforgivable, I'm afraid. Like, in a series at large, that's already a lot. But hang on. Kenzie, let him go. Oh, you got to let him go there, I think. You have a smoke in the kit. There's no way you're going to retake when they know you're here. Or are you? Kenzie, what is that spray transfer?
Did you not have that?
It's only Onyx left. It's only Onyx. Wait, the time? Is there still time? Why did he not just jump on the bomb as
Kenzie
soon as
had
he
it.
gets
He
that
didn't
spray
need it.
transfer?
He
Definitely
didn't join
had
the
it.
dots.
But he had done all the hard work. Wait, he's completely given that round away after
What's happened?
basically winning it for his team.
That's a catastrophe.
He definitely had it. He definitely
Yeah,
had
he
it
definitely
if he
had
jumps
it.
on
He
the
had
defuse
burned
after
at
getting
least
that kill.
3 or 4 seconds.
Oh, goodness.
That is painful.
And if they lose this round here, there are actually some serious consequences.
All right, to explain the train callouts.
Okay,
Original train.
like 1.6 train.
This is 2... I remember in my head. I think this is actually 3 iterations ago.
Okay.
It was the train that the very early go train, and I think they used it in ESEA a bit later. There was another heaven.
Yes, opposite where the current
there
one
were
is, right?
there were 2 spots with a ladder that you could go up and sit in. So that's where the hell name came from. Is there used to be a... I don't think it was called... I don't actually know the name of it, the above bit. I don't think it was heaven. Certainly the below of it was called hell. That's where it comes from.
So what do we call that cubby on the A-bomb side then? Because that definitely needs a call out, I think.
I'm trying to remember what we called it back in the day. I think we called it Under Heaven. And I think it just sort of got lost in the ether of Bomb Train because it was so close to the Bomb Train.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was just like a team-specific thing at that point.
It's not really a position. It's You're not going to sit in there.
I don't know.
You're not going to sit in there.
I don't know. See a couple people in the post plant trying to play there. Either way, short disconnect from Patsy. He has already reconnected to the server.
It's the
Game
new
leveled
train
up.
call-outs. It's the calling out the trains themselves that confuses me because I'm so used to.
Just using numbers?
Well, it was American call-outs to use numbers on the trains,
Okay.
but of each of the trains on the sites. So if I ever
Was
say
one of
back
them named
green,
Thomas?
guys, you might be confused. I know where it is.
Okay. And that's all that matters, right?
Yeah,
I know where it
exactly.
is. Yeah, Americans use numbers. I think that a lot of Russian teams, like CIS teams, use numbers for callouts in general on some maps as well.
I don't know if that's the case anymore. It was an old fable, essentially, that Flipside
Okay.
Blade
Yes.
used a grid system to call out parts of the
B3.
map.
Playing
But-
battleships.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it was probably overblown.
Okay.
It just seems, you know, those people that are really good at memorizing things, and then
Yeah.
to remember things, you have associations, and you have they call them like memory banks or something. But it's a similar
Sure.
sort of idea where by naming things, so it's something that makes logical sense for what it is. It's gonna make it a hell of a lot easier to learn the numbers. Be playing for years to learn the numbers, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd have to have a team where you're just not making roster changes. And in the current like modern day environment, there's just roster changes being made every other week. Okay, well, Patsy has reconnected again. I believe he's having some ping issues, so hopefully a quick restart of the router probably resolve that. Gonna have to get a match medic in though, I think, to just get him his finances back once again.
I've got no idea who's going to win this map.
I'm still thinking TNL for some reason.
I don't know.
Depends
I
how
think
many
it's-
force buys they can get.
Yeah,
because
I
that's
actually,
where
I
they do
kinda,
their
it's
best
one
work.
of those where it's so you have to kind of remember that Astrum are making the really big mistakes. So a couple less mistakes, and they just win the map. Somewhat my overarching feeling. They look better on most of the gun rounds.
We should just throw this one to a bit of a break while Patsy does resolve his issues, because clearly still having some complications. So guys, don't go too far. Just going to have a little bit of a breather, which is actually necessary with the way that this map has gone so far. We'll throw some music on and we'll get back into the action as soon as Patsy's ready to go. Okay, after an extended, prolonged day, we have now gotten back into the action. Now, I don't even know who that extended delay might favor. It's not like either team had any momentum. It's been a very fast-paced map so far, and it looks like we're going to continue in that fashion as well. Maybe Grix is a little bit cold off of the back of that long break because he misses a key shot and gets punished.
Well, we're right at the business end, so there isn't a lot of scope for mistakes. So, man deficit for Astrum. It is just Norvi anywhere near this B portion of the map. He is so alone. And Thomas finds his first as he gets traded. Actually gets two. Quite a result given the situation. Bomb now getting planted. There's a lurk out towards Ivy. How does Ken become a part of this round? He's past the important duel. And Ken wins. Now the CCT's are in a lot of trouble. Time is starting to dwindle. Kenzie's on a hell of a flank. He's hoping his teammate in Clax can pull the attention. There is time, and crucially, Kenzie has a kit. The bomb is not planted at all for these two players out towards Connect to Eva. Clax finds the first. Now Davey swings. Kenzie could just go for the stick, and indeed he tries. Peeks at just the right time. Astrum win the round.
Well, that is ridiculous. That is a great way for them to get the job done. I'm having tech issues of my own, but at least my tech issues don't delay the game from continuing. But the point is, Astrum have been able to get a lead in a really important part of the game, and TNL have no money.
Yeah. What a bizarre round. Bit of a pause. Oh dear. Now it's Davy's turn. Play a drop from the server. What's going on?
Goodness. You can't script it. It's unfortunate. When it rains, it pours. Raining on train. But unfortunately, not in terms of the rounds. Not raining in right now. Kenzie has been really good on the CT side so far, I must say. He's been having some fantastic impact. I mean, obviously there was that one little blunder where he didn't get on the defuse in time, but he's just had really good multi-kills, lots of impact, constantly in and amongst the thick of things. Good to see him playing at this level.
Well, we hope and we pray. Davey gets back on the server in no time.
Yeah, these situations suck, don't they? Prolonged break, tech issues for Patsy. Eventually get back into it, play one round. That's all we got.
So it's like it's not the same player. So
yeah, not the same team. Which means the tech pause timeout that's been used, well, we restarted the clock basically. Okay, but hopefully we can start the countdown of the clock at the top of the screen because Davey's back in the server.
Don't think we'll need a restart.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, well. Let's see where we shake out. TNL.
There is an auto shoddy.
Maybe we do need a restart. Did he... He kind of saved that, right?
No, they all died. So
I guess he
wasn't
bought
saved.
it and then DC'd?
It was dropped to him by Ken, but yeah, like you say, when he DC'd, maybe Ken picked it up. I don't know. He's still got money, so maybe this is part of the plan. I don't know where you'd go with an auto shotty on the T side of train, though. That feels like it's literally impossible to find impact with the gun.
I suspect we are waiting. We are, yeah. I thought we might be waiting on a restart.
Okay, so we restart and he just goes AK armor immediately.
Well, I think he wanted to sell it, but he couldn't because he'd left and rejoined the server.
Fair enough, but are they just going to go all in here?
Yeah, they don't need to.
Not at all. Full buy in the next if they just eco here. You can't buy on 2 out of 5. You got to all go in here if you are going to buy up on Flyrax and Navy. And there we go. They're going to spend their money.
Very aggressive. Very aggressive. Let's see if there's a fast beat in mind. Let's come over. And Grix opens the scorecard. This round has to work for TNL. Clearly invested all the money they could muster into this round, and it's not looking good. Not looking good at all as Patsy silences another. Well, it's been a long wait, but this map feels very, very close to over now. Astrum need to make no mistakes, and this round will be theirs.
And there we go. Patsy able to emerge with Flyrax's attention drawn in towards the train. It's only 9 feet remaining and shouldn't be for much longer either. They've now spotted him, they've tagged him, they've fragged him. And that's Astrum up to map point. What an underwhelming round coming through from the T side, especially when you decide to go for that all-in force. You're thinking, okay, got to be some sort of game plan here, right? They've got to have something up their sleeve if they're going to go for a very risky and aggressive decision to force in a round of this nature. And they just go IV and get picked apart one by one.
Unlucky. It happens. But the result of it is another force. It is all that TNL can bring to bear on this round. And another simplicity look at this. 5 in the brown halls. Certainly expect some sort of B play to be hitting real soon. What have we got in defense? Passive setup, Clax here towards Connect. Morby's on location too. They have decent util actually. They probably could deny a plant. On the terrorist side of said bomb train, Molly goes down to pull these terrorist players apart as they swing up the lane. Good trade. Norby gets engaged, runs out of ammo. Now it's Passy's turn and he is not alive for long. This should have been the end of the map. But that is seriously called into question now. Bomb is taking an age here to get planted. Once it goes down, kind of feeling now advantage. T side, Grix has got to save too. We are going the distance.
Yeah, we are, and I'm surprised Grix is even hanging around right now because he doesn't have much money. If he dies here, there's no AWP in the last round. Get out of here, brother. Why are you even risking it right now? This doesn't make any sense at all. Should have been knife out, scurrying in towards A main, getting as far away from the bomb site as possible. And he will now try and get out of harm's way.
He's going to die in heaven, right? Or will
well, he's even made noise. Oh, yeah. I have no idea what he's thinking right now. In fact, I hope he gets punished. Okay, well, he eventually does get what he was looking for, but then he does ultimately die. And now tell me, Alan, was there any value in those kills? I guess
no.
Maybe a little bit because there's not much money for TNL, but carrying an AWP over for me was way more important. He'll have one drop to him, but...
Miss shot! And we're going overtime.
Oh, you can't script it, man. TNL were broken at 12-10. It was an awful investment for them. They trade their way onto the B-bomb side successfully. And then they come into the following round grouped up in A main. Astrum had numbers there to deal with it, but was really good flash initially to dispatch of Norway. I was surprised how much Astrum actually continued to commit to fighting A main. Clack swinging with the MP9 for me was probably the most unnecessary extra layer of aggression from Astrum. Eventually, you just cut your losses. It was a 3v3 at that point. They continue to feed TNL. Oh, on TNL, I've got the appetite available. And I hope there's an appetite for Counter-Strike here on trade because there's more left in this one.
Okay. Well, we smacked that big old reset button. Now, one factor in this overtime, it's all gun rounds. We know Astrum had issues against lesser investments, so in a way, that has been mitigated by the circumstance. Pause comes in for TNL. Not quite sure why.
Yeah, maybe just trying to put a bit of a break between regulation and overtime, a bit of an opportunity to mentally reset. Oh, Astrum are going to be kicking themselves. 2 map points, of which one was against a full force fight. And they themselves then didn't do that. Well, they didn't do themselves any favors economically by Grix hanging around with the AWP there, going down, forcing them to reinvest into that AWP. Would have been able to drop 2 rifles with same money.
Yeah. I think the moment they lost it was B bomb site, Civ hold. They should have had quite an easy time actually against Nines, and for whatever reason they just get overwhelmed.
Yeah, they closed the gap. Like you say, it was such a passive setup. The Tech-9s were able to really get a foothold in the bomb site. And, well, now we shift from regulation into overtime. Grix will be able to shut down Onyx, but there's more where that came from as TNL look to try and keep the pressure up on the safe bomb side. You've got a player coming through from Pop in the meantime, but it's CTs who continue to frag. He eventually gets in on the act, but he has to do more than just that one kill, and he will deliver a second.
Norvi goes looking. And slips through. They're unsighted on each other for the moment. Griggs collects another, and wow, okay. Timing not in Knifey's favour there. As it always is, first round goes the way. The team that can get it done in regulation. That is Astrum on the board.
Here's what I want to know. What were they talking about in the pause? Because it didn't seem like there was anything particularly special about that round from TNL. Straight out of A main at the start, try and crunch through from Pop a little bit later on in the round, but get emphatically shut down. Remember, in regulation, we had 7-5 halves on the T side, so if Astrum can get 2 rounds on the CT side, that would set them up really well. Also, they've struggled mostly against the half investments and 4 spies. There'll only be gun rounds here in OT. Does that bode well for Astrum, ironically?
I guess so. Bit cruel, but it's truth. Especially on the second half, they were good on the gun rounds on T side. That
Precisely.
we should expect them, if they can get a lead here, to be in a great position. What is the T side going to do? I mean, we've got 2 in these upper halls right now. Still an Ivy lurk, meanwhile. And they're going to commit. They're so far apart, these terrorist players. They've got to gain ground. And Grix is felled. That is a colossal kill. Norvi now under massive pressure as Onyx through the skies does his job. Bomb gets planted. Despite all the carnage, the T-side are in a great position. Yeah, there's nothing that can be done here. Pat CT2 HP, he doesn't stand a chance.
Does find that first kill, but like you said, with him being so low on health, that trade was always going to come through from Ken. TNL have leveled up the scoreline here on Train, making sure that Astrum don't tear too far ahead. Good work there. I mean, that trade from Onyx leaping through the ramp smoke to get the kill on Norway was such an impactful frag to completely open up the bomb site. That was really the kill that gave TNL the edge in the round.
Okay. Triple Ivy start for TNL. We have seen them Ivy quite a lot, actually, but I can't recall many occasions where they've actually gained the ground they desired. And they're actually going to this. They're held back for the moment by CT smoke. And actually, Ivy's quite far advanced. They've got options.
Yeah, they seem to have an inkling that he could be there, though. Oh my goodness, looking at the damage done by the utility here, TNL being tender of their work in regulation. Let's see if they can emulate that here in overtime.
This feels good for Astrum. That round was very disjointed from TNL. It looked like such a complicated call. A backlane split, it was just so exposed. And yeah, you got your lurker getting so aggressive that he's actually killed by the bomb train. Needless. And now, advantage Astrum. Keep saying it, they're brilliant in regulation on these gun rounds. Can they remember what worked?
Well, they're certainly playing a pacey brand of Counter-Strike on their T-side in regulation. Happy to very early fights more often than not. Double AWP setup going to be implemented here by TNL. Onyx wielding the second. Fireflux has been okay, but certainly not the level we come to expect from him here. Especially not when an Orpus Paradise map like Trainers hasn't really delivered the goods. Lovely nade there. Chunk down Kenzie. Not the first time we've seen this from Fireflux playing around that top ramp smoke grenade, waiting to see if anything will be on offer, and it's going to be Norway who gives up his life. All right, well, what do Astrum look to do to get themselves into this after losing that early kill? They have got a player outside of A main. Bomb is in tunnels, in the halls right now, rather. How do they connect the dots?
I haven't got that much util. Praying to get an overfacing seed heading their way. Huge off angle on top of E-Box pays dividends. Nade won't win any awards, but nothing's going to matter. Klax gets his duel, but doesn't win. And just like that, quite a statement from the CT side. We are back on even terms immediately.
Oh, and in flawless fashion from TNL as well. That's a statement. That's a shot across the bow that they're not going to just roll over on the CT side because of the struggles they've had on this half in the past. 14 all. Astrum going to have to dig deeper than that. Looked a little bit lazy as well with the way they get caught off by Flyrax, because it's not the first time we've seen him there in heaven playing around that top ramp smoke. A single flash could have gone a long way to just force him back there. Would have kept Norway alive.
This is so tough for Astrum. They can't keep losing the opening kill. But for some reason, there's nobody holding Ivy on the CT side. Quite a gap has developed. X now gets a duel, and they are terribly lucky on the CT's not immediately go a man. Flax, though, tagged up. Well, that is not ideal. They've just modded themselves out of hell.
Okay, well, Astrum have been able to get the job done. Again, it's on Grix.
That was the most disordered A-take you're going to see.
But it worked. It was successful, and they've earned themselves another map point as a result, Alan. They had a couple map points on their CT side in regulation. They've got one opportunity here on the T side in overtime.
This Astrum team just causes so much damage. Their rounds are just chaos. Oh my. Patsy's got a lot of room. Knifey comes in behind. Molly lands at his feet. Patsy's picked up. Critically, he's picked up. That would have been a massive difference maker. Now, a second overtime is looking more than likely. Now, a second overtime is looking more than likely. A very laboured take of this B-bomb site. Bomb starting to round its way down the ramp. Flyrax here could be a huge thorn in the side because he is just no edge whatsoever. Can't even get the bomb down. Just.
Oh, but look at the health of his teammates
HP.
left alive. Exactly, there's just nothing to speak of, man. This has got OT2 written all over it, especially now that Grix has gone down. Klax is going to have to go for the miracle play down the ramp, and he gets the kill on the first, but Diffuse is stuck. TNL have done it. They've held on. As was the case in regulation, they held on to force it into overtime. Here in OT1, they managed to hold on again. How much more gas is there left in the tank here for Astrum? Because surely, with all these squandered opportunities, eventually it will come back to harm them.
You'd assume so. Such a chaotic map of Counter-Strike. The big opening kills, this second half of overtime from TNL, that really made a huge difference. Knifey's had some big rounds.
The fact that Astrum haven't been able to close this one out so far will be massively frustrating for them. Nice incendiary being thrown there by Davey to try and stop people from being able to cross through brown holes early on, but this is going to be Astrum looking to brute force their way into the A-bomb site. Kenzie on entry duties. This is where he does his best work. Much cleaner on the A exec this time around, and again they're going to open up OT with a round win.
Onyx sticking around for now. But no. Wise to that is Norvi. And yeah, I mean, thinking all the way back to the start of regulation, there were a lot of fast A hits. Critical openers from Kenzie. So, Astrum do enjoy winning the first round of overtime. She's getting better at winning the last round.
Yeah, the TNL just can't find a way to get any early momentum. They can't actually ever get ahead. They're always just holding on by a thread. In that round there, like you say, it's just straight out into the A-bomb side. It's what we saw from Astrum in the early stages of regulation, and it looked really good for them as well. Clearly got a very well-coordinated A-exec. And it was looking good for them just in terms of the pace they're playing with in general, not only into the A-bomb side. There were a few variations. Saw them playing fast into pop, fast into the B-bomb side, just always trying to keep that early pressure onto TNL. Not going to be the case in this round, though. They've gone for a more default-esque approach.
Oh, Knife is in trouble. He is. But there's still more here for the CT side. Oh, my lord. What a trio of frags. Astrum don't know what hit them. That was before.
Yeah, how has Onyx done that? The tonic to the round for TNL. That is quite spectacular indeed. I mean, M4A4, triple kill. Nemus has caught Astrum completely off guard there. Once they get that kill on Knife on ramp, they're probably not expecting any further presence, any further players aggressing, because it's a big risk there for Onyx. But a risk was what was required to get his team back into the round. Kenzie and Klax, can they save the day here?
Not done yet. And there's actually nobody holding this bomb, because Astrum won't know that. So very likely they're going to either burn a lot of time or make a noise queue. Scooping this up. 25 seconds now on the clock. And with that smoke, I think the intent is obvious. It's got to be a B hit. Molly lands. 17 seconds. There'll just be enough time if they go immediately after this Molly, but there can't be any wastage. And this bomb, it does drop down, but there still isn't enough time. Back square again. 16-all.
Okay, well, you can't split these two teams. You absolutely can't separate them now. What a competitive game on display between the two of them. And I feel like we've just been trading rounds back and forth as well, man. Who can break this deadlock? Who can win some consecutive rounds and put some serious pressure on their opponent? Who's going to get a bit of an advantage now going into the second half? Last round of the first half of OT2 right now.
That is out A main. The Griggs finds that goal.
Yes, through the smoke.
Wow.
What a lengthy affair, Alan. We started this map an hour and a half ago. And it's not like we have an end on the horizon just yet either. We remain locked in. What's the plan here for Astrum? Got that man advantage. Got some utility and they've got time. How do they piece this one together? Shot, Kenzie.
Kenzie's warm.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
is.
red hot.
Getting some really criticals now as we get into the depths of this map. And there's nobody really immediately to defend this A-bomb side. Greg selects another. There's no point in saving, obviously. What round we're on. And actually, I was going to say the bomb gets denied. Not quite. Even so, Fireaxe gives us quite a show as he gets a tremendous go to retake that bomb site. Still, though, Davy's low. It should be quite settled in these afterlants. All Astrum have to do is discipline, and they will have their coveted T-side lead.
Yeah, they've always had the lead. They've had the lead in regulation going into the second half. They had the lead going into the second half of OT1, and that's the case here in OT2 as well. But they need to keep this form up now right until the end to finish off. Can't afford to just disappear every time they get one step away from the finish line. That opening kill there from Kenzie to open up A main really did roll the red carpet out there for Astrum to get into that A bomb site. Nice effort from Flyrex, kind of just almost makes it look vaguely doable. If he could have denied that bomb plant, who knows, but he doesn't get that kill in time.
It's time to get this done, Astrum. You've had your chances. This feels like quite a good one. As we wait for these sides to swap, there we go. How are we going to approach this defense? And I think we'll have double AWPs out. Indeed, we do. Let's see where their position. Klax has got a good spawn, but I imagine Ivy will be his position. Let's see.
Do Astrum want to try something different here to kick off their CT side in overtime? Patsy's already taking a very forward position in Pop Dog. I wonder if any of his steps were heard. There was a lot of util being thrown in towards tunnel and towards the halls at the same time. So maybe he would have masked the footsteps. It's going to be Knife in a big wide swing, but he comes off second best. Trader's there, but Trade's the name of the game. Patsy is the one who tries to get in position. It's going to be Kenzie coming through. There's just 3 waves here from Astrum constantly pushing forward, and that extra wave of aggression is going to be the one to make the difference.
Totally bottled up at this T side. They don't know where to go because this player is clearly coming in behind them from Pop Dog. There's got to be someone else on B. So nervous. Kenzie shows himself with BAM. 50 seconds to go. How do you maneuver out of this round? An option would have been pulling all the way back to T-spawn, but instead they decided to stick with a known quantity. That is a B-centric move. An exceedingly passive hold from Astrum. Look at this.
Yeah. Flyrax is being given time as well and towards Pop Dog. He's got a little bit of utility, so I reckon he's just going to throw a flash into the same bomb site and then go back to try and join up with his teammate over towards B. Is he actually going to make a play for a kill? He spots a player at the back of the bomb train. Flyrax wasn't seen, so he's going to try and force his play out with the flames and see if he can get the kill. That will force a rotation, but he's missed that shot. And Grix is now moving out of position, but he spotted the player dropping out of heaven with the bomb. C4 will be activated, and now Flyrax is like, well, how do I find any impact from this position?
I think they need to get on with this. They know the AWP is elsewhere. It's a lot of critical pair of kills. And the round falls apart.
No ways.
Oh, that's a disaster.
I can't believe TNL have won that without Flyrax finding impact outside. Like, I know he had presence alone, but that didn't really even have that much impact. If he gets the kill and forces a rotation, then I can understand how they've won the round. But can even being able to get underneath Grix seems like a bit of a mistake, because Grix knew he had planted the bomb. Like, how's he gotten underneath them undetected?
Yeah, I think we've seen a few mistakes in this map from Grix. I think he started moving too early as well before they knew how that round was ending. Okay, getting right towards the biz send now, and a B rush is the call. Tremendous pressure on Norvi, and he cannot stand up to it. A kill from Grix could buy them at least an opportunity into this round. Let's get on with this retake. There's so much util flying around. Knifey's taken down in the end. Flyrax here is looking for the response, and he gets it. No chance of a trade because the smokes are blocking all the sight lines. And TNL, after a tremendous map, absolute marathon, are now millimeters from finally having a map point that they've fought so hard for. And this retake is just a non-starter. We're so slow. Kenzie's here, but I'm not even sure there's time. Starts moving around to the back of this bomb train. And there's no opportunities. TNL at round 36 are going to have their first chance to win the map.
And only one. Their first and only chance. Because if they lose this, then we wipe the slate clean. We run it back in OT3. Astrum have been in control. It kind of feels like throughout the entirety of the map up until this point. It's the first time where they're at serious risk. And that just sucks, right? Where you feel like you've been in control throughout the entire map and it slips away right at the end, end up getting nothing out of that map. Let's see, what's the plan here for TNL to try and finish off the job? What have they got up their sleeves? It's going to be pretty similar opening from them here, getting control of brown holes early on. And again, looks like they're going to venture into this B bomb site. Yeah, you're right. Klax is getting so much information very early on in the round here.
Oof, Norvi needed to win that. Oh, they've got the information, but it's not going to count for much if we're completely out of position. Patsy doesn't get a duel on his terms. This could be it. 3 men to go. Grix pushed out by the Utilon towards Connector as TNL swarm the site. And this is the best chance any team by a long shot has had to collect one of these map points.
And it seems like it's as good as done at this point. You have Grix and Kenzie, the 2 best players for Astrum throughout the map. I guess you could add Patsy in there as well, but 2 versus 5, absolutely impossible for them. I mean, Grix is still waiting for a deep push to come through. You don't have the luxury of time on your side. It's going to have to require a miracle. Sure, he gets 1, but there's way more where that came from, and he'll get taken down as well. Davey finishes it off with the double, and TNL with that 1 map point, their first map point, will finish off the job.
That was crazy. Absolute madness on the server. So much good work from both teams, but it's got to be said, TNL actually gotten better in the gun rounds as we got into overtime. They spooled up into that map. Massive tenacity to hold on despite all of the map points for their opponents. And you can't help feeling that Astrum are going to reflect the map and think, we had, particularly in regulation, some excellent chances just to get it done.
Even thinking back to that last round in OT2, Klax is on that huge flank through Ivy. Norby doesn't have to be jiggling in heaven like that and trying to get information and being on the front foot. He should have a very good idea that they're coming his direction and set himself up far better on the bomb site, because once he goes down, it's just out of control immediately. Anyway, that affair took 1 hour and 40 minutes, and all we've done is finish the first map. Next map is going to be Ancient. It's the map of TNL, so Astrum are probably in some deep waters. We're going to have to wait and see, will they sink or will they swim? Okay, we are back, and we're going to be getting into what's only the second map of the game, Alan. Feels like at this time, if we were going to be coming back to cameras, we'd be breaking down a third map, but no. Train was a lengthy affair, required 2 sets of overtime. Some technical issues certainly marred that map as well, but eventually, TNL got across the line. They only needed that 1 shot in overtime. It was their first map point on the map at large, and they managed to take full advantage. So now they're going to their map pick, leading the series 1-0.
Yeah, it's probably of all the maps in this veto is the one we think should be most one-sided. TNL love an Ancient, won it plenty of times. Astrum looked much more rocky. That said, they did beat Fireflux on it, beat Illuminar, just lost to Paravision. So we know they can play an Ancient. I just have more faith in TNL. And obviously, the fashion they were losing some of the rounds in map 1, all is not perfect in the Astrum camp. They are prone to some mistakes.
I mean, that's the main key, is even if we just look at the statistics and put them on one side for a moment, we don't really think about what's happened in the past and how they might match up. If we just kind of look at it through the lens of what we just saw on that previous map, there's serious concerns for Astrum right now, just because there were moments where they looked good, but they also lost to so many like half buys and ecos and force buys and had so many map points. And I don't even remember like a super convincing map point from them either, where it was like they were really close to actually winning that round. They even played against Tech 9s on one of their map points. So yeah, they just lack that impetus to really get across the finish line, and I think that's going to cost them heavily in the series.
Feels likely. Equally, we know they have such strong individuals that they can make any round competitive if they so desire. It's just that on this map in particular, on Ancient, we know they've had some problems. They've looked very inconsistent. They are an inconsistent team, but I think at this point we have to favor the more known quantity. We have to favor TNL, and we've spoken about it. I know the stakes of these early games don't always feel as obvious, but for both of these teams, if they can make a playoffs, they can get some VRS points. That's what they're here for, is to climb those rankings.
It would make Astrum a more enticing prospect for any potential orgs to pick them up as well if they've been able to climb up the VRS ranking and kind of immediately give the org like a guaranteed berth into some competitions, whether online or eventually work their way up to like invites to qualifiers and maybe even lands themselves in the tier 2 realm, right? So certainly is a lot to think about in the long run, but hopefully not going to be too long of a run before we get into Ancient next. I think TNL kind of looked better and better as the game went on after that prolonged break. You know, Flyrax hadn't really gotten much done throughout regulation, but in overtime, I feel like he was actually getting at least a kill around, if not more, with the AWP. Some good impact coming through from him. There were lots of kills. There were some high frag counts across the board for Astrum, which is also what makes it just a bit more weird that they couldn't even finish off the job. Gonna look at the scoreboard. Oh, it's not actually updated on HLTV. That's unfortunate. But I remember Patsy had like 28 kills. Grix had like 29. Kenzie had like 27. And that was probably more than any of the top fraggers on TNL, if I'm not mistaken. I'd actually wager that was the case. So it's just so peculiar that they weren't able to finish off the job, man. And they cost themselves, like I said, in the rounds that they should have been winning, that they lost that one Kenzie round where he should have just jumped on the defuse immediately and he didn't in time. They lost that as well.
Yeah. I mean, the way the whole map played out is going to sting, quite frankly. Again, we know this team has so much skill, but they're prone to mistakes. Team play isn't always as it should be, and TNL, despite not quite having, necessarily the same caliber of individuals, Counter-Strike comes more so down to are you on the same page? Are you playing well as a team? And right now, TNL look like the better team. Get into the foray of map 2. Norvi opens up with intent. Wow, that could be round over already.
I mean, bang, bang. He was the quietest player for Astrum on an individual level in the previous map, but he's made his presence known very early on here on Ancient. I don't even know how TNL get back into this. They've got a smoke grenade on Onyx, and that's about as good as it gets. Knifey will be able to bypass the setup in Donut, so can kind of try and get in behind enemy lines, but they're already aware of that. So information aplenty for Astrum. They should be no way that they drop the ball from here.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of mistakes now from Astrum to bring TNL into the round. It doesn't feel likely. Bomb is in a different postcode. That's out towards mid, and 40 seconds to go. I'm not even sure there's enough time to get onto a site and plant, even if they wanted to.
Well, hang on. Kenzie's been heard. Kenzie's been heard. Onyx has relayed the info to Ken, who should have had that kill every day of the week. Oh, Kenzie's really so difficult to get past. Onyx will eventually come and bail his teammate out, but they lose a lot more health than they should have in the process of actually getting that kill. And now with only 18 seconds, they don't have the luxury of time. They're going to have to run straight onto this B bomb site. And Norway, who started off the round, could finish it for his team here as well.
I can't believe they get a plant out of this. Should have been impossible. But with this HP, any stray bullets will seal the deal. Klax goes looking. Klax finds just Ken here around the pillar. And surely he gets overwhelmed. Better late than never. So, never really looked in doubt that pistol round, but at least this plant gives TNL options.
I mean, didn't look like they were ever going to get a bomb plant out of the round at one point, so the fact that they do get some kills and a plant is at least something for them to work with going into this next round now. Ancient used to be such a good map for this Aurora, ex-Aurora, now Astrum team. Not so much under the Astrum banner, of course, but this used to actually be their best map at one point. This and Nuke were like their crown jewels in the veto. You know, Nuke's completely fallen apart for them. Ancient not nearly as reliable as it used to be. And you think about the strengths and how Ancient plays. It certainly was always lending itself to the strengths of Astrum players like Kenzie, T-side, wanting to just run straight into Jag every single round, just being almost impossible to go up against in those head-to-head gunfights. You had to then stack Jag or dump a whole lot of your utility in the early round to mitigate his impact. You'd have Deco, who was so good on the AWP, and on the CT side, really difficult to try and get past. You know, you'd have Norway as well, who was also contributing a lot more on an individual level. And I know Deco's obviously not on the team, but the point I'm highlighting is how Ancient's just not what it once was for this team.
Far from it. The potential is obvious, obviously, on this squad, but don't always see it on the server manifest these days. TNL would love to get another plant, or at least keep this economy under check for Astrum. Fireaxe gets in and amongst the reeds, but no more. So 4 alive. MP9 FAMAS carried through into this round. And TNL they're gonna half buy. Okay, it's the T-side equivalent of those MP9 buys.
Yeah. I don't mind it, you know. I guess they're kind of looking forward to the future kind of thing. Making sure that when that gun round comes around, they got everything that they need. Bit of a lighter investment here. Still enough to work with, though. And it's going to be a big burst into this B-bomb side as well. This makes a lot of sense. Simple and direct is the name of the game. Util being barreled on in. It's not the cleanest spray from Norway, but it'll get a kill. However, it gets traded out immediately afterwards. Deep space being taken by Onyx. Kenzie gets a wall bang frag back, though, so at least that regains the man advantage before Astrum have to retake.
Quite a lot of util for this T side. They keep chaining it. And now the main prong of the retake comes in through ramp. Ken dealt with Fireaxe up next. And quite a comfortable retake, actually, in the end. So there is a plant. But I think that round being a success hinges on finding more kills than they did. They really need to kill 3 or 4 of this CT side. Because now, Astrum can actually stomach a round loss and still buy again.
Yeah, that's true. It certainly is a good boost to them financially. But for TNL, I mean, the goal wouldn't have been a lot more than actually just getting a plant. Now we come to the gun round where they've got all the utility that they could need. They won't have the AWP, but I don't think that's a huge problem. I mean, you know, what you really have as your options as a T-side AWP or an Ancient boost up on the box. Try and hold the line on the B-bomb side. Kind of limited, you know. Lots of angles to clear out when you're pushing into a bomb site on either bomb site here on Ancient as well. So Rifle certainly has a better time of it in that regard as well.
Okay, so big prong here through the red room. Brick's tasked holding it for now. Spots at least one player there on the transition. And wow.
Okay.
Despite calling in all the defense, they get absolutely shredded. No chance.
That's what you get from this TNL team, though, man. They are just such incredible fraggers, and they really love the chaos. That's where they thrive. That's where they do some of their best work. And Astrum, yeah, they just try and retake the control or maintain the control with numbers, but TNL just demolish them like a wrecking ball. Patsy gets a frag back, but it's inconsequential in terms of the outcome of the round, I reckon. In fact, he's probably not going to be able to get out with his life intact either. Knifey has him locked in here. There we go. Good way for TNL to open up here, because it feels like it's a convincing way to get around on the board.
Yeah, I just can't believe mid was that one-sided. Guess Astrum could have been better off kind of letting TNL walk into their crossfire rather than trying to be the team swinging. Who knows? Either way, whatever the plan was, it didn't transpire. And now we'll see just how deep those coffers go. Few guns chucked around, but it's a very healthy buy. And they've invested everything into this, so lose this round and Astrum will have no cash in reserve. It'll have to be an eco. But pretty critical here for TNL to build off what they've established so far. Build off that previous gun round win. Flax. A lot of damage from that nade. Still finds his man. Patsy out of Jag. Collects a two-piece. And this round is completely fallen apart.
I mean, I thought that was actually going to work out a lot better for TNL, because Klax has to push through that bottom middle molly to actually even get in the corner and then find the angle to spray through the smoke. He gets that kill, and then Patsy, well, wastes no time getting in on the action there as well with his swift double. Round over. Great response from Astrum as well after losing the first gun round. And this is the gun round you were referencing, saying this is the one that they had in the bank. And look at how much value it's added.
They desperately need a plant. It don't feel likely. It's free here on defense on B. Take some tremendous openers. Get onto this site, and it's not going to happen. Sonic here remains. And an impossible crossfire to traverse. Nobody behind the pillar. Finds another molly, but again, it'll be a little consequence. Should know there's someone ninja now, I'd have thought, but I'm going to make it that far. Very clean round. And no traction so far
Very
for TNL.
convincing. Yeah, not at all. But Astrum this has been a hallmark of their game for a while, by the way. They haven't had issues as far as the starts of their game goes. Started strong on Train. Started well on both maps against Paravision yesterday. It's about keeping up from the strong start and taking full advantage of it, not letting your foot off the gas. Because TNL, they're not going to stop coming hard at you, man. It's going to be the variation play. A player straight through that bottom middle utility, just trying to keep the focus in towards mid while they make their way through a main. And oh my goodness, Grix just gets wide swung there by Davey. That makes life very awkward and uncomfortable for Klax, who's forced into Donut. Patsy, the first responder, will lose his life as well. And this is looking fantastic for TNL. They've traded Norby out. Klax is that last line of resistance, and he's putting up a fight. Oh, wait, they've completely discounted the smoke here. I mean, I can't really blame them because there's just been so many players they've already fragged on the safe bomb site, but Kenzie will punish. Now it's a 2v2 all of a sudden. This round was looking practically unlosable at one point.
Put that a few times today. Kenzie's been formidable. But finally is overcome. Next up is Klax. Goes looking. Finds the healthy player first. For good measure, the bomb is dropped out to the side of this box. And Klax wins. Another round crumbles. And this is getting out of control if you're a TNL fan.
Well, how many kills did TNL have to get on players behind the boxes there? I think that like there were 3 CT bodies there. And that's why I can't really fault them for discounting somebody else being there again. Astrum, it's like a Hydra, you cut off 1 head and 2 more just reappear. And that's a disastrous round for TNL to lose as well, because I love the plan, the Mac-10 up middle, taking the attention away from the A side, the brilliant opening kill, which is not something you can rely on, getting to swing into Grix's scope and still winning out the gunfight. They got that afforded to them. 4 versus 2, and they lose the round.
Starting to run out of time on this half. The one thing they are doing is keeping this CT money super low, and that has to continue. When TNL get their chance, they need to snap the money. A full reset. Davey does find an equalizer. Ken's got a lot of space. Grix is looking the wrong way. How does Grix win that duel? I think Grix is lucky. He was looking towards A there for a second. That could have gone awfully badly.
Kind of balances out from the way he was unfortunate in the previous round, maybe getting one back here. TNL with their 3 remaining players grouped up in towards Cave, going to look to try and find a way into the B bomb site, but Astrum know that this is what's coming their way right now. 2 players looking in this direction, a third on the bomb site watching ramp, perfectly poised. And Klax has even closed the door. And he's committing to the push. I mean, generally speaking, I'd say that's a bit much, because if he dies there, then TNL can just wrap back around into the A bomb site, but Klax has it on lockdown, even though he will die. Bomb still unattainable for Onyx, and he's going to have to think about maybe just saving a gun here, but that's not even going to be an option for him. Astrum in complete control.
Yep. It's looking good for them. Pause out for TNL. Quick discussion. Second pause they've used already. What do we adjust? It's a tricky one, though, because it's been different. Every gun round has been a different source of problems. Certainly, getting out mid or getting up the B lane and into Jaguar or whatever without losing numbers has got to be a priority. That's the sort of discussion I'd be having.
And I mean, they are a type of team that would want to go for those sort of fights, right? They've just got active riflers. We've seen what Davy's done a couple times. Just send them in there. Problem is, then you have to cross paths with Kenzie. So it's like, I don't know if that's really a great option, because he is looking great right now. 9-2 here, had a fantastic time of it on train, despite the fact they lost the map. Instead, it's going to be a delayed mid-take coming through. Flashes over the top from T-Spawn to enable him to try and get out. And they have successfully been able to get into middle, but where do they go from here?
Hello. Goodbye, Patsy. Davy's going looking. 2 players here, and he actually fells the lower HD player. I don't blame him for not expecting another in the corner. Thought he killed his man, but it's getting so disjointed from the T side. This is an ugly round. Nonetheless, the best chance they've had in ages, and it's just Grix that remains. Get this bomb down, play a crossfire, and we should be okay. Ugh, it's never easy, is it?
Well, it should be easy from here for TNL, because Grix is on 13 health. Knifey is just behind the pillar right now. Does Grix even want to attempt this? It looks like he will, and he's gotten the kill on Knifey. Oh my goodness, Grix has a kid as well. Ken left remaining. He's going to nestle himself in the corner and bide his time. Wait for that defuse to be tapped. Grix taps that defuse. He scopes in towards ramp. 1 flick shot might be enough, but unfortunately, he's not expecting Ken to come through from the corner. Oh my goodness, I can't believe Grix nearly pulls that one out of the fire, but eventually TNL will win the round.
They lost too many guns there. They should have had at least 3 alive. It's only there that they are a team here that needs to bolster up their economy. Speaking of economy, the severity of the losses Astrum has sustained across these rounds means they lose 1 and they're immediately on the precipice. 1 orb, 1 M4, and a B rush to defend against Norby. Up first in the cubby. He is felled. 2 in towards Cave, and Kenzie never stood a chance. These remaining guns, especially the AWP and the M4, they've got to save. They have to run.
Well, is it going to happen again? Is this another display where Astrum come out the gate swinging, have a fantastic start to the map, and then kind of get wrestled back, and you wouldn't really be able to tell by the halftime score that they did have such a strong start? Like, if this ends 6-all or 7-5, you'd be like, cool, that's decent, but subjectively, should have been more. TNL look like they're warming up here as Ancient goes on. They're a difficult team to contain, I think, Alan.
They're fiery. They also, even when they're losing, don't change their MO. They continue to play with pace. Quite commendable. A lot of teams would just fall into slow defaults. And
it's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I know the scoreline looks a bit scary as well if you're a TNL fan, but the money is such a disaster for the CT side that this could very quickly become a 6-all, or even a 5-7 would be pretty good for TNL, considering how bad it looks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They'll take 7-5 every day of the week. Is going to be the eco round here for Astrum. Of course, they did carry at least a couple guns over here. AWP and M4 in play. Grix has that AWP in red room right now. And he's going to be hoping he can spill some blood here on the server. Good ground being taken by this T side into middle. They've got control of A main as well. And it's only Clax on the side of the map right now. So this bomb site's ripe for the taking.
What?
Maybe not so ripe.
That shouldn't have happened.
And now it's a problem because there's still an AWP M4 here for Astrum.
This has become a very scary round. Now TNL cannot afford a single mistake. Okay, pistol goes in first to take the space. That is a critical kill. Here comes Grix. Later than his teammates. The CT are going to have a really hard time breaking these crossfires.
Wow.
And, wow, yeah, I agree. Clax did so much to make that round scary, but nobody else can get anything done.
I know, what a unfortunate turn of events, and such good work there from Knifey as well to just hold down the line on the players coming through from Temple. But I just think that they're a bit too cautious in their approach. They are, Astrum, in the 5v3. They're shift walking out of Temple, which makes it way easier for Knifey to get the one kill, then reset himself, get the second kill, reset himself. There was never just like an overwhelming push coming through. Astrum didn't seem like they were playing with the advantage. They could have waited longer for Kenzie to actually get through on that big flank through A main as well. They didn't have to force the issue as much as they did. I just feel like Astrum didn't really give themselves the best chance there.
Okay, another opener goes their way. This half is starting to pivot aggressively now. Kenzie up next, and he is felled. Everyone wants to be a hero on Astrum. And it's turning to 0 at the moment.
And yeah, it's basically locked in now off the back of that kill. This is what you were calling for as well, a fight into Jag here for TNL, roll up their sleeves and take that fight to Astrum. And they've delivered the goods here, just completely running over the CT side. 6-1, I believe it was, now about to be 6-5. And no money to speak of for Astrum going into the last round of the half either.
Gotta save. This is all we're gonna have.
Yeah, I actually just checked. I don't know if you remember, before we came into this map, I was saying how I felt like the top 3 fraggers for Astrum outfragged the top fragger for TNL. And that was true. Kenzie, Grix, and Patsy, 30 kills, 28-28. Top fragger for TNL, Ken on 26. That's a rarity, right?
Yeah.
And you still lost the map?
Yeah, probably indicates a few things. I mean, it will mean that when Astrum are winning rounds, they win convincingly. Get all the kills, keep numbers alive. But it also could indicate that whilst they're playing well individually, TNL are playing better as a team. And the more even kill distribution across them, I assume, would bear that fruit for all to see. Mag 7, where's that?
That is in top of ramp right now on the B-bomb side. So unfortunately on the wrong side of the map where looks like the action's going to go down. I don't know if TNL are going to commit with the amount of util that's been thrown here by the CT side though.
See, actually they pulled the plug with their A stack. Now Greg starts to lean back again. Not going to be a lot easier now to take the site than it was. They pulled a lot of the defensive util. Here goes Clax looking. Can they trade him? Yes, they can. Next up, Grix to deal with, but those rotations from mid are ever so quick. Grix gets a fight, but not the kill. Oh my lord, 10 is on a mad one. Just need to deal with Kenzie. One more stray bullet, and that could have been a two-piece. And now, just a Mag 7. Quite a dream. Can't even get involved. What a end to the half from TNL. They're right back in it now.
Yeah, that is just incredible work coming through from them. It looked like they were almost down and out, not just because of the fact they were losing 6-1, but it's the way they were losing rounds, right? We even made the point that they haven't really even been getting into these rounds in the first place. They've just been getting shut down in middle, shut down at Jaguar, shut down A main. But they managed to revitalize themselves. I don't even know if they used a timeout, but I'm now worried about Astrum's cause here. They're down 0-1 in the series, and they certainly don't have any momentum behind them as they go to the T side.
TNL's going to do this, man. They're the better team. They're definitely the better team.
I thought so too, coming into this. And what's been impressive is even though they haven't been playing their A game, they've still been able to hold on. Think about how they scrapped their way across the line on train. That's a hallmark of a team who can win even when they're playing their B or their C game.
Yeah, winning ugly is frankly the most important thing in Tier 2. You need to be able to win under any circumstance, and a pistol here would do a lot of good in terms of converting this series. Onyx opens the scorecard first. Is traded, but hefty information. And look at the crossfire here for the CT side. 3 guns picked to make it 4 with the Julies, but they feed in. It's an absolute slaughter.
Oh!
That was crazy. Look at the bodies.
Why is everybody there? You can't plant the bomb in Red Room the entire round. Just lives and dies. Bodies littering the floor. Red Room, well, I guess it's not just called Red Room because of the lighting any longer.
It's a paint job they didn't ask for.
Yeah, and that kind of sucks for TNL as well, because those players were so low for Astrum. So the fact that they're actually able to hold on and get the job done is really impressive. And really important as well, outside of how impressive it was. They needed that pistol.
Okay, quick pause as Davey is we wait for him to resurface. I think did he just join and leave again? What's going on there?
Well, hopefully it's not going to be similar to what we had earlier.
No, that would be unfortunate.
We're already 2 hours and 20 minutes deep, only on the second map here. And it was also Dave who had the issues on train at one point, but his issues were a lot faster to fix than what we saw from Patsy, at least.
Yeah, I believe Davey's back in. Don't think we'll need a reset. So hopefully we get moving soon. Kenzie hasn't bought yet, so still a
We
wait
can
to
hear the ticks in chat, though.
Yeah, we
It's
hear
always
some
a good
pitter patter.
sign. Pitter-patter of grey matter. Feels like that's what's between my ears sometimes. I was trying to think about who I could say that for on the server, but I was like, that's just, I mean, why would I even do that? Let me just rather go for some self-deprecation instead.
Yep. It's a solid strategy.
When in doubt, man, self-deprecate out.
Yeah, that's what my therapist says. Unfortunately, I think they might be overpaid for the advice given me.
Yeah, if that's what they're offering you, I mean, come on, just send me half. I've got that knowledge right here.
They just think I'm
Send me
completely
half.
insane. So,
Well, then they love you. You're their favorite kind of customer because it means you'll be a returning one for a long time.
maybe that's the idea. If they did too good a job, I wouldn't come back, Hayes. They need to leave me just
I know.
damaged enough.
You've literally just defined the entire pharmaceutical industry, Alan.
Wow. Scenes.
Mind blown. All right. Well, we're back into the action. It's a force buy for TNL.
Yeah, and they've got nobody really B. A aggression does pay some dividends. But we have got to do something to stifle the offense before they get the bomb down in good after plant. When we get a good collect on the flank. Flax is a bit exposed to the long flank. And Onyx is on the bomb site. How has that happened? Suddenly, this is getting very frisky indeed. Flyer-Axe, when does he pick his opportunity? Brix is on the side proper. Norby needs to help his teammate. He's looking the wrong way now. In terms of Flyer-Axe, good kill from Grix. Doesn't make it 2, and my God, what a round. That is a disaster for Astrum.
Oh, I will say, Flyer-Axe plays position to perfection there just in terms of timing his activation because he knows he's got 2 teammates coming up ramp. He lets them get in amongst the thick of things, show their presence, both be spotted, and then he steps out from Jag. That's why he gets the kill on Norway, the instant trade. Perfect timing from him. TNL level it up. They answer back after losing the pistol with the force buy win. And that's a disaster for Astrum, as you say.
Huge round for Astrum. Force buy for them. And it's a tough one. Oh my lord. That was ugly. And then some. Knifey forced back behind this body for now. The util is gone for the T side, so they might have a man advantage, but actually getting a plant here is far from a given. We've got an A lurk in the middle of all of this. How on earth do you bring an A-Lurk into play?
Yeah, it's a good question. Do you try and rotate background to join up with them? Do you use them to try and fake on the A side of the map to draw traction away from away from B?
Well, TNL are convinced it's a B round.
Yeah, and they've completely gambled on it as well. They're going to start to hear the util being thrown in on the opposite side of the map, and they're going to realize that they've bet incorrectly.
This is a really difficult save call, and I think they actually will save.
Yeah, I think you have to.
They're just too out of position.
They're way too far away.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna sting. You need to offer more resistance than that against pistols.
Yeah, the main reason they're also not going for the retake is because look at the weapons that they've got right now. It's a full arsenal of weapons. It looks really good, including the AWP. So they're just like, well, just going to lick our wounds, tail between our legs, call it a day here in the round.
You know, it's not actually so bad as well because on 4 of the Astrum players, they'll have to buy rifles. So they will actually have no money in reserve and they'll have no loss bonus. There's quite a very unusual scenario. You don't see this happen often, but actually, there is a world here where they have to double eco T side.
And just like Alan says, you can see after all the weapons and utility have been purchased up here by Astrum, they've got no money in reserve bar Grix. The TNL
they will have to double eco if they lose this round.
Yeah, TNL still breathing down their necks right now. Having said that, if Astrum win this round here, Alan, then that flips the script and all of a sudden they're sitting pretty.
Key round and then some. Lose this Astrum and you're in tremendous trouble. Onyx goes looking what is happening
is he
here.
not hurt?
It's unbelievable. How does he get to? This game doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I just have no idea how he hasn't been hurt there, man. I thought Kenzie should have gotten that kill. Gets caught off guard. Walks past him. Knife, you're going to walk into Grix and come out on top of that. Jewel, desperately trying to avoid the trade, realizes he can't commit to the reload. Doesn't matter. Norway will hunt him down anyway. But that's the first kill in the round here for Astrum. Klax tries to phase the smoke, and he will successfully find a kill as well, but he's taken damage in the process. Oh, Ken, tread lightly, mate. Tread lightly, and he will.
I'm not sure you're going to expect Fire Axe. Oh my god, what's happened there?
He weapon switched.
Yeah, I think, you know,
Okay.
slightly trigger happy on the quick switching after a shot.
Not the first time I've seen him do it, though.
Well, the good news is it didn't really matter.
Yeah, fair. 8-all. And now we're back at that square one you were referencing. So it's not going to be a double eco. Obviously, just rarely see that these days, but it is going to be the force into the eco. So essentially, not far from it, basically. Going to be a while till they get a gun round in TNL. Well, this is their prime opportunity to put serious pressure on that 2-0 victory.
I like this pause from TNL. This is recognizing that they've blown one chance to streak ahead in this sort of spot. They can't afford to do so again. Get on the same page. What util are we laying down at the start? Who's playing where? What control do we want to fight for? What are we okay with seeding? There is no room for error. Can't afford to lose it against another one of these 4-spy rounds.
All right, well, so much weight on this 4-spy right now for Astrum, and Grix, the guy who comes in with the hero AK, hits the deck, and Flyrax doubles down. So he gets the first boosted up, then he repositions, he finds a second on Patsy, and just pours cold water all over the round.
I wonder if Astrum thought there's no way there's an AWP on the server. Possible. Don't think Flyrax...
But this is the AWP he saved from that, decision where they had to kind of give up against the force. I don't think so, but what I'm highlighting is that the value in the decision to go for the save.
Oh, yeah. A lot of teams would have just zerged their way back onto A to retake it and lost all the guns.
Yeah. Good word to use there, actually.
In some ways, it's one of those insane scenarios where it's winning that round and keeping one player alive might have actually been worse than saving. It's not often, but it can happen.
And I'm glad they just instantly made that decision as well and didn't start to feel it out, lose one player, maybe two, and then be like, yeah, all right, we're going to have to save. Just cut their losses. And then they were able to use what they'd saved from cutting their losses to actually build on going forward. So just like your investment, sometimes you got to sell at a loss to make money elsewhere.
Sound like
I just sounded a loss and then lose my
true
money.
Crypto trader.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm referring to, mate. I just sell at a loss and then lose the money elsewhere, so it's all good. Don't worry. Unlike TNL. Look at that lockdown. That was against the 4-5.
You can't lose your money investing if you put it out and then just spend it on meaningless stuff. Because you're just losing it anyway.
Here's what I will say. You can only lose 100% of your money, but you can make 10,000% back. So, come on.
Yes.
Wise words.
That makes scientific sense.
Mm-hmm. One number bigger than the other.
I'm going to sell my house and put it all into Ethereum after hearing that.
Hold on. Not Ethereum. It's got to be Bittenstall, maybe some Dogecoin. No, I'm kidding. Not Doge. I'm more cultured than that. Listen. Crypto's not for the faint-hearted.
No.
Nor is this game of Counter-Strike. Rare miss there from Flyrax. Again, look at how evenly the kills are distributed on TNL right now. Everyone between 13 and 9 frags. Patsy's having a tough time. Look at the disparity on Astrum. Klax 19 and 8, that's amazing. But then Grix 9 and 11, Patsy 5 and 10.
Well, Astrum just want to play as much util as they can. It is only Flyrax here, so there's It's not inconceivable that they could find a plant. And Flyrex goes forward. This is going to get crazy. He falls.
Oh
That's an AWP on the ground. Rotations are nearby, but this has become a level of precarious that we need it to be. AWP is posted from Brokey. Look at the HP bars on some of these CET players. I'm not sure the T's going to get much more out of this round, but...
yeah, there's the flank.
For a round where they kept 4 alive, that felt a lot more nervy to me than it...
And it was an
necessarily looked on
anti-eco
paper.
as well. So, yeah, I was kind of concerned for a moment, but TNL do well to ultimately keep 4 alive to get across the line. They're now just 3 rounds away from finishing off the job 2-0 and opening up their account here in the group stage with a win. And look at the investment here for Astrum. Oh, it's not fantastic. They don't have an AWP. They don't have an AK on Klax, their main man. They're a bit light on utility. And if they lose this round, then I don't know how they could even stand a chance of winning the map. It would require a marvelous comeback.
Running out of scope. Peppered up a bit in mid here, aren't they, these terrorist players?
Oh,
Onyx. Onyx surely wins this duel. Yeah, Shadow seals the deal. Now it's Red
Knifey's
Room.
also in a... He's also in like a little nook right now. You know, normally good for at least a kill, but he's going to get smoked off. Good decision. However, a smoke's not a wall. And straight through that smoke, he'll find a frag. Onyx continues to find impact, repositions from A main into Temple, and it's a 4v2.
It's looking so good now for TNL. There is a case for a save, actually, I think, on this T side, but I'm not sure that word is in the Astrum vernacular.
What I will say is it's fitting that Grix is in Temple because he's going to have to say his prayers right now. 1v4 turn 1v3. They know where he is, all posted on the angle. He actually does hit a shot there. It's just unfortunately not the headshot necessary. No bomb plant here for the T side means they have to make a tough decision. Do they play for overtime or do they go all in here? Remember the way the half had started, by the way? It was a 6-all half.
Yeah.
Astrum winning the second round force by. They lost the pistol, they won the force. They haven't won a round since then. No,
yeah,
wait,
I mean,
that
thinking
doesn't
even
make
further
sense.
back, Astrum started this game 6-1. Picking 11
Yeah, that's true.
since then.
That's a very good point. Means they've won 10 out of the past 12 rounds of TNL. And now it's just pistols.
Yeah. And Davey's just done an absolute number on Kenzie and Patty. He does fall, so that is an M4 in the grasp of the terrorist side. Slightly surprised there isn't a faster rotation. The AWP again is caught out in the open. Flyrex is playing a risky brand of Counter-Strike. Love a molly to go onto the plant spots here. Anybody has one. A bit more damage exchanged, but now the gig is up. So it has to be this A side of the map. Decent damage. The T-Side's going to need frags to convert this round, and I'm afraid that only a round win really counts in this position, and that's not going to happen. 12 then for TNL. 4 chances.
I love how Flyrax plays that as well. He just never overcommits. He never overextends. He constantly recognizes the threshold and he respects the round. And he plays off of his teammates. When he dies, eventually, he's got a teammate there to trade him out. And Astrum have to now win 4 rounds in a row. Okay, so the HLTV scorebot was just bugging. So to just catch everybody up, it was, like you say, 6-1 for Astrum, then a 6-all into the half. Astrum win the pistol, then lose to the force. Then they win a force. They go up 8-7. Since then, they have not won a gun round. In fact, they haven't really even been competitive in these gun rounds. And now they have to win 4 in a row just to force overtime. That's a tall order, and that's a nade that will chunk down a couple.
This is tough. Tough for Astrum, and the TNL players are looking really warmed up. Onyx again, ready for a fight. Klax comes looking. Klax finds. And Flyrax, I think, should have got the trade there, but misses his man.
Look at how that opens up the map. Look at the rotations that's forced now out of TNL. Both Davey and Flyrax going to be departing the A-bomb side. Klax is kind of feeling it out, but his teammates are committing B in the meantime. So they may just go all in before they have the chance to rotate back. Flyrax is dead. Okay, brilliant clear there from Patsy. Just Davey and Ken left. And Ken on that backstab will get one. Davey through the smoke looking for something as well. Be careful, Astrum. 5v2 turned 3v2. Smokes to lock Ken out. I don't think there's any world in which they drop the ball from here, and that kill will seal the deal.
Okay, well, they could have said it, but feeling a bit too feisty. So, Astrum, first of 4 found. Clax, of course, winning his duel. Did massive work. And we go again. Here, Astrum, how do you distribute the forces? The sole player towards B on this default and triple A main. Of course, they'll know that Onyx was aggressive last round. He was felled. It's not going to be aggressive again. But guess they know they're going to have space and they want to go looking.
And there's no one actually looking in towards A main right now. And they would have heard both those players jumping around in Donut. So they've got a lot of information right now, do Astrum. Flyrax, oh my goodness, he's lucky to be alive. And this is going to take all the attention away from A main. Unfortunately, Patsy's died. At least they've gotten the control in the meantime. Norway, is he going to phase through the smoke? Surely, no, he's going to seek refuge in the smoke itself. Full side control afforded to Astrum, and damage through the smoke goes both ways, but it's fatal. Oh no! There's a flurry of frags! What's just happened? It's only Grix left, 1 versus 5. They don't know where he is, but there's no way for him to win this. And Astrum, in the blink of an eye, what looked like a really convincing and good position, is just completely disintegrated.
There you have it. 2-0 for TNL. Both maps at times look firmly in control for Astrum, but not the case. Ancient, of course, much more dominant than what we saw on Train, but you have to admire the tenacity. They're going down in these maps, going down at points. Start this map off 1-6, and you wouldn't know it by the end. The better team won today, and they deserve to be 1-0.
But again, the problem is Astrum, like, you know, they could have almost been a world in which they won the series 2-0. If we think back to the way that Train went down, they had multiple map points. They were in control for a while on that map as well. You know, you come into Ancient, they start off 6-1, they go on to lose that map too, and it's like, man, there were chances, there were moments, there were glimpses, but glimpses, chances, and moments don't win you series ultimately, Alan.
No. Otherwise, Endpoint would have been much more successful.
Oh, he still hasn't healed. He hasn't been able to move on. The
Why
trauma.
do you think I see my therapist? That's, it's all connected, but yeah.
Well, I hope they're paying for it. But anyway, it is going to be the first 2 games of the day done and dusted, everybody. Let's bring up the schedule here, Mr. Vinick, our producer, and we can just show everybody what kind of action we have lined up for the rest of the day. Partisan against Copenhagen Wolves. Of course, that's going to be Partisan without Emmy. So going to be quite interesting to see how they look now that they've replaced their IGL. They've brought Depression into the mix. I don't remember Depression being an IGL. 22 years old. So I wonder if somebody else might be taking over the reins within the team. Any speculations there?
No, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know those players on an individual level well enough. But whatever the case is, there's going to be some turbulence because if we don't know, that probably means internally it's not 100%, you know.
Yeah.
On the same page.
Ironed out. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, Copenhagen Wolves, of course, they've been making some changes, but settled with Quez and Matios. That should be a fun game. Certainly advantage Partisan, but it's not like it's like a clear-cut game for them. And then CYBERSHOKE against Sangal will round out the day. CYBERSHOKE have been pretty damn good lately. Of course, Sangal have got an interesting compositions of players. They've got Mask, Phoenox, and Mari, that ex-Permitacore. And then they've got Blitz and Danis from Romania and Russia. So I have no idea what's going on in Sangal at the moment. But what I do know is that we're going to have about 10 or 15 minutes before we do jump into that next series of the day. Despite this being a 2-0, we're not going to really have much of an extended break. It's going to be Mark and it's going to be Vincent to carry you guys forward through the rest of your day. So make sure that you use this 10-minute break wisely, top up on your refreshments, and be sure to tune in for that next game.
Well, welcome back to CCT Season 3 European Series 2. Vinny, we're sneaking on into our first day of Swiss here, and I know you got to check out a couple of these faces yesterday, but it's of course to be great back on with you. Might be muted there, bud.
Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I did get a sneak preview of some of these teams that made it through the play-in deciders. That was an exciting day of Counter-Strike. We jump in for yet another one. I always know that Europeans love us. When us and North Americans take over a desk for a couple of hours, it's a scary time to be alive. I tell you that. But I'm going to have a good time. I know you're going to have a good time. And we're going to have a great day to continue this Counter-Strike, man.
Yeah, we really are. I think we've already hopped on for the first day of Swiss with Fireflux and Sashi, produced a 3-game series there. And of course, you're coming off a big win for TNL over Astrum, which was pretty exciting to watch with Alan and Hayes closing that out. A great job they did. But like you said, Vinny, we're taking the keys and we're really going to rip them away for a interesting first series that we're hopping on for. Like I just mentioned, you got to see a couple of these faces yesterday, notably the Copenhagen Wolves. They get on with a partisan team that's going to be needing a new face.
Yeah, we really got to do them a favor and find their logo, because their logo was missing yesterday too. Maybe we can get that figured out. But regardless, jokes aside, I'm excited to see that one. CYBERSHOKE, Sangal, that one I'm a little bit less like maybe interested in, because Sangal in a bit of an odd spot currently, but a CYBERSHOKE team that I'm always in favor of getting to watch. But let's dive deep. Let's talk about it. I think it sort of fits. Let's start with the Copenhagen Wolves, like you were talking about. I got the chance to preview them yesterday, and my takeaways from that game was like both good and bad. On the one hand, man, this team struggles to close games. It seems they had the better of their opposition in basically the entire best of 3, and yet still it went 3 maps, and yet still it took overtime in the final map, despite a significant lead in the first half for this Copenhagen Wolves team. But I do like the way that this is built up. I've been a fan of Tapeware for quite a long time now. I feel like his in-game leadership has been solid. The T sides are very good. We can see kind of the thought process, and even when things don't go right, I like the ideas that Tapeware kind of brings to the table. Jaquinho been playing in monster form here recently, and you have a younger player in Mathios who's been increasingly exciting to watch. Had some incredible moments that I got to peek into yesterday, and a lot of good supporting elements too in Quez and Bielany. So this is a team that I feel like is quite well built. I think the only question, and I said this yesterday, is that I don't know where the heights of this team actually look at. It feels like there's a pretty stiff ceiling that they can run into, and I don't know that there's like any options other than like super big over performances from any individual that will pull them any higher than that.
Interesting. Look, you know that in our conversation in and outside of the green room, I've been pretty like particular about where this roster has gone, and definitely a little bit concerning for the turnout that the Copenhagen Wolves project has actually had within the last year. And, you know, even getting the former Apex IGL, right, getting in a lot of those contracts they just saw out of Shane leading in, the Polish player, right, leading into this Copenhagen squad for some time, right? I mean, you will be missing the Bow Magic, right? You're missing Fesser, a lot of names that were donning these jerseys for a while, right? But it was, you know, Tapeware that was in on the back of that project with a lot of those names that was doing, honestly, really good work. I agree with you. Tapeware, as young as he is, I think went immediately into this roster off of the Apex Rebels project, impressed pretty well. And so with what I've seen off of paper of Mathios, and, you know, obviously we've seen Jaquinho around the block now and time again. It'll be my first time watching him on the op for some time, Vincent. I think they have built up quite a structure, but they got to, you know, play onto another side today. And for the praise of the young IGL, we won't be seeing the man on the left, 31 years old. Emmy did leave this roster about a week ago.
Yeah, and that leaves this roster in a bit of an odd state. I don't know how to feel about them. Not that they were like the most incredibly structured team out there, and that like they can't continue without their in-game leader, but they lost their coach, and then their in-game leader left a few weeks later. That tells me that there was a very significant rift between the coach / in-game leader and the rest of the team, right? They wanted to go one way. coach and game leader wanted to go a different direction, and it was such that those differences couldn't be reconciled. So I think a little bit concerning. That being said, it does give me confidence that the rest of this partisan team is going in the same direction. They agree on what they want to do. Unfortunately, they don't agree on necessarily who they want to pick up just yet. I think Depression, funny enough, is going to be in the server. What a crazy name.
Right.
But I think that's going to be the case. My understanding, not necessarily like the long-term solution, at least not that we are aware of. It could be, but we don't have any like guaranteed information about that. But I don't think that changes the fact that this partisan team has good pieces. They have strong individuals. Dragon, Kindo have both been very good. I was actually a big fan of what Vladin was able to do on that Bleed project, before it changed up and then fell apart. I think that he's continued to put in some good work. It's not like he's leading the server, but like in general, I think he brings a lot to this team when you have those pieces of firepower that I had just mentioned.
100%. And where that like has the basis off of a ton of history for pieces that have had stints in and out of this partisan lineup, it's gonna be interesting to see how exactly they carry it forward, the Serbian squad, Vincent, because ever since we made the flip over to the VRS, right, these are guys that we have had our eyes on ever since Series 17. They came second against 500, right, boosted the hell out of their ranking, and as of recently have really been on a bumpy stretch. So into this Swiss, it's time for Partisan to turn it around and on their pick of Dust 2.
Yeah, it's a good pick. I think the Partisan getting the maximum out of their like pick of the litter for this one. They've got so many reps on Dust 2 and Copenhagen Wolves. Whilst they boast a pretty broad map pool, I wouldn't say it's a strong map pool. You know what I mean? Like the thing about them being able to play a bunch of maps, it's relevant, but not as good when you're not able to take wins as consistently across that breadth of maps. And it's a little bit of a tough draw, I think, for Copenhagen Wolves in that fashion at the outset. Now you get deeper into this veto and it turns around. Copenhagen Wolves going to be very happy with the fact that they get the opportunity to go into a Mirage. They able to look very good on this map yesterday. This is a map that I think Tapeware in particular is really good on as a caller. Has had so many times where I feel like I think his strengths as a caller on this map are twofold. Number one, he's great at manipulating the defense. And number two, he's also very good at allowing his team to efficiently win advantage situations. And that's usually by just being willing to call a pause. And a young team like this kind of sometimes it finds it tough to play a little bit more passive in those advantage situations, wait for the group up and then actually hit. Ancient, also a good map for Copenhagen Wolves, but Partisan are going to be feeling the same way. So I think that this is a tough start. Partisan should be set to get off to the races early, Marky, but once we get past that, it's anyone's game.
And that's the kind of series I like to hop immediately into with the Switch stage, Vinny. You know me. I will reiterate exactly where you did just highlight that series yesterday, just around the corner, was their only one, and it was against Monty, excuse me. It was the only two maps that Depression has played with this 5 on HLTV, right? So new and wet into the roster, ready to get his feet up and going. Copenhagen Wolves, they take a rip onto this defense to start us off today.
Yeah, and for the Partisan side, listen, their win rate might not be showing all that much, but they have a lot of games played recently on this map. And
nice score lines.
Yeah, that too. Some of those a little bit more one-sided, thinking specifically about that Ruby game, but, all of those games against pretty tough opposition, maybe sans zero tenacity. So we'll see what they have to look out for in this one. Already going to get caught, a little bit of damage. This is a bait setup. That pair of dualies, that's perfect, that flash, but Chiquinho is going to take names on the pistol. He's got Tapeware in support, and that nade will dunk down a third. So Copenhagen Wolves, a little bit of a miscue with the flashbang play. So Mathios gets leveled, but then they recover.
Preston trying to fight this back from top mid. Can definitely rule this up as a username of all time. Kindo around the corner is going to be swiftly trading out Jacquinho finally. from his dominance on Cat. Just the IGL right around the corner, and the young man's head is popped. So now we are going to actually see this round into trouble for the Wolves right now. And the pack separated away from this A site, trying to deal right back up short. Depression that will just have to invite them right in as the Cat corner does come to be reinforced. They're both here, Vincent, and right to just duck between. They go and just pressure it on. They haven't even made contact yet. Now you get it down. Kindo from the corner has Beleni, and then Quez right upon it. Matter of time, and it's just shaking down. Partisan, they look good, clutching back at a 2v4 in their first pistol round.
Yeah, that's nice work. I think that, you know, Depression doesn't ever need to swing there in the same way that he wasn't, just sitting, waiting for the contact to be taken. And then once there's no contact, no info for so long, he just peeks out, finds information, and lets his teammate play a good game from the corner. Nicely played for Partisan, considering they started off that round in a deep rut. I think Copenhagen Wolves put themselves in position to win, but then allowed themselves to be separated into some 1v1 duels that aren't so favorable for them. Something I noticed for the Wolves, whenever there's a pretty split situation here in Europe. I feel like a lot of NA teams recently have only been saving, you know, not a lot of force buying, funny enough, but I think it's like a very split situation for Europe. You either force every time or you save every time, with maybe some exceptions on the T side based on the plant. But Copenhagen Wolves tend to go for more of the save angle, try to get these guns out early.
The rub does come back from Cat. Mac 10 to get the contact. Here goes Dragon pulling the rug. How many can he get? Only 2 for the Eco Farm. Good crop in season. You even get this tap in from up top. Beleni can't get away with the AK. I mean, you're right, Vincent. Things are pretty dang expensive nowadays. Copenhagen Wolves want to make sure that their first buy is going to be bulletproof.
This is why you're a fan of Tape War. I figured it out now.
Look at this guy. Get a couple brownie points for that. Oh, let's see here. Too bad.
Yeah, Depression doesn't want any part of that silly gun. No interest whatsoever. Drops it on the floor, but
you want me to like gas you up and be like Depression should be the main player. I don't know. I was listening to Hayes right before this, and I know there's some speculation around where we were exactly placing Depression at, but he's actually returning from a little bit of time, Vinny. Beleni tagged through the door.
A little bit of time away from the game. I don't know a lot about him.
Yeah, last with ESC in November 2024, the Croatian player. Only 22, man. I used to know that scene. Turned 23 yesterday, dude. He's a young man. Give him some slack.
Little creep through mid doors here for Partisan. They don't meet any resistance in that area. Eno taking a little bit of damage, but it's Bielany to first make contact. He's got a lot of health to work with. Quez breaking off a victory. That's through the smoke upper B. That's a little bit frustrating because Partisan, they were in a position where they might be able to like take the fast play towards mid to B and get something going, but with the loss upper tons, that begs the question, where do they go? 56 seconds remain.
One contact right back on the way through, and it's a big one. Jack Eno runs away from Cat, practically mask off at this point. The robbery's coming towards the middle and actually smoked out on this side of the desk. See if Tapeware actually so very close to Collins in this 4v5 rather, excuse me. It's just getting clipped apart. There's another branch down about it. I mean, the bomb in upper right here, and with 20 seconds left, little movement by Partisan. It should be the first round on the board for the Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, they just could end up timing themselves out of this thing. That's unfortunate for Partisan.
I mean,
like
look,
go ahead.
Like, I don't mean to, I know we were seeing like some nice plays, especially, I mean, we're literally only 3 rounds deep. I liked where, oh no.
That's okay. That makes a little more sense.
It's tragic. It's tragic, but I'm not sure we can do nothing about that. That kind of death, pretty meaningless in the overall consumption. But obviously, we're literally missing your caller here. It's well enough to call out those same strats. It's not like the playbook disappeared or anything. You forgot all the protocols that you had for this roster. But I don't know if we are fully certain where exactly Dragon did drop out of that round, but regardless, they had timed themselves out of it before that shindig did go down.
I mean, I think when you're talking about like losing your caller, I think the fashion in which things happen here feels more along the lines of, like I was maybe drawing up there on the desk, that there was most likely maybe a little bit of a separation in how to approach things on the game side.
What if we had a whiteboard for you to really draw that up on?
What if we did?
Have you ever seen the High Anubis ESL Impact segment? Shout out to him.
I have.
Got like a whiteboard back there.
Maybe that's the newest tech that we can get here in CCT soon.
The newest tech, whiteboards.
Yeah.
When we live in a world where you can draw on the minimap.
Yes. Sometimes high tech is really just old tech.
There you go.
Absolutely. These things are cyclical.
I see, obviously me and you are digital notes guys. I always see Dwag like print his notes whenever he like tweets them out. He's like, I got all my prep done. It's like all spread out on his desk. I'm like, I respect that.
That is super respectable. The hard part about that is
it reminds me of like a real sports broadcaster.
I can't I feel like I would be looking down at him, and that's like bad. I don't want to be looking down. I want to be looking.
You gotta look up while you can't be looking down in your public speech, man.
Exactly.
You ever give any public speeches, Vinny?
Public speeches?
Yeah, I mean, you could get up in front of like the class, I'm sure. I mean, you better have been able to. Now you're talking in front of a bunch of people.
Well, what's funny about that? I was actually really bad at doing that.
Oh, there you go.
I was also always super shy about doing that. Yeah. So I gave pretty bad, especially in high school, I gave very bad presentations. But that turned around a little bit in college. I got a little more confident and a little more impassioned.
There you go.
So, also was able to talk about things I cared about. That probably had something to do with it.
Yes, true.
So that helps a lot, but I don't know that I've ever given like a speech.
I don't think so either. I'm like, we have homeboy back in the server. Dragon, welcome back through the yapping session. I have one older sibling. He better let me yap at the wedding. That's what I'm preparing for.
That's a good point. It would be tragic if you don't get the yap at the wedding.
I know. I'll clip this and send it to him. Come on, JP.
Let Mark yap a little bit. He's so good at it.
I'm warmed up.
You're right.
Potentially, I don't know exactly where I would point to Dragon's PC potentially not being warmed up to cause him DCing, but I'm no computer surgeon. I did take apart a couple computers in my day. I put in like a new SSD last year, and it was like open heart surgery.
I've built a couple. I was gonna say that Dwag would I guess be very proud of me. I was like looking through my clothes from an event that I was at recently, and I found a written note in my jacket pocket.
Yeah.
From on the desk. I had written down some notes.
There you go. I have like a bunch of little post-its here. If I gotta like write something down and jot it.
Shout out the high school team that was like all named as pieces of a hamburger or like buns.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was like sports, everybody.
I was a high school.
Man, CCT just got a taste of that. I'm sad I didn't get to get in for some plans.
True. I almost had a chance.
Rip Fisher College, man. Rip Fisher College.
I guess they should have gotten good, and then I could have called their game.
Dang.
Yeah, that's kind of mean. They were playing with like a stand-in and corn on 100 ping, so
yeah.
Didn't have prep out.
Well, I guess VRS, huh?
Yeah. I think they're not quite positioned, VRS that is, to like handle a situation like that yet.
Right.
is unfortunate, but
Quantum computing, we could probably remove ping from gaming, I'm guessing. Just have LAN all the time.
I don't know that that's how quantum computing works, to be honest, but sure. That sounds good. I like it.
We're back.
We are back. Ready to roll. This has been the Vinny Mark podcast. I hope you've had a fun time. We're going to get back to the regularly scheduled programming, though. Now, Partizan up by just 1. Copenhagen Wolves able to break off their first gun round victory. Unfortunately, there's some question marks around that as Partizan lost Dragon in the mix, so felt like they didn't get a real chance to complete their game plan. Maybe they can change that now.
Quickly shifting into the short play, and it's just immediately going to be ran up a cat. They make contact with Jacquinho, but it's really hard to argue with the incendiary. That has a nade that's right behind it, and that's actually quite a nice pull onto depression. He's down to 52 right now. Matthews on this corner would be really troublesome to actually maneuver around a slippery slope upon judgments like that. But, I mean, like we said, they were shifting so quickly into a play up cat. 2 smokes and then a Molotov. You are thrown right out. How does Partizan quickly adjust now? Just time themselves out of the previous round. The way is to go and try and reach this thing right back around long. Try and see if you can get this back down while you cause distraction in the middle. Here goes Collins to go ahead and fish, and does find himself on the other end of the hook. This is a little bit scary for Partizan right now. They got to get going once again.
I mean, in the same spot, basically, they kind of test the waters of cat, test the waters in mid to B. They're going to end up out long into Quez's crosshairs. Great fight, great win. Now Jacquinho's really alone in this endeavor. He and Matthews both go down, and so now there's almost no question that Copenhagen Wolves are set to save. Sort of got to go away from this. Tapeware's actually found a crazy timing. Cannot believe that he's not spotted there. The first of the second try. Escape made, but not for long. Gonna be potentially tough time to hold on to these guns. Actually, they've given it up. Partizan gonna be mostly okay with letting them have these. I think Vladin's the only one who's even gonna look in that direction, and he stalls out. So safe on the save, Copenhagen Wolves. But fast decision. Partizan losing out to time in the last round. Part of that to Dragon's DC. But when they meet resistance at both mid to B and at cat, they have a fast response to get out long, and Quez just cannot hold. Doesn't even get his one. Jacquinho's the only other guy who could really have impact on that round, and he's at a big disadvantage from that range against multiple opponents.
I'm still really concerned as to where you go ahead and turn the page in these mid-round calls, when clearly they were getting better in a sense, but it's still very hairy. I think the call to directly go back long is almost a inevitable one. You kind of are cut off from where Copenhagen Wolves are honestly playing a pretty decent CT side back to this. Getting right back to that like long position where Quez had that contact. I mean, unfortunately nothing there where you had some of those lineups. It was a tough first gunfight, but I mean, Partizan with even the low time square up properly and end up boxing out in the ring.
See another rebuy here for the Wolves.
Nicely done.
Good utility. Gonna isolate Collins. Dragon still able to get the refrag somehow through the smoke, so they come off not really worse for wear. A little bit of a tragedy for Copenhagen Wolves, considering they had set that up so strongly. Fast regroup. Back over here to the B site. Seems like they should just be ready to go on this next contact, but Quez jiggling with the smoke. Could be putting a blocker down soon.
That smoke out pretty quickly. I like the way that they approach this. they're going to be ending up finding 2 Copenhagen Wolves. Backs turn, and they're just right around the corner. Either way, not going to be surviving for Vlad, and he takes a couple of shots on the way down, but regardless, it's going to be Quez just knocked out of this site, and with that Molotov, it's going to be pretty hard to even get a position to spam back. So Copenhagen Wolves may be well enforced again to save. It's pretty clear in that direction now. They're headed out of there.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I feel like outside of the round that they get timed out, which I think more to do with Dragon's DC than anything based on what we've seen ever since then, mid-rounding's been really good for Partizan. You know, I think they end up targeting towards long, even though it's pretty heavily fortified. It's so late in the round that there's not a lot of good utility, and so they are careful about clearing all the angles. This next round, they go 1 for 1 at long, and then immediately regroup for the B hit. That smoke speeds them up rather than slowing them down, and that's a good indication as well when that smoke comes out. At least we've seen that Copenhagen Wolves, when they get a smoke up, they do like to fight more aggressively towards mid. So it's not a bad idea, and it's a perfect call for Partizan to get 4 on the board.
Did you say that Copenhagen Wolves are being bested by CCT players, as when Prime Taps would say at IEM Dallas yesterday? You see that clip?
No, I didn't.
He said, "You're getting outplayed by a CCT player." I saw it was quote tweeted by the CCT account, one of our fellow graduates we know and very much love. Obviously, friend of the show, Mr. JRT, was on broadcasting of that. Shout out to him. Killing it.
Not exactly
this long play.
Complex. This long
take. Oh my gosh.
Mathios. Unfortunately, I do feel like there was no exit strategy for Mathios there.
Yeah.
And I think that sets Copenhagen Wolves into basically the same spot that they've been in for 3 rounds. You know, a little bit of resistance posted on the site proper, but never enough to warrant a retake. Same situation here. But yeah, a little bit more committed than I think I would like to see from Mathios, considering.
This Dust 2 is looking pretty good, Vincent. In that Monty series that I was briefly referring to earlier, it was that same pick, obviously, first series for Depression. Partizan ended up falling to Monty, but on that Dust 2, put at bay. Pretty nice 13-10.
I think that they've kind of already proven this over the first 6 rounds of this game. Good news for Copenhagen Wolves is that they continue to get these saves, which means they continue to be able to buy. Unfortunately, I think that's a win in my book and in their books. But if it doesn't end up netting more round victories, I guess the number of purchases is less relevant. Actually, they're going to play this careful. They don't full invest behind it. They want all the bells and whistles.
For those smokes to drop, giving an investigation thought out to lower. Maybe had an inkling of an attack like this, because right place, right time, these B rotations are going to have to be exactly that. Quez with a double right here from Carr is not even seen to the door, being ripped off of this thing, and the entire Partizan push has just been debriefed off of this. Finding a rifle to the back lines. Mathios has not done exactly that yet, but caught up with Depression, and now he's right around the corner. Finally, that Eagle does find the chin, and there's Tapeware long range, been saving that rifle for a couple rounds in a row now, Vincent, for a time exactly like that.
You know, I think it's a little bit unfortunate for Partizan, because I'm pretty sure they're expecting a full buy there. You know, they're expecting Taper and Quez to drop over a rifle apiece, and there'd be 4 guns. Because that's not the case. Copenhagen Wolves go for a little bit more of like an eco type of play, where they're stacked up towards B, where they have a bit more of a surprise factor in that location, and I think that really hurts Partizan, who are super committed to that B hit from the rip. I think that calls a lot better if they are up against an eco, or rather a full buy, excuse me. Partizan wastes no time getting back into the usual
going to be recovered in that B side. It'll stay down. That'll be a nice ingredient for them to have up. But goodness gracious. I mean, it may be the only audience they're going to be seeing into is this one player on the B site. Meanwhile, on that track down, Ace still online. Got to be aware of that push. Got to be aware of these extremities. They punish on the way down. Meanwhile, Colin sneaks out of these middle doors. He gets tagged down to 18, and now Quez is going to have to go mobile, potentially through the window on this AWP. But the important thing is keeping his life up. Got a double contact into this Opper, and Quez actually finds that onto depression. Got to do a little bit more. So it seems, and Flatten, he is going to relieve you of your duties on that. He's got a 3K upon it, and now the youngest member of the Copenhagen Wolves is going to try and make a play, but he is dethroned. A 4K for Bladden. Turns out he's still making him bleed.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of how Bladden plays that too. Really not overzealous, takes his time about his approach and doesn't ever overstep, kind of understands the positioning of all his opposition and then puts himself in the right place to counteract it. Recovers the round from what was at one point theirs. Bladden gets the opening duel onto the AWP of Jaquinho. It seems like that's everything set correctly, but then Partizan, they lose out. It's 2 duels, one for Matthews, I think that was Catwalk, and then another elsewhere that really allow for Copenhagen Wolves to get back into that round. It's pulled back over the line by Vladden in the end, providing the defense as he just found the right timings on to be. Copenhagen Wolves, a big fan of investing these timeouts early and often, right? And I think that's something that they're a little bit too reliant on. It's crazy calm for me. I feel like this is like a point I've never made in my whole life. But Copenhagen Wolves really reliant sometimes on these timeouts. And it's not to say that they're ineffective. I think they are effective, but that's the problem. They lean on them very much in their first half, and then sometimes they don't have them. And I think that goes to the issues they have closing games that I saw yesterday. You toss all 3 timeouts into the first half of play and then have nothing left for the rest of the game.
A former Copenhagen Flames assistant Kyote behind them up in that coach spot. And we just take a little bit of a brief break on the desk before we, chop back into round 9, Vinny. But where this does go down is into a interesting spiel.
Yeah, it does. I think that, sort of prepped for a little bit more of a long hit, or a B hit, excuse me, there, Partizan. But obviously, we don't get the final look at what went down. I'm still a fan of the way
what
Partizan
do you think happened?
I'm not gonna
prediction.
Not even gonna go. They got B site and they're saving. Yeah, this has just been an unfortunate factor all throughout the half, though, for Copenhagen Wolves. They just continue to have to save every time. Not that like that's their fault, but it is a problem. Like they're playing the hand that they're dealt, if you will. Sometimes you're given 7 deuce, and I don't think that's the right hand, but listen, you got to play some pots to get in the mix.
There you go. Time for another timeout, potentially. Maybe not at the moment. Copenhagen Wolves, I think at this point, know exactly what they got to deal with. Maybe a little bit laxing getting right back through, but obviously this is Partizan's map pick, and at 7-2, picking into this dust, rather continuing to pick into this dust. I guess it works out that if they got to play a little bit more Puggy Vincent, if they got to, make leadership, it's, go ahead and ball, do what you can do. And we're back and lead them back. It's Tapeware to find this opening kill for the Copenhagen Wolves. Jaquinho to pepper that, in the other direction. And Matthews in an investigation himself. How many times do you see it go like this? Not like this. It is a massacre up towards long doors. And Matthews, the young gun, even gets his hands on the AWP. I don't know quite what the hell that I'm watching. Matthews, still with the scythe in hand, just reigns right around and may be back towards his IGL to finish it where he started it. Tapeware even control these long doors and just right around the corner from finishing his investigation.
Smoke's gonna give over a little bit of information, I think.
Oh no.
Nades on target, but it's not gonna be enough to do full damage. That Molly, though, gonna force him back, not out. The Tapeware gives it over to his younger Croatian counterpart. Let's see what Dragon can do. Big win for Dragon. That's the up down, but Tapeware hits the shot when it matters. And the Copenhagen Wolves get back on the board.
Whatever magic is coming to the Copenhagen Wolves, taking fights out of those long doors. Excuse me, it better come somewhere else, right? Like, I don't even know what that is from Matthews, jumping around, taking that contact, and really avoiding the ace clutch, I guess, by Dragon in the end. That was pretty scary on that way back down.
Go back into another fight on both sides. This is actually a little bit of a scary round for Partizan because they're one round away from being broken economically. Well, that's not the time you want the jump away, Chiquinho, but he still gets it gone. One frag, no response there for Copenhagen Wolves. Nicely done. They'll be happy with the outcome of that opening gambit.
You've seen this one before. Partizan going to be sent back and forth between the short and middle plays. Indecisiveness on these middle calls, waiting for something to show its hand through lower. How long do you play this game? It's a different kind of mess. Back when that clock is going to be standing it all the way to the floor. We've seen that a couple of times already. Partizan, they look ready to go at 50, though.
This is the first cat take we were going to see. They've never actually taken cat.
Not
and
like
then
this.
attacked from it.
Not fully. Jaquinho, big first kill. That's on the Collins. And Mattheo's still very patient. I love how he is waiting for this lurk. It better pay off. Bomb's gotten all the way up to the double doors. And Vladin still just quietly investigating himself. When that plant goes down, it's going to be awfully hard to ignore this site. And Vladin may just come in to be Ruiner right as it's just drawn up. And now it's going to have to be Vladin. Needs another huge play in this game. Had the 4K just 4 rounds ago. And now with this smoke on the bomb, Vladin going to have to go mobile. Going to need to try and find Quez on the bomb. Got to go up top to get it and can't find it. Vladin, with all the kills at the end of the day, is not going to be significant. Separates the pack, but can't pull the round the way to Partizan.
You say it's not significant. I would disagree. Very significant for the investments of Copenhagen Wolves. They win the round, and that's huge because they got to recover this half. That's the key. The number count at the top of the board, that is what means the most. But it also means that they are so limited in comparison to what they would have been if they had kept a couple of those weapons. Look at the utility belts. It is clean as a whistle. They've got 4 smokes, 1 molly, and 1 flash. That's it. This is brutal when it comes to what they've got left. Now, it's not great for Partizan either, but their bomb plant gives them far more than they would have liked or would have had otherwise. So as much as Partizan hate to lose that round, they lose it in the best possible fashion.
Keep rocking with these opening kills because they have been rocking with us. Yeah, I can throw it back in your face as soon as you get to the front end of this half. Round 12, it is a 4-4 start straight out of the block. And in this 15 seconds, it's not separated Partizan from lying on their game plan, which is just attempt this into the double doors. Vladin finds a great kill up top. He might have to find 2, and he does. That's the entire B site cleaned out. That could likely be the finisher.
Yeah, I mean, Chiquinho's going to get into place. This might be enough to help them out, but that lurk smoke going to make life even more difficult for him. Reads Vladin, though. Perfectly played. And now in towards mid. It's the final rifler in Matthews, but they're going to react correctly. Partizan just speed up back to A. There's a real conversation to be had right now. Could maybe take this back. It's Matthews sent in with a flashbang. Fantastic. Fully blinded. It's Kendo. Out on the mix, though, and from Gandalf, it's Dragon, who's unexpected. Naded to that smoke, and Dragon will put it to bed. Partizan taking an 8th round. It's 8-4 at the half. A good first there from Partizan's T side.
Yeah, missing their caller, but not missing all of the power that this Partisan project has been known to have. Ladin and Dragon with great games here, putting it down consistently for it. And I really want to sing the praises over of this, Copenhagen Wolves side as well. I think that you saw really good scenes out of, how you were going in with the three main, I think, faces of where you were having this half. Tapeware, Matthews, and Jacquinho showed into a pretty nice sell. But again, I feel like there are maybe issues of seeing into the unconfidence, stopping into those timeouts, coming in, on the wrong side of those. Now you have a moment to take a deep breath, Vincent. If they can't turn around over the half, then we may have a quick dust 2 in our hands.
I really think Partisan do a good job of really never targeting that A site. Jacquinho is a really big threat for this Copenhagen Wolves team, and the fact that
he's fighting it through other scenes,
Well, he's never been able to really be involved because of how often Partisan are never going A. I mean, they just hit B, hit B, hit B. And, it's more complicated than that. It's a slow default. They get cat control. So they're feigning presence there all the time. But Copenhagen Wolves, I don't think it's used some of their best pieces, because of that. Especially when Matthews is the, rotator. Gonna get up in the mix. Partisan, they wanted to take an aggro fight. They don't see anything initially, and so they fall off of that. Probably for the best, considering that's the time that Copenhagen Wolves flood onto the scene through smoke. Nobody sees anything, but still, 2 players hit the deck.
Blenny sneaking on through on the reload. Dragon has that rotating on down, but a sentry so far, and I think he's looking to just hold that line. 14 frags. He may get his hands on 15 here. We'll get his eyes on 15 in a moment, as he does get one look into the sneaking Xbox player. There's that bomb spotted up top. This is in the hands of Tapeware. And again, showing to this cat side in these pistols. Got to send it up and see if they can finish it. They are on this sneak. Both these players on the ramp, Vincent. This is going to be so hard to fight. Got to be able to dodge the flash, and they just send it up. If you make this close and personal, this is going to get better for the Glocks. We know that for sure. Oh, but they just take so much damage on the way. Now it's Tapeware that's going to have to find his way in a clutch. Good for 2 kills off of the rip, but then Vlad just puts you in the dirt. A 3K for Dragon. What a start to the second half by Partisan.
Yeah, I mean, it's that duo of Dragon and Vlad, and it's been deadly all game long, but it's unfortunate the Copenhagen Wolves not able to do more damage or even just get a kill there trying to cross forward. When Partisan are surviving, able to take a step back, take the next angle where they're fighting, slightly different off angle, that's a recipe for devastation if you're the T side. You just can't afford to do that too many times. Glocks going to be working this round for the Wolves. Only be the one for the first MP9. Depression gets only the single as well. I said it was just Glocks. There is one difference, and that's Matthews' Deagle. So he's picked up the big couple of kills. Everybody low by this point, though.
That's what Matthews was up to in the first half, and I guess this is what's going to be shutting down his highlight round is the long crawl. But just for the moment, 3 on that Deagle. I mean, you'll get a very nice spell of damage and at least couple tips of the hat here in the casting booth, but regardless, that's not going to stop Partisan from popping up to double digits.
Forces a lot of rebuys, though. And sure, you're only rebuying from MP9s for the most part on those individuals, but it helps to keep the econ a little bit more reasonable. Copenhagen Wolves have a tendency to win this first gun round after losing the pistol, so set them up for some longer-term success. That's a really ambitious fight.
Copenhagen Wolves want to stand on 2 feet, Vincent. Looks like they have a nice default that they're going to be working first time around here.
I thought Wolves had 4 legs.
Yeah. Yeah. They got 4 limbs.
Okay.
They all walk. Probably the smartest thing I've said on the broadcast today. I'm not going to lie.
A slow go here for Copenhagen Wolves. They're patiently waiting for Partisan to take the first step. The Partisan have kind of already done that with their long control. I don't think they need to be too worried about anything else, at least not right now. Slow burn, though. They'll get catwalk. The Wolves are creeping their way up. I think the Partisan pretty prepared for this if this cat play ends up happening. They could still reroute, though. Copenhagen Wolves not locked in, but they got to start moving now.
Very well-timed incendiary. They'll have one more in the hands of Collins right here. These smokes going to make it a lot more difficult to actually get these down, however. Right here with 25, anything to add stress is going to be just so good to throw back at the way on this defense. Here, they're going to try and put the trap down. They're literally just so stuck in that smoke up of Cat. Copenhagen Wolves have got to be in panic mode right now. A headshot at Jacquinho and Beleni are going to be working on. Collins here with this bomb plant going down at the very last minute is finally caught up to by Matthews. There's the revenge. His T-side long crawl comes at the perfect moment. And I think Partisan have no choice but to see out of this round.
Yeah, they get a little taste of their own medicine. They've been doing that at Copenhagen Wolves all map. And it's not pretty there for Quez. Ends up going down to the MP9. At MP9, unlikely to find anything better to pick up, but they've got a kit, they've got Kevlar, and the rest of the Wolves will walk away as a unit. They don't want any of the smoke. Talk about cutting it close to the end, though, man. 7 seconds, 5 seconds before they start getting that bomb down. Any disruption would have been a lost round for the Copenhagen Wolves, but they get there in the end. Critical gunfight wins. They flood the site. And Partisan, for as late as it was into that round, seemed a little bit too flustered at how many fights were being forced. Feel like they should have been anticipating that, they would have been fighting considering the time, but regardless.
It's a clock that has been the bane of this dust too so far. We can pull that out of the first 15 here. A new clock in 16. See if Copenhagen Wolves are able to respect it, man. This FlyQuest smoke, Vincent, has just absolutely opened up the CT playbook, man. You're able to deny so much back on this long control with just one smoke.
Pretty deadly. It's crazy that it just reaches the entirety of the long corridor.
Another one of those down.
Yeah, take a peek, and now the op, or in this case the scout, can look behind it, funnel the T's into a bit of a kill trap. There's no other map control right now for Copenhagen Wolves. They have to commit long. 5
This
players
is so scary.
on both sides ready to roll.
2 kills come all the way through. That scout does land its next press, but under pressure itself, and depression hits a huge headshot. They have no idea about the dragon, but they can be expected to feel the heat right around this double box. Lets the first out of the A1S, but now can't find the young gun. Matthews tips right back up, and it is a beam onto Dragon. Won't see into that clutch this time by Dragon. We've had enough of those. Turn of the tide potentially to the pack right now. That's 2 in a row for the Wolves.
Nicely played. I mean, it's scary when, as I was highlighting, there was 10 players there ready to fight at long. All 5 Ts, all 5 CTs. And it was just a matter, more than anything, I think, of Copenhagen Wolves, actually having better utility and better weaponry. But, if there was an op behind that, if Partisan had more to work with, I think we're talking a very different game. Very different round at the very least. The Wolves, for now, taking the first couple of steps in the comeback story. They, on this side of this, they're very familiar with having a lead. Saw that yesterday in their play-in decider match. Not so much having to be the comeback themselves. Low crawl up long, no contact. Pretty much lead to an uncontested bomb plant.
Jacquinho under the dime right now. How many can he actually drag right out? It was 2 on the previous affair that we had down on the Eco Hunts by Partisan's Dragon, I think, tested with the 5 running down at his face. Seems to be the bar set right there.
Clean and simple. Gonna shepherd this AK off, be saved. Everybody else open for exits. I don't know that Partisan are going to be gifted with those opportunities. It seems kind of like Matthews wants to. Maybe not the move, and it'll be called back. A clean 7, but one that Partisan walk away with a grin on their face with a AK in their pocket. So I guess it'd be kind of tough to fit an AK in your pocket. Slung across your back.
Not if you're Spider Pig from Into the Spider-Verse. He's got that hammer space. What was his name? Peter Porker? Yeah. That's him.
I knew it was pork something. I just couldn't get there.
Yeah, Spider Pig from another legend. American pop culture, quite a beauty.
Maybe he's got that space. Didn't seem to have a problem bringing that over, Dragon.
Your dragon does whatever dragon does.
Fly, breathe fire. Something such like that.
Sorry, that was meant to be a parody of the Simpsons tune. Couldn't quite fund it.
It's a little bit aggro here on Catwalk for Partisan. Collins and Impression over there. Ready to take a fight, it seems. This is going to test the cat take of Copenhagen Wolves, and right now it's a test that they've passed with flying colors. All 3 of those defenders pushed back.
It really seems like they have been able to test every time to the resistance of Partisan putting it back towards long. Big block smoke there by Collins. And they're going to know it too. So no fooling anybody here in middle. This A site about to be hit up, but not exactly where they expect it to go. It's Dragon right behind it in a flash that is going to be going down, and he finds Tapeware before, so it's all just going to be onto the site to stand up and just deal with short before it long becomes a huge problem right now. Collins stands for that first kill, but Quez is right around it, and he actually finds them off guard. Just decapitates 2 off of the short crawl, and now this round is really online. It is being lined by the 2 newest members of the pack, but here comes Vladin galloping back up for another clutch in a 1v1. Matthews just boosted Dragon. Can he best Vladin now? Right around, dipping in between, seen on this site, and Matthews wants to stay clean. The young Croatian. How does he come up with another one? It's by taking the fight to his damn self. Another triple out here, and another clutch for the Copenhagen Wolves.
That's beautiful. That's massive. Copenhagen Wolves, lovely that they're able to win that round. When things go wrong, when there's a blocker smoke at 25 seconds on Catwalk, and you got one guy, Quez, looking to come through that smoke, a little bit of a miscommunication by Partisan. Felt like the rifle was meant to be watching that smoke. Meantime, I think is trying to set up a flashbang, some sort of utility for the guy inside the cross smoke as well. And Quez is laser focused in on that little mistake. And it's, again, a situation. Copenhagen Wolves, another thing I've noticed about them is that they love to take these timeouts, right? They also take them after round wins like that. Close victories. It's, again, feels like Tapeware really takes the reins. I'm making that assumption because of how consistently they've been called, that it's more on the in-game leader than it is on the coach taking these calls, regardless of who it is. Copenhagen Wolves are out of their timeouts, and they've got still plenty of time to play. Still have a comeback to complete, though they've made a very good start.
As I was mentioning to you, I was even messaging you while the game was going on. It was a crazy little game that Copenhagen Wolves actually qualified out of the closed stage for. But I'll get back to this because we're about to get into a very big altercation in middle where Blenny is going to be sent right back down, and the MP9 to actually do the big business. Just one and then done. You start in a 4v4. But, I mean, it's very intriguing to see a guy like Matthews come in off of, one project. He was on a European team called LFO, right? Like, it was the third deemed by HLTV now because we're keeping track. But I mean, he looks so damn good, Vincent.
Yeah, he really does. I feel like we've seen some super incredible highlights from him. I think, for a guy that doesn't have a ton of experience, I don't expect to see that consistency yet, but I was talking to, one of our other caster buddies, Tony, in DMs. I was just saying, like, I see the
Friend of the show.
I see the vision, right? Like, I see the peaks that this guy can already put together and how beautiful they look. Well, we see another one there in the clutch, masterfully handled. They're just 22 years old, I believe. Partisan. This round, less of a problem, you would think, for Copenhagen Wolves. They still run the clock down. 30 seconds. So one rifle in Kindo, insta trade, nicely done. And that's another strength for the Wolves. Their trading is actually very efficient.
Russian takes a 1v1 fight. Oh, but his 5-7 is already being dwindled down. Copenhagen Wolves that pull us within 1 here. And for those of you that have not been keeping track, this has been quite a darting comeback within this dust. Vincent, I thought we were going to see a one-sided affair here to kick this door down.
Yeah, I kind of felt like it. At one point, it was 10 rounds to 4. Now we're looking at 10 to 9. One more gun round coming here for Partizan to try and correct the record. Jaquinho had a bit of a slower game, to be honest. He really played well in their decider matchup for the play-in. I mentioned, though, that they routed around him a lot, didn't give him a lot of chances to have impact. Here was one that he doesn't pull the trigger on. Vladin's going to eat the nade as he tosses one in return that does no damage. Well, that's going to give them some information. That's 3 nades just invested over here at B.
Seen on the crawl, I mean, it was Jaquinho on the cross, excuse me. You saw a couple of bodies, obviously tried to mask what they were up to. Dragon 1v1 fight, sees the hip going right back in, and Quez is ready for these fights to be tempted and taken here right at Upper Tons. He knows them so himself. The anchor did so much great work on long and in those B halls to set this up. Invited back in to this A site, and it's Depression that's fade away with the op now, but it's right where it needs to be. Fire on his head, and he is just flamed, just trying to fade away. The Copenhagen Wolves, they are hot to trot now, trying to just get back into this bomb site. Matthews hits one of the most important shots of the round, and I think that's going to be the one that locks it all the way up. And Vladin is going to be keeping it online, finally gets the trade from Upper Tons. The bomb is just going to go down. This thing is very possible.
In some trouble, though. That cross back over to the main sight box. It's going to be important for Matthews. Taper are going to get tagged up. They're searching now, and Matthews has got 9 HP, but an instant headshot. Matthews for 2! Matthews with another clutch, a 1v1 previous and a 1v2 now to keep Copenhagen Wolves alive and kicking in this dust, too.
I feel like we were just speaking his name. The impressive work out of a man that we have not seen a whole lot of in this server, just 22 years of age. It's looking damn bold today, 21 and 10, standing alongside of guys like Jaquinho, who, I mean, even are pretty young at 26, have seen a lot of jerseys. Started off as a rifler in that sense, can obviously tip the hat to old Matthews. The young Croatian is bringing them right through this game.
That's the kind of interesting thing about this Copenhagen Wolves roster, because you were kind of speaking about faces gone by, a Copenhagen Wolves previous that was, more of a young talent form type of team, right?
Yeah.
And I think that I was right there with you. A little disappointed to see some of the promising names leave this team, but they have rebuilt in such a way that that's no longer the DNA of this project. This is now a team with a ton of experience with Quez, with Jaquinho. Bielini even is relatively experienced. Matthews, the only real rookie in this team, is that's a double to get themselves in. A little easier now that they lined up, but you'll take those. A very different perspective that I think this new Copenhagen Wolves is kind of bringing to the table. I say new, it's not brand new or anything. They've been together for a few months at this point, but still, it's very interesting how at first I was not that excited because we moved from that young core to, one that is a little bit more of like these individuals that have been around the block. Well, I still find excitement because they've still been able to find ways to compete.
No, I really agree with you. And honestly, a lot of the frustration and my sentiment of this Copenhagen Wolves lineup is it's exactly what we were talking about in the green room as Colin checks back in. Seems like Depression is going to be holding on to this MP9 as long and as securely as he can. I mean, really where, it's Tapeware seeing into this roster as, the consistent piece and the most important of it, right? You found a young IGL that you're actually going to potentially be able to hold on to, right? It's no longer the old guys club of Emmy that you're just looking to pull up old talent for that IGL spot, right? Set a young foundation down here, right? If Matthews is a longer term option, which, man, I sure as hell hope he is, I mean, set that right here and where you can get comfortable. Jack Eno, I think, is pretty promising as well. Obviously, we've seen him around in the scene for some time, Vincent, but I know Copenhagen Wolves fans were, they loved Shane. They absolutely loved Shane. They were very excited about Era as well, and obviously Fesser was a classic name on this project.
But with those old faces gone, a new face is taking the stage. It's a comeback made. Copenhagen Wolves have the lead as Partizan. They don't have time to wax lyrical about old, new, or what had or could have been. They have to worry about now. Their map pick about to fall flat if they're not careful. Very much a passive hold right now for Partizan. We crossed the 1 minute mark and they don't have much of any map control. A little bit more aggressive. Vladin has just gotten a lot of information over a B as he drops a smoke, but generally speaking, Copenhagen Wolves have their pick of the litter for this late round attack.
And Depression toting this AWP here to just bend around the corner, have Jacquinho Tapeware with a very impressive frag right back down, but now you're going to see Matthews needing to snap back into long form where you had him. Now he's found the former holder of this offer. Kindo has gone down. Vladin caught up to. Here goes a little bit of dodgeball back on Cat, and he's right on the line where he needs to stand. Here goes Collins. He can just hop back in the gym himself as well. Standing on this line, facing off against the young gun. 1, 2, 3, and 4. A quad of clutches Matthews has put up here for the Copenhagen Wolves, single-handedly bringing them back to form in this Dust 2, Vincent. They're right where they need to be. They're knocking on the door of Partizan's map pick.
That's mind-bending, the way that he's able to clutch these rounds out, but that's another creative fashion in which he is. He's low HP, and if you play the long game there and don't have much time, 16 seconds, then you think Matthew is probably in trouble. He just gets his nade into the smoke and surprises his opposition in that way. Copenhagen Wolves waste no time. They get out long with no opposition. The catwalk play mid is held for Partizan, but man, have they lost a lot in the process. The smoke is a little too late. There's a flash here, but it's preempted by Bellany. Doesn't matter. Collins still helps them hit the deck twofold as they trade favorably for Partizan.
We'll see some faces rounding on this elevator corner. Oh, and just burning them out. Jacquinho ready for the fight, primed, and takes the shot. They're loaded and ready to go around this long corner. Now just seeing into Dragon, they got to dip and then rip. Feeling the turn of the tide. They have this rhythm turned up towards long. And there is Vladin, oh my god, on this red HP with the MP9. I don't know what the hell he's gotten off to and the rest of this Partizan unit, but it is a miracle that they are not down and out of this Dust 2 yet. It is the miracle MP9 that is still kicking and ripping, forcing us to go all 24.
Man, that's a moment where Copenhagen Wolves, their patience that I gave them credit for previously on this T side, and I think usually pays dividends, actually hurting them in a pretty significant fashion. They get themselves into a position where they had such an advantage in utility. If they just take the site, then they're good. But they don't. They wait, and they give Vladin a chance, and Vladin takes it. All 24. Copenhagen Wolves, they like to do it in this fashion. Gonna go to the final round in regulation. Pretty much all the bells and whistles across the entirety of the server. Partizan have plenty. Copenhagen Wolves, it's a little bit less than that, but still near perfection.
the pleasant surprise to come back right to the third and fourth series of our day and have a banger just like this. Gotta dodge in between these two smokes, and the most deadly member of Partisan this afternoon is gonna go and spam it at 2 players. Can exactly rip off the Band-Aid, but there is Tapeware to just get this opening frag at 55 to go. Now they just play the clock. This has been what has shot both teams in the foot so much in this game, but now getting ready to send it to upper for the final approach. You have one man that is doctored for it. It's the pressure on this AWP, and he sent you so far away from that short execute just 2 rounds ago. 35, and you've got to go soon. And even with the full belt utility, you're going for the boost. And do you have time for this? You have just got to go. Now to depression. Pick your poison. Now you have just got to see into the op, and he's got 2 to go for it. How do you argue with this? How do you see into a different situation? It is just accepting your fate with 15 seconds. You cannot just go up and uproot this A setup again in these last moments. And to shot it right down, it is Partisan to force us to OT.
A little bit of indecision there, really hurting this Copenhagen Wolves side. They get bested by the fact that they just don't go. I mean, finally, Tapeware's like, okay, fine, I'll do it. I'll sprint out. And then the rest of his team is nowhere close. Where's the spacing? Where's the ability to trade these frags out? It's nowhere in that round. Oh, devastating. As I feel like I almost feel Tapeware's probable frustrations in that moment. Or he is thinking, okay, well, I guess I'll go, and still nobody's ready to play with him. That's frustrating in the highest of levels. Frustrating right now, and it is a tied scoreline for Partisan off of Depression's 3K. Which also is something that I guess we didn't touch on. We didn't really know going into this, but Depression wielding the mainly Kindo previously the AWP player, if I'm not mistaken, for Partisan.
I believe you're correct.
So. It's interesting that he has relinquished that gun to Depression, at least for these games. I don't know if that tells me that this is maybe more of a short-term thing or a long-term thing.
Honestly, kind of a mixed bag, and I can see why you would make an argument for either side of that. Even when I was looking into our good friend Depression here, I couldn't quite see if I wasn't quite expecting him to hold up that scope into this performance quite here, but I'll double check if he was toting the op yesterday versus Monty roster like I was suggesting. I believe he was.
Okay. So interesting. Like I said, I can see it both ways. Maybe just if it's a stand-in situation, you want your stand-in to feel as comfortable as possible, play as well as possible. Then get him the gun that he's most comfortable with. I think there's a valid argument there. But on the other side of that, maybe it's a swap up for roles. I could also see a world where Kindo could be transitioning into an in-game leadership role.
Yeah.
And I think, listen, it's just not the. There's plenty of op in-game leaders, but I don't know that I don't know if that's like the Serbian way,
Yes, I could attest to this.
So, that could be another thing. That's why I'm a little split on that. I also something I noticed here. I don't know if this is a Copenhagen Wolves thing. Like a tiny sample size, but they were taking their time with these. You
said they had trouble closing out, right?
Well, they also took a plenty of time on these transitions into OT or into the second half. Yes,
they like to take their sweet time, huh?
They do. That's why I'm saying though. I don't know. There's a lot of ticking in the chat. It could be anyone. So I don't want to attribute that to one side incorrectly.
Yeah, obviously, we've seen the owner of the Copenhagen Wolves, Mr. formerly known as Outback Jared, actually start a playing career in North America here. We've seen him at a couple of lands at our local tier 2s, Fragadelphias, we know them as. And he actually played in the MRQ and is putting up quite a unit here.
That is true. It's a crazy move. I know, like, probably most of our European viewers don't care that much, but
Well, yeah,
kind of a wild, like, career that he's had in the last, like, 2 years only. Going from, like, significant part of, like, a separate company and then investing and getting into not just one, but 2 teams. And then becoming a player on one of those teams. and then attending a major qualifier within the year. And being one of the better players on said team, too. So, ooh, crazy. Just as crazy as that opening shot. Bielini's had a stinker of a game. And it's not going to change here in round 1 of OT, thanks to the AWP of Depression.
Dragon pushed all the way up here. They are not going to be expecting him, not in a million years, to be just taking advantage of you here. He even just heard Jackinho stomping around. Back in T-spawn.
Oh, this is going to end up being a good decision. Yeah, he just gave the bomb to Jackinho, though. So, actually very lucky that the bomb doesn't get lost in that moment.
Partially have an angle here to go and punish onto Dragon. Finishes the job. It's Quez. And you do have this double long setup with the numbers that have been dwindled. They may not be expecting this. Not so permanently. Jackinho does find Vladin on the corner and can't go mobile onto the long anchor. Kindo is holding it all down right now before Quez catches up with him. His turn to clutch over here for the Copenhagen Wolves side. He picks up an AWP to get better equipped for the range. And with 30 seconds to go, is going to go along hunting. Collins just right behind that main box. You have Depression just toted up in the elevator, and you're going down to the first floor. It's Partisan to lift you up. It's 13 that they get first in overtime. And like I was saying, right, we were just bringing up that list for no reason of the ownership, obviously, with, you know, them in and out. And obviously, they do have some work in trying to recruit these players. It's we named Jared. He obviously an American fellow, bought up the Copenhagen Wolves branding a couple of years ago with his brother, and I know they're very adamant about finding the best fit for this team.
It's been a long struggle to do that. I think they found a lot of good pieces. They're putting all of their eggs in the basket of Tapeware. Unfortunately, he's gone down early. Not going to be able to call from the...
Well, they have in a certain sense. The IGL.
Still can't have impact from the grave. Caught on the cross. Depression heating up over the course of this second half. Continues to improve.
HP Blenny at the front of this, a guy we haven't had say a whole lot for what he was providing in the kill feed. He's had responsibilities elsewhere. Wes is going to be just behind this cat smoke, and for a 3v5, this is looking pretty damn good at the moment. Trying to box out these positions, find an advantage somewhere, but Dragon, he has as much spec for this smoke as Quez does. Wanting to just break it open. There's a smoke, rather a molly, that's going to be trying to force this. It's awkward, and now Cat is finally going to be catching up with them. Dragon with that headshot. Now Theo's in 1v5. Can he do it again? Falls right to the chin, and right there it's going to be Partisan converting through Vladin for 2 rounds in a row in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of told the story there pretty beautifully, Marky. You were saying, well, for a 3v5, this looks pretty good, and you're right. That's definitely not incorrect, but it was good until it wasn't. They had the space until they didn't. It's, you know, a little bit of a funny situation that we've seen time and time again. They incrementally impose upon that site until there's nothing left, until Copenhagen Wolves, they don't even realize that they're getting overtaken until they're already been bested, already been taken away. In many ways, a story that we've seen previously. Partisan, they've done it here in OT pretty nicely, and they're continuing to do so. Dragon gonna be under fire, but he's got the smoke to escape from it. Secondary op. Wow, ambitious that he's gonna stick around with this. Probably correct that he's punished there.
Oh, and their Depression just sacks through the smoke. 2-man advantage on the last round first spiel of overtime, and damn! I mean, you bring this guy into the game, concerned about how he's going to be jumping off the block, and what, you put the ball in his hands, and all he does is rock. It is a great 19-kill game already from the Depression, and he locks in the 20th there. Perfect through the defensive sort of overtime. They just need one more to chip it into the net.
I mean, I said that he's been heating up, and I feel like that's just continued to be true into OT, man. Depression constantly leveling up this game. Started, I want to say the first half of this game, like almost a non-factor, right? Like it wasn't horrifically bad, wasn't in a position where he was struggling, but then as we continued forward, he just got better and better, and now it's OT. Copenhagen Wolves are the ones to get the chance to close, despite Partizan having the lead for the majority of this game. And now Partizan get their chance. They get 3 chances to lead in to the second map of this series.
Immediately, not even having to really discuss to get this out for Depression. Would really like to know when we do see into the rest of their Swiss, right? This is only the first look to Partizan, now dawning with Depression, and I mean, good God. I mean, 21 frags on this Dust too. Really looked good on it yesterday versus Monty, right? I did see him struggle on that first map. That was on Nuke. So this Mirage, if you can keep up this line, Vincent, I'm going to be really impressed.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Been incredible to watch. See what the Wolves have defensively. They're already down by 1. They've got the pieces in the right location here. This attack comes through. Flash this Tapeware. In fact, that he gets 1 is impressive, but Bielany, big step up required. Not quite the double that we were looking for.
Mathios on this A site with the game on the line, with the pressure coming back his way, is going to have to stand up again. But it is just too much to ask of the man, even through gracious individual efforts at overtime that was required out by the Copenhagen Wolves. You test that into Partizan, they will just burn you out 4 in a row. Tested into 24 pass, that's all them.
Man, I just got to go back to it again and just say, what an overtime period there from the AWP of Depression. I think that changed the game in such a creative way. Multiple times where he's getting opening picks, multi-frags is, anywhere he's at, he's getting everything done that is required. It's an incredible step up comparative to the first half even. The second half, it was a bit of a step and then a bigger step, right? One moving into another. As I think that AWP starts heating up, that's where Copenhagen Wolves start to find their struggles and they don't have answers.
Did not have answers for it. And even before that, it's a little bit disappointing considering I feel like it was a really well called game out there by Tapeware. They were looking to really take advantage of where, Partizan was slipping up in that comeback where, Copenhagen Wolves threw, good calls, but then you need somebody to finish the rounds for you. And it was Mathios who was just looking insane and doing all that heavy lifting for them. I feel like if you would have had kind of, Tapeware was hitting really nice shots, and a lot of those short approaches where those were coming down. I feel like if you just had a bit of a more finishing seal a little bit quicker from some of those players, I feel like this could have easily hopped away at the Copenhagen Wolves, regardless of how, one-sided that overtime does become, Vincent. But that goes into OT, right? You're not just going to see a faltering and out of gas Copenhagen Wolves squad from a long tenured play-in experience, right? They have enough gas in this series to go alongside and really challenge Partizan, Vinny.
That they do. We'll see what that challenge looks like on map number 2. Coming up next is Mirage. The Copenhagen Wolves might be down, but they're not out. We'll see when we come back. Alrighty, let's get back into this thing. We got a second map prepped and ready to go. Mirage is coming up, and Marky, well, I feel like this is a tough one if you're the Copenhagen Wolves, just because you made the comeback, you did all the right things, and then you couldn't quite close it down. Even though that wasn't your map pick, it's got to weigh on your senses just a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it stings, right? Unfortunately, couldn't really put it in where you had it. I mean, directly on the green for an overtime scenario. You didn't get a single round in, but like, to hell with the overtime. You had 4 clutches from one player in regulation with like 28 kills or something, and a really good showing from, not just Mathios, but Jackinho and Tapeware. I think that there was enough seen back into that Dust 2 in order to take it, and that will obviously hold to you and definitely cause a little bit of stress to go. But if they have enough experience and play time with this 5 to be able to just, have some resilience back against a Partizan team that, their sub is looking the best on the team right now. And it's 2 very great scenario where you have that hide and you need to pick it up. But that's where it comes to go. Here in the 2-0, potentially up for Partizan, they got to go and take their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, it's always a tougher task, you'd think, but sometimes can be ripped away from you in a blink of an eye. Quino played super well here on Mirage yesterday, though. We'll get a great setup, though. Dragon ready with the dualies. And what a shot the Dragon's putting on display. He gets 3 before he's even taken a point of damage.
Mathios in the clutch. Here we go again. Already on for the first 2, Vinny.
Needs the ace, though.
Needs the ace. That's a tough tally, especially when you're fighting back against these stairs players, holding on to these USPs. Old Collins waiting for the approach at triple, and he is as sharp as the rest of them. A great showing out there by Partizan in that pistol. They're not wasting any time ripping into this second map. It's Dragon with the 3K, who we saw have the hottest hand out of Dust 2.
Yeah, he was until Depression kind of picked up the pace and I think overtook him at the very end, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Dragon was there for the vast majority of the map. Kind of the reliable piece. Continue to pull victories after victories from the Copenhagen Wolves. As I kind of highlighted in map number 1, they big fans of, if they lose this pistol, they're in to just get the save done. Let's get the guns out as fast as possible. And I think that this makes sense for them just because they are, I think, so effective on these buy rounds. They're not a team that really flourishes by playing a dangerous economic game and like fighting with limited resources. That's not their strength, but specifically not on the T side. So I'm a big fan of this perspective.
Oh, poor guy. About to be boxed up here top middle, though you may seem into considering a rotation. All taken care of. Tapping back in, pulling out a sidearm. That might be a little bit faster for Dragon trying to even the tally against Jackinho, but the QB sneak, it's denied. We're here in Europe, baby. That's how we rock. Can't get that down. 3 versus 1. Excuse me, the 4 versus 1. Dragon gets another double, another multi-kill already in this game, and Partizan are looking clean.
Yeah, not particularly bothered by too many of those deals or any upgrades that Copenhagen Wolves brought to the table. A full contingent of AK-47s, though, for... I was just about to say... they're no longer anything close to a Danish team.
There you go.
Oh, that's funny.
It's actually owned by a guy in New Jersey. So.
Yeah, I know.
Which I happen to love.
That's why it's so funny.
Absolutely.
Moved away from the misspeak there. Copenhagen Wolves going to try and move into a round victory. So we got it back on track. All nicely recovered.
Beautiful work. And in between, seeing anything so quickly out of that A ramp, Copenhagen Wolves reach for something a little bit more prolonged. Maybe to give a little bit of contact here to this ramp player. got 2 bodies here, and they're ready to be thrown right back at it. Smoke down, and they do just walk away. Might see this contact back in from Dragon next on Catwalk. That would not be the slice you want to pull.
That contact enough to force Copenhagen Wolves back a little bit, though. It's going to be that Catwalk play. More likely than not, Dragon takes the contact. It's dry contact, too. Jaquinho is surprised. He's come back for more. There comes the flash. It's the escape maneuver instead of the engagement. Dragon gets support for. He's stuck in a bit of a tough spot, but Dragon continues to fight forward. That's 3 kills for Dragon. A nearly impossible circumstance. Melanie will pick up 1 on the exit, but man, Dragon cutting him down. 3 rounds, 3 multis, and 3 victories for Partisan.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. They're already looking very supplemented on this Mirage. I mean, it really does favor them that we came in on this defense, right? Riding the hot hand of Dragon. I mean, he's already up to 8-1. Really impressive work already. I mean, it was a bit of an issue where you had the, sound of potentially the, missing Emmy and what that was going to mean for the bombs down in the mid-round, right? I don't think they've really, honestly, felt too towards that. The Dust 2 is a little bit pungent on those calls and does feel a little bit puggy, but right now they can just play it the way that they would like, and you may see another eco into the little QB sneak situation again, Vinny. I have to beg the question, man. The NFL schedule just got released last week, I do believe, fully. And I believe this year they're having like 9 games in Europe. Are we going to start understanding the references I make for American sports?
Soon.
There you go.
I guess it depends on who you're asking. The UK crowd might get it because there's a couple of games over there. Germany, a couple of games over there. Is there any new locations?
That is a good question. I will have to look into it. I had a friend pop over to the Germany game that went to college with me. A European gentleman.
I know there's a couple in Brazil.
There you go. Yes, the games all across the globe are good. Gonna get that going, Vinny. Okay. Big chip nade into it. Not going to be sufficed on that block. Here's the end around to the A site. Vladin just dunks on Tapeware, and there is the Tech 9 finally getting an insinuation. But, I was about to say enough coverage for the bomb plant. AAA bulletproof, though. Vladin about to fade up top at stairs, and it's just a matter of time. Partisan, they are looking vicious in this series. I am really happy with what I'm seeing.
Yeah, unstoppable right now. Feels like there's no even conversation to be had at the moment, Marky, about Copenhagen Wolves and where they're at in this series, man. When they're getting dismissed so simply, so easily. I understand that that's not a particularly competitive round, not meant to be. Neither was the gun round. We're getting into the second gun round though. This is where you want to see more from Copenhagen Wolves. You need to see more. And maybe need is a strong way to put it at round 5, but I'd certainly like to.
They're on an 8-series losing streak. I knew it was really, really bad, but I didn't count it before. 8 is quite a number.
It's Partisan, by the way.
Yes. It's Copenhagen Wolves have been ripping this back, right? Just made it through the play-ins. We know that. Well, my God, Blenny just got passed in the smoke right behind Collins' head, and he seems aware of something, but it's still going to be coming right back their direction. Vlad and now going to be all left alone, and they had that detection out towards Catwalk, and what a play by Blenny.
Well, that's a way to get on the board. That's a way to find something. We were talking about a guy who was very quiet, I think, for his standard over on Dust 2.
Certainly.
Had a lot of big things to say on Mirage last night when I watched them. That's another big one. Statement made. To move into a victory for the Wolves is getting pressure onto another AWP. Partisan, not too bothered yet by just that one loss. They can bounce back fast with the economy they've built up.
comes that A approach. Player in sandwich right now. Gonna be seeing it all, avoiding all of this utility. But now they may just line up for the man. Great trade there by the Croatian. Matthews opens the A site, and Copenhagen Wolves are gonna set up shop.
They might be able to just set up and hang out. Partizan sort of locked for the moment, but they're gonna creep back in through CT. Good coverage provided by Depression. He's gonna throw the flash for them to get back to this control. Don't need to wrestle it though. It's a free and easy take. Only to get a crucial spot, but Depression catches Matios already. With Dragon taking out the one man inside of jungle, there is not a whole lot standing in Partizan's way. Got 2 more places to look. And one man's already given them the face. Smoke under the bomb. They gotta get on this. Okay. I was gonna say, you gotta get moving. They only had 1 kit, but then Collins picked up another one. So they'll be happy with that outcome. Freebie when it comes to the 4 players surviving. Starting to build economy.
I mean, they're keeping these within high standards too. I mean, usually 3 or 4 players walking out of these rounds. Great opener there for the Copenhagen Wolves, and you can respect the, I think, potency of the execute, and along with the patience of the overall approach back slowly to CT in order to retake right there.
I looked. We got a game in Dublin, a bunch in London, 1 in Sao Paulo, 1 in Germany, in Berlin.
Which one you want to go to? Maybe one in the United States?
I mean, yeah.
I got my passport. Let's go.
In that case, I think we should go to the one in Germany.
I saw an NBA game in Canada this year, man. I'm international.
Mr. Worldwide. Wait, that's not you.
I wish, man.
Actually,
manager of the Copenhagen Wolves, friend, Mr. M&J, also of the show, went to a Pitbull concert this summer.
I would never admit to doing that, personally.
He and his girlfriend had a lovely time. They, dressed up as Pitbull. This round is not live, so I'm free to talk about Pitbull as much as I want. And I know that it was wonderful. So if you want to check out what I'm talking about, go on the M&J Twitter and scroll on back.
I mean, that's I'm glad they had a good time.
I was literally casting with him the day before, man. I was jealous. He was like, you know what I'm doing tomorrow, Mark? And I was like, what? He's like, I'm going to see Pitbull.
And you just made everyone angry by doing a bad
That's what M&J sounds like.
I'm not backing you up on that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll take the
just can't.
I'm in the kitchen.
You are. You're in the kitchen. It's TBD whether what you're cooking is going to be tasty or not.
Yeah, I don't know. Me in the kitchen
just...
producing 4 seasons of TV with the bear before Stranger Things could put out its last season. So there's that.
You make a good point.
Yep.
I just got done checking. Yeah, I think that's all of them. So no new
That's
locations.
Cool.
Unless Dublin
I
is
know
a
we
new
have
location.
we have some gamers. I'm gonna tell some of our European friends to check that out. I know Tiddler's from Dublin, so he could definitely head that way.
Is he currently though? I don't think he's currently there.
He is Irish.
I know that. I know that's the truth. But
Yes.
We've successfully made
I feel
all
like
of the viewers mad. I think.
Which part of it?
We've continued this bit.
We are letting them know about the interesting sports that's coming into their town, man. They already got some great scenes out there. I've been honestly getting more up and up on the Premier League thanks to Zola and CMD.
That's true.
Yeah, man.
Well,
I told them about my St. Louis City Club out here in the United States, and they were like, huh, that's like a tier 2 club, mate. And I was like, bruh, can't be saying that. We're trying to get with the football culture in America,
It's true.
Gotta start somewhere.
It's getting bigger. The MLS
is a lot of fun.
Is for real right now.
It's huge in Atlanta too.
Yeah, that's because we won early. You know what I mean?
Cool stadium.
That's true. It is an awesome stadium. Shout out to Mercedes-Benz. Feels like that shouldn't be in Atlanta. That should be like where they play in
Germany.
Oh, should be the Coca-Cola Stadium.
Now that would be. I would want to go there every day.
I would too. We're into the game though, the real game. Yeah, that's right. I've made everyone angry again. Copenhagen Wolves able to break away a single round, but man hadn't been able to find anything consistent. A little bit of a pause though, a little break in the timer to maybe give them some space to recover. Partisan though, they have stayed 5 alive. Collins down low, and it looks like Copenhagen Wolves pretty decisive about what they want to do this round. 1 minute mark, they're grouping back A. They're gonna get another window smoke. Yeah, hard to see which corner Chiquinho is in there. Is he on top of the bin? Is he beside the bin? Is he to the right of the bin?
Oh, he's burned out of the bin, out of the box entirely. Matthews is carrying alongside. It's Collins. It's going to be Collins for backup straight up, and he gets it from 2 different sides. Even from the catwalk, there's going to be Collins that is still alive, keeping this A site up. Default not yet cleared. But Jacquinho seems to be on that target for his next spin. And looking to connector, Jacquinho, the Swede, is going to have to work for a whole lot right now. The respect on top of it. And you are just not even going to get a single spade. It is Partisan that are here to just shove you back on your map pick. They are dominant at the moment. This is looking just like the beginning of Dust.
This was a disgusting little setup, by the way. I guess we don't get to see it back again, but what it was is Vladin stepping through the CT smoke into triple. He's got like the little bit of an angle on the right side of triple where he can see them crossing to default, takes the first contact, and then just he zooms out of there into the CT smoke so they can't trade. And then Collins is teed up for the triple kill that he then completed. That was like a really nice little protocol from Partisan that I love to see. It makes Copenhagen Wolves' life miserable getting out there onto A. It's those little details that can win you games, and it wins a round for Partisan.
Out on this 8 site to dictate again, this time with the pistols out front, just being their way all the way down. Might as well clear out the dust of middle. Nothing going to be side by side, and actually that seems to go for top con. And now Dragon is going to be taken out in the process of this. Jacquinho got to get back with the bomb all the way. Now another AK in the hands right now. Vladin earned some respect. Great shot back. Got to be fearless, and they absolutely are. One brush of the broom, and they're all seemingly whipped away. It is Kawes to just get this up. Quez jumps right down. Here comes a nade trying to ean right in. It's a great shot. He gets onto it, and he actually has it down to a 1v1. Depression in the smoke on this bomb with the op on his back, and now the 7th round in his hand. Just barely has this out for Partisan.
Dude, Quez nearly had the 1v4 right there. Absolutely stunning. Would have been the ace, by the way, as he picks up this kill on the Dragon to get them control of jungle. That one Molotov, enough to isolate the duel, and beautiful work, but ultimately not a victory. It does tons of damage to the CT economy. Those types of victories are fleeting right now, Marky. We can't be happy about getting 4 kills in an eco round when it's 7-1, when Partisan already have such a stupendous lead they've set in motion.
I would agree. It is quite stupendous. 7-1. Hard to argue with. Especially with how that could have just been flipped on its head. Copenhagen Wolves may feel that energy still. I don't think we're going to be all too disappointed, but seemingly did burn very bright. Had a very nice shot, the former Sashi player. Spamming right past his Vladin. Can't quite land this all the way down.
His flank, man. They're so deep. He's in the back line. Yeah, Kendo just devastating. And because they're so B-centric, Copenhagen Wolves either had to speed up right there or just go back and try and clear this out. They decided to go back and clear it out.
And that's a molly to hold you at base. Straight up tapeware. Plenty with headshots just streaking through 45 seconds. And now you have something to really work with. Something to really roll. And then clearly smoke out into market. Matthews with another double kill. And now Blenny just scenes in. They now know where Dragon is going to be breaking best. Likely to just scene this in a way. But why just keep him there? Matthews should have heard the movement out on to this plate. They know exactly where he reigns from now, but Dragon has got that first headshot and a kit, 14 frags. Why would you doubt him? But 50-fit Cal coming around in the corner is quite an argument. Beautiful work. Second on the board for the Wolves, but dang did they have to work for it.
I mean, this is a prime example of one of those rounds where I'm like really impressed with Tapeware's calling. You know, they lose such a significant part of map control. They lose a player, and like the obvious answer there is to just like sprint into B, just go. And Tapeware's calling, no, we're gonna go clear this out. Let BLNE have time to cook over at connector. Like that is just impressive that it works out so perfectly for them. They then hit B finally when BLNE's actually taking contact elsewhere, and it's pulling rotators. That's another double. This is him heating up. Kills to Khan. He isn't expecting another on stairs. That's understandable. But how's that nade taste? The nade isn't great. The op's just as good.
Well, I guess the logo of Partizan is white. That's the same color as the flag that they are waving out of this round. And through 10, the Wolves have 3. They knock on the A site where I feel like the majority of this success has come even when they, you know, even miss at bat. It's going to be all the way dwindled down to pretty great rounds put in a row by Tapeware's unit.
No doubt about that. Money's also so complicated here for Partizan that, you know, the recovery is not only plausible, but almost likely. That's a little bit unfortunate. Matthews needed to be a little bit more critical thinking about his HP, but oh, this is how this goes. What a gap. I mean, Depression's got to be so frustrated there. Like, are we holding mid at all? Like, what are we doing mid? Probably didn't say that, but definitely thought it.
Maybe the first easy round up for the Copenhagen Wolves here. I feel like both of these rifles are in pretty great spots, though, to work. Not going to let any of this come down for free. Here goes that rifle, just going to be streaking for its next move. And Dragon with a nice trade, but Tapeware within range. And now Vladin has got to sprinkle in, or at least attempt to, while this round is still trickling away. And there goes Matthews, inevitably getting his. It's Kindo with the headshot. And they make easy work of the crafty buy of Partizan. Crafty save, rather.
Yeah, save that they really have no choice in taking. This is going to be the final round of the half. It's coming up. Partizan don't have an op to work with in this one. And I think that the utility belt's a little bit light. Batman would be disappointed.
Well, Play the Man in Black has been Dragon absolutely gone crazy, and that's saying a whole lot with Matthews' performance in the server all afternoon. Even Vladin patiently waiting his turn, but more responsibilities than just sinking into middle. Has to keep his eyes over on apartments, and nobody overstaying their welcome. Their dues all the way down. 45 seconds passed in this thing. Oh, whoopsie.
Oh, okay. Well, they didn't know
that
about
happens
Matthews,
to me too, actually.
Then they know now.
I got sweaty hands, you know?
Sometimes
Whoops.
you're just holding your AK and you just drop it.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful. That thing can go off in an unintended way if you do that.
In the game.
Whew. Nice shot, man. Kindo's about to be in trouble though, and
oh my god.
thought there was going to be a little bit of trouble, not quite that amount. Vladin gets another. Mathios is going to have to clutch. He's not quite had the same clutch factor as we saw on Dust 2. What a turn! But it's not going to happen again. Partizan have it all tied up. 8 rounds in their first half.
Yeah, pretty impressive work. I think just like way more sent to exactly where you had the beginning of this at Dust 2. I mean, especially where Vladin connecting with Collins and Dragon working this middle with exactly how they wanted to, you know, control it, seemed into a very solid early hold by this Partizan roster. And, you know, Vincent, if you're, you know, on this tail with me, I mean, I think it was just as prominent with Kindo and Collins working back within this A site for then Dragon to come and, you know, really do all the great work that we did see him do.
I feel like it's a little unfair to Dragon. He's 17-6.
Gaming. He is gaming.
Yeah, I think that he did define this half more than any others, but certainly a good role played. Yeah, a good role played by Kindo and Collins. That's a duo that had a lot of leeway because of how well Dragon was playing to then get active and play some fun setups. I think Vladin was a part of that for Partizan on the A site. So certainly more than just that 17-6 number that pops out at you big 3D like on the screen. Kevlar for the majority. Kit 2 flashes for the endgame leader here for Copenhagen Wolves on the defense. It's a little bit limited, but 2 mollies for Partizan and the smoke as well. Leaves an interesting purchase.
Partizan was just poisonous in that first pistol, especially on this Mirage. Just melted them. Trying to get their hands out utility-wise. Middle 1 at 2. Only hearing shells falling out of the Mathios USP. Great work out of the young man. But now, trying to hop back over, seen into this A site. We're going to need some backup now. Vladin puts this bomb out, and the rotation is on by the Wolves.
Rotation coming. It's a late one as well from Kindo, I think it is, who's coming from the spawn, but Vladin been unmoving in his spot over in fire. He's got a pretty good crossfire settled in as well for Dragon. Don't need to overstep. Don't need to overpeak.
Oh my
Almost
god.
hard clear. They don't see him. That's crazy. He's just tucked so deeply, they don't see him at all. And it'll give them the round win. Heads up moment from Vladin.
Yeah, did not fully clear into Firebox. Can see into a symptom of going through the motions potentially on that, but man, just smooth as butter on the opening shots by Mathios. Figured that it was as good of a time as any for Copenhagen Wolves to fully seemed to potentially flipping this thing around here in their first step of the Swiss stage. They could be seeing into scary territory here with down 5 in the second half. Hasn't stopped them before. Went 6 in a row on that Dust 2.
Yeah, 10-4.
Bring that comeback.
Where they started that. It's going to be 10-4 again, almost certainly with USPs this round.
Nobody home.
Knock, knock. And then you don't get an answer and come in anyway.
Message on the door. We were going to deliver your package, but you weren't here, stupid. Sign this.
Yeah, that
buddy.
is a tilter. That is a tilter.
That is a tilter. Yep.
It's like you never know. You never know when that's like the requirement.
Oh boy. Sprinkling through. Must have really wanted what they were selling in the market. Literally ran through the fire to get it. Here's Mathios scurrying away with an AK. Not insignificant. This is going to be quite a tool put to work for this young Croatian.
Yeah, nobody even really close enough to hunt him down. The deal sealed on round 14. 15th incoming, though. Want to tech pause beforehand. Copenhagen Wolves, you know, have, like I've been talking about, pretty consistently able to take wins on their first gun round of these halves. Now they've got that extra tool, the AK-47 in the shed. Process.
With a little bit of a technical pause here, Vinny.
It's gonna be a super bonus round here for Partisan. They got 3 MAC-10s if they don't upgrade any of them. A lot of concerns for Copenhagen Wolves, though. You know, from a map that realistically, I think you could argue they both could have definitely and maybe even should have been able to win, right, on Dust 2.
Oh, yeah.
Considering they made the comeback, Matthews did so much good work in those clutch rounds to make that possible, only to lose in overtime. Now it's their map pick, and they're getting bested. Down 6 rounds into the first gun round of the second half. You can make the argument for this being the defining round of the rest of the series.
I am quite intrigued by the 3 MAC-10s out here by Partisan, and it seems like my interest is peaking at the right moment. We're back into the shindig, and with 3 rounds away, Partisan could lock in a very nice look here, stretching these SMGs about as far as they will go.
Yeah, it should give Copenhagen Wolves a little bit more of an advantage, though, at the very least. This suggests something fast, though, with those MAC-10s. And what do I spot with my little eye? That's
I spy
a little bit of a B default. Likely going to be a B attack. Not instant on it, but they are very much grouped in this direction, our Partisan.
Absolutely. Jackie, right behind this smoke, underpasses being investigated by Partisan. I'll be quiet on this approach. Bomb headed out of halls. About to see potentially Nada doesn't go and actually clear out that deeper half. Doesn't really need to. And properly, both of these rotators are going to be seeing into a gamble. Now with that smoke gone, it's Depression that walks in with the MAC-10 and not swiftly enough. Jacquinho with a very nice kill. And I will take that next step. And his investigation sees a clear apartment, and he alerts Copenhagen Wolves of the further adjustment by Partisan.
I feel like this reroute for Partisan ends up the right call, but now how do they get there? They don't have a lot left. Smoke is non-existent. They don't have any of them. One Molotov is going to go towards the site. Good cutoff here, or it should have been for Tape, where it really struggles to get that one down. Mattheo's still alive on the site. It should be the end of the road, even though that trade works out successfully. Important for Vladin to get that kill, not just because, it's a nice pickup, but he wants to stay alive. He can't afford to die after the time expires.
Lenny outlasts the clock. We'll be able to drop over 1 here, thankfully. Copenhagen Wolves not out of any really treacherous financial territory yet. They're going to have to put up as great efforts to stay alive in this series as all that manner for it. As bold as they will get, the press now hops right off the line into the middle. So now they got to see to that face, and they just wipe them clean. It is just mechanical by Partisan, Vincent. Now seeing into it, can this 2v5 possibly work out?
I mean, you would think the answer no, but Partisan, they see 2 towards A, and so they're instantly going to go towards B. The problem is, by the time they've arrived, Matthews is already on the scene. He's like one of his domains. He's tucked in at bench here too, and they don't have a clue. Aren't prepared, aren't aware When did they elect to try and get this bomb down? Well, not going to try before the activation. Unfortunately for Mathios, it's just the 1-for-1 before he's refragged.
You know, in the conversation that we've been like having even at the beginning of that Dust 2, talking about the situation in which, you know, at the beginning of halves, you've been seeing these, you know, forces or saves more or less often. Here, the decision to force right in is one that comes to Tapeware, and here he seems it to be an obvious call to stand on this 11 and try and fight for all that they can.
I think that Copenhagen Wolves force by here kind of shows the spot that they're in, shows their desperation. They're a team that I watched yesterday, Eco, in similar situation when they only had to win 2 rounds. With the onslaught of this number up available, they go for the buy and they go for it to win.
Oh,
Chances looking good, but Vladin hoping to fade those away.
Surgical into that first gunfight. Now a Molotov. Set a line! And what does Vladin see that I don't? The Cyborg right through the wall has a 17th Napoleni right around the corner. Will catch up, but Vladin takes advantage of the bot spray. It is Vladizin that will carry Partisan right to the line himself. He's got 12.
I mean, it's an icky spray there from Bielany. Unfortunately, it's problems are brewing. That first frag, though, is immediate. The second is disgusting. And you follow that up with maybe just a little bit of advantage. But Partisan taking full part of that. Man, that one hurts. That one hurts bad for Copenhagen Wolves.
Sheesh.
I don't even know that there's... Obviously, you're force buying here, but it just doesn't feel like a world where Copenhagen Wolves, after that loss, can bounce back.
Very much a tall task. MP9s, Bamas, whatever you can dwindle through. I really don't think that it's been an entirely disappointing performance. That Dust 2 is really good to watch. But here, falling flat on their map pick obviously is a bit of a concern. But, I mean, Partisan have been showing up in clutch rounds, really controlling on these fine lines. It's been a matter of time. Here go into a personal stint. It's Quez right around this Molotov. Oh, my gosh, but it's depression to just absolutely throttle him. This is great work out here by Partisan, not knowing what the next step is for this roster after losing their IGL just weeks ago. They have depression out right now, and he is looking damn good.
I mean, it's not just him, though. He was really the key for Dust 2, taking him over the line for the overtime period. But Vladin and Dragon consistent across both maps. Vladin having an incredible map, too. And that 1v3, just the cherry on top. Beautiful way to close out in victory. And Copenhagen Wolves just not really in the mix there. I mean, I think we saw, a pretty rough showing. Like, Chiquinho in general didn't have the same level of flair that I've come to expect from him on this team. Bielany had a really bad, overall game. And I think that, you need this Copenhagen Wolves roster. They need a bunch of pieces to not necessarily be the best player in the server. They don't need the crazy star like sometimes Chiquinho or Mathios can be, but they definitely need everyone performing at that minimum level for them to be competitive in these games and find wins. Fortunately, that wasn't the case today.
Yeah, and I think that is a little bit disappointing, but obviously it's not a complete disaster, right? This is their first of the Swiss stage here, and, where I saw that consistency, was I feel like I was voicing some praise for Tapeware on that Dust 2, and I'll say it again. I feel like he was on the ball when required, but, you would have liked a little bit of emphasis out from elsewhere, Vincent. You're absolutely right. I think when seen into that op from Jaquinho, I would have rather seen a more consistent force on that spread through this series, kind of begging for more consistency all around, like we've been kind of asking, but I don't know, seeing into surviving that overtime, good looks from that Dust 2 and your opponent's map pick, question marks on that second map.
Yeah, unfortunate question marks to be sure. But Copenhagen Wolves, like you said, it's not over yet. Partisan off to the races though. A hot start here in the Swiss stage.
Yeah.
They want to correct the record, right? This is a Partisan team that you mentioned was in a final not that long ago. They took part in the global finals, for 2025 as well. Got some big wins, right? Took fourth in that, an 8-team tournament with a lot of big names. So I think that they should be pretty happy about that reality too. So, but last CCT, the beginning, the first CCT of this season 3, they go out 1-3 it was. So you're going to want to correct that record. So they start off on a better foot than they did last time. That's the good news. We talked about the bad news for Copenhagen Wolves. Further good news, though, is that we're not done yet. We got more Counter-Strike action to show you. It's going to be CYBERSHOKE going up against Sangal, but that's going to be coming up after a break. We got about 40 minutes probably on this clock before we get going with the pre-show. So grab a snack and head back over here to watch our final best of 3 of the day. See you in a bit.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Well, let's get things back underway, Marky. We've had a little bit of a break, maybe a little more extended one than we had anticipated, but that is so that we could get everything prepared for our final matchup of the day. We had a short but interesting game number one for you and I to cover, our third of the day here on this broadcast. And now we lead into our final matchup. This is going to be fun. We got CYBERSHOKE, we got Sangal going up against one another. Talk to me kind of what your feelings are, Marky, coming into this matchup. Like, where are you at on this matchup specifically?
I think this is a fun one to watch in upon. Obviously, I will mention for one reason or another, we did have a little bit of an extended break because CYBERSHOKE, literally was just running in from another series within the tier 2 grind that they have going on, and it's not halting to a stop, Vincent. Always good to check in back with this roster, and always good to see familiar faces, obviously glowing, having joined this bunch not too long ago. So it'll be nice checking in to where you have entirely, for me, I believe, my first time covering Sangal after they completely flipped this thing on its head.
Yeah, it's actually the case for me as well. But to dive deeper maybe into this CYBERSHOKE roster, listen, there's a lot of nice pieces, a lot of fun stuff to talk about. Glowing coming in, you mentioned, right, but leading this team as well. I think that I was a pretty big fan of what Blixie was able to do when I saw him on the Aurora Youngblood roster. And you have like pieces that have existed on this team for a little while now that have been really good, right? Finneman has been showing up. We've seen lots of good stuff from Nataneki, from Luvikas. It's been a pretty constant showing. I've really enjoyed what this team has looked at, but we're going to continue moving. We're going to jump on over to the Sangal roster, where unfortunately, I just feel like Sangal have done a good job of trying to rebuild, and rebuild again. And they've done it again where they've put together a team that's at least seems reasonable. Unfortunately, I just feel like 3 rebuilds deep in like a year's time is just too much to ask for them to continue to be at the level that they were previously.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to this front office staff on Sangal for continuing to, rope this along. Obviously, did encompass a certain chunk of change for, making those moves. And, I mean, you can have whatever salary cap you want, man. It's really hard to do exactly what you just explained, man. 3 roster rebuilds in such short time is just absolutely crazy. Where we talk about this fully going down, obviously there are, asterisks to that and such, but it's cool to see where you get into this team. I am a very big fan of Mast. I think getting into this roster, I think you have the most experience under this man, seeing similar faces with a couple of these different guys. I also see Beanox popping off where you do have some of this statistically, just off the paper wise, Vincent, and North American fans will recognize a name similar to that. I know we have a Beanox in NA.
Oh my goodness, he's got to get the NA mention in there. I tell you, I try to hold him back, guys, but it's just impossible. Let's talk about the veto as we're moving fast, it seems, on this one. A turnaround pretty quickly for CYBERSHOKE, but they move into a nuke for map number 1. Sangal picked in that one out. CYBERSHOKE going towards Anubis. That's been a real strong suit for them. Talking about changes and whatnot, the core of these polls have obviously been together in a bunch of different rosters for a long time now. So Anubis, it's been a pretty strong suit in general. I think for them as well. So that's good news if you're Sangal, but I obviously still favor CYBERSHOKE. They picked that map out, and it's Dust 2 as our decider, should it be necessary. Marky, where does this veto leave you? What are you thinking for the outcome of this series?
It's really interesting, right? Especially where I think we were at the very beginning of our discussion of our third series of the day, we were saying maybe we were a little less interested in what was going on here just because of the perception of the namesake. I actually think that the series chalks up to be pretty interesting, where you see this go to a nuke first, it shifts onto an Anubis, where I don't think there's particularly super solid showings from CYBERSHOKE on nuke. I mean, it's not going to be too ripping of an opportunity like that, but they just literally played it against Rush B an hour ago. So I think that they're not going to be completely down to rest. It's why they go in and pick it off the rip. And it looks interesting where you do get that in to exactly rip this down. The Sangal pick. And it should be nice for them. I Do you expect it to go the way of Sangal? And that's where this could chop up the way of a 3-mapper.
Yeah, it feels like Anubis is a tough task for Sangal here recently. You know, I've been talking about like some of the comfort that the like historic lineup has had on this core, but like the results have been, I mean, they've been rough for Sangal on Anubis more recently, and it's up against like teams that I think are in the same conversation, maybe slightly above where CYBERSHOKE are, but yeah, I think that Anubis pick is a clean, should be a clean victory. That's kind of like where my mindset is. It's a little bit more questionable when you're talking about Nuke. Still edge that out to Sangal, and yeah, that leads me to a thought where probably to C3. That's kind of the mindset, especially exciting though to get to see like the continuation of that with Dust 2. I think Danis has been great on that map, even back in his previous team as well. When I got to watch them, Dust 2 was kind of a bright spot with regard to that. But the other, I feel like the talking point for me in every CYBERSHOKE game I play, or like that I get to see played, is that CYBERSHOKE have the pieces to like dominate the server. Like they can dominate the server. Will they dominate? That's the question. And I don't know that we've really seen them dominate very often more recently. And that's kind of the issue, especially when you look at like Glowing. I feel like isn't meant to be like the star piece of this team, but he's the highest rated player. You kind of see this in the head-to-head with Danis.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an issue for you out here. Absolutely. Some of these younger spots, you know, got to be able to pick up the pace. And like, you know, where I come to question that is it, you know, obviously where you put the spotlight earlier to maybe a guy like Blixie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that Blixie's look good, but like he's not in role, like he's an anchor. I think that like that's the issue, is that, you know, he's not a guy that like is, I won't say is incapable, but like he's not set up to do that. So as much as like I rate the guy, I just don't think that can be the case, or at least it shouldn't be.
Glowing posted up here, back of garage. This nuke picked by Sangal is being tried to the back of red, and it will be CYBERSHOKE coming out just successful in those trades initially. Nice stab back by Danis on that P250. But what do you do with this space? Allot it back to Mini or go ahead and shoot it all the way through? This may not be the expected card to pull. That P250 is still going to be working hard. Not sure if you did get this information backed out, pushing through the spawn. I think they were just cloaked and escaping.
I think there's a tough moment here. Don't necessarily know to what extent Danis has teammates down here, but there's a second player to go back down towards the B side. Blixie's going to join, not to neck in the back of garage, so there's coverage for the mini swing, but they are on this play and ready to roll back down to get this plant on A.
It's going to be set up quite interestingly. Danis can just stab right in. That's a great headshot, and honestly, that should be enough. Two players on the site with interesting positioning, with a plan to back it up, Vincent. They seem to have an inkling about this, but look at the shot from Door. And now you're going to get this all the way down to the 1v1. And just sticking it is a Blitzy. 10-second defuse. Got to go for the swing. And what a punishment. CYBERSHOKE hops back on the bomb. 10 seconds to get it all the way down. And just in the nick of time, the 19-year-old should have it all the way through.
I mean, instant trade frags. That's the story of this round for CYBERSHOKE. The fact that they are in such good positions. This should have been round winning, to be honest with you. That Danis P250, what a ridiculous shot. Oh my gosh. Just disgusting. But Danis' position should have been the round winner for Sangal. They had everything there. Danis, I mean, presumably would have liked to stay alive a little longer, play the time game, especially without a kit, but no. Just get insta-traded, and Blixie with a ridiculous flick to grab the instant frag. He didn't have time to play games. He's barely had time to defuse the bomb with that 10-seconder as it was. So timing working for CYBERSHOKE, giving them the advantage. The first round theirs, but Sangal forced back instantly.
And Mass has had his eye right here on Glowing the entire round, and look at how just that spotting has cursed him down to 7 health. Let's just get that back with the Galil. And a Blitzy versus Blitz in the name category, I will say, will be quite a tongue twister, but I'm here for it, Vinny. Maybe he can tap on the head here. Can't quite get the spotting outside. I mean, Mast is already baking quite a beatdown right here, but maybe to double dip back in where you could potentially just pincer in between with this MP9 of Blitzy. Gonna get that shot down. Can't let them all the way through. Blitzy does get onto Blitz. There you go. Mary and Mast in 1 health. This is not looking good for Sangal.
No, not ideal. Mast though in a pretty interesting position at AC. Up at the top of Mini, so don't think they're necessarily in the worst case scenario. Mari going down though, that's gonna alleviate the lobby control pressure. They got one man down towards B, but Mass, yeah, as soon as he steps off of the top of Mini, he's dead. Dennis has his pick of the litter with regard to what site he wants, but both of them are defended, and he's not got a lot of time. And the timing good for Blixie, who's off to the races. You kind of pointed him out as an individual, right? And I said not necessarily one that like you expect to step up and be the heavy hitter because he's often in his more anchor roles, but that's still a great way to begin. Clutch up and then a couple more kills there in the anti-force buy for Blixie.
Ooh. A tech pause right at the beginning of the game. Nothing I like more, Vinny. Stopping in our tracks. Maybe not such a terrible time for Senegal to catch a breath. You know, Vinny.
Yep.
We were having the discussion in our previous series about, as we go back into the freeze time, you know, how us casters prepare for some of these games, the digital, the physical notes, right? That's been one of the things that's been like so funny about watching the LAN games is people having their playbooks within their Steam consoles versus the old heads that are just rocking with the notebook, the packet yo, you know, whatever it is. Quite a scene.
Yeah, it is. Listen, in your Steam console though, nobody taking pictures can kind of like see it on your table. So
It's all tab it, you know. It goes
well,
away.
I'm just saying, a little less easy to get a peek see on it. Maybe the old heads are a little behind. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's these kids, man. Bringing these big shots, but this time it is glowing. The 31-year-old fragger and leader of the squad pulls up with a third, right? That would have been a great line to serve up Flitzy with a nice couple of shots, but they leave it to the man on the block. I gotta say, I don't know, man. There was this one time I was casting a tier 2 LAN in North America, and the cameraman like zoomed in very close on North American team Might's like notebook, and I was like, de-zoom, that's too close. Get these shots all the way up to open the book, and they rip out the first page.
Yeah, not Taneki on the aggressive tack there and ramp does a great job.
That's how you say it.
I mean, that's how I've always said it.
I think that sounds perfect.
Okay. Where were you at? Do I even want to know?
Nope.
Okay. I'm happy to be wrong. Maybe if somebody does know there's a different pronunciation, they can let us know. But either way, on that more aggressive tact, able to put this MP9 to good use. This is a little bit of a bonus because of that. Given the opening duel and opening victory, Sangal working from disadvantage. Off the rip, that's a frustrating way to start. Gonna get Mass to call around that. He's currently wielding the bomb. And they're looking towards A. That's where they have the most control, is this lobby area.
These continuous spams. Brushed and then just put up again. "30 seconds for Sangal to really just try and pit their way in. And what? Anis pulls off the ankle of the Hut player. And now from the back of the site, this op is going to be toting. And now Danis Diaz can just bring this line up. Phenomena has its second right here from it. Has the quick scope again, but Blitzy's got the backup, but Phoenox is just brought down. What a great defense punching up right at the end by CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, Finneman doing a great job picking up the pieces of any problems that start to arise. CYBERSHOKE, they had the advantage from the rip. Off the blocks, they're running fast. And Sangal, they just don't have any answers. Should be, I mean, lack of any sort of bomb plants as well. Sangal is continuingly devastating for their economic woes. Stay that way. They're still going to get pistols, armor, and a little bit of utility to help break their way through here in Yard.
Tech 9s are not going to be able to approach safely. They are going to be checking you and absolutely showing up perfectly. 3 crashing into this A site. Sangal is going to leave a bruise, not even going to be considering the full approach. Already feel them right hot in their tail as Phoenox under AC dealt with. But Sangal should be getting comfortable within this post plan because I'm not sure they're even going to see CYBERSHOKE back on the approach.
No, they won't be. Mass double entry, though, through main. Finds a double kill with that Tech 9. It's deadly. And sometimes it's just a little bit of a change of pace that's all that's required. And CYBERSHOKE learned that the hard way, that Sangal has that in their playbook. Those deeper cross smokes kind of almost set in space to make CYBERSHOKE react by tossing the nades in there. Makes it easier for Mass to find the timing, so that then he can catch them off guard in mini. Good work. Good start, though, for CYBERSHOKE, and it's not necessarily over yet. Sangal find their victory, but that one feels a little bit more fleeting. They got to start proving it now with rifles.
Absolutely the case. Here they go. Set up potentially for the their faster aim maneuver. Sangal just peppered and actually split the sight before. Oh, Mary. So close to those spams right next to the door. It'll be advanced positioning for Blitzy, and that'll be better for the CYBERSHOKE defense that just was taken advantage of on the split. Here goes another pair of successful entry attempts. Glowing gets one stab back, and that's from prolonged range. CYBERSHOKE would have to really turn the tides within the next 20 seconds to actually have a chance within the retake, and that's exactly what I was inferring. There was a big shot put up before the plan even goes down.
Now the op's still looking from the back of garage too. That's going to plant front the site instead of behind. Pretty decent post plant positioning as well. Right now for Sangal. They're going to lead back in. Mast has a tough task. It's a hard shot to hit, but he should have the ability to go forward. Great trade from Glowing. But he's now alone. That flashbang. Just some time, and he can't pick up off the bomb. Dennis will shut him down. Sangal, they do it with guns like I said they could, and that they needed to start bringing things back here.
I mean, they give it all. I mean, CYBERSHOKE set it up perfectly. Dennis, that's exactly the line that we expected you to go ahead and hold within this game. Impressive stuff there. I get to briefly see him while he was with Team Space while I was restreaming, like, Challenger League on my own, like, tuning into those games, and Dennis was showing up right there when he needed to for his former squad. Happy to see him continuing to work here with Sangal.
Ooh, Finneman probably should have been an opening kill. For being honest, you got 2 looks.
This is working out for Glowing. Ugh.
Just a lag, and it's just a frag for Phoenox instead of the timing that you were anticipating for Glowing.
Sometimes you just don't know where you're going to come out of those smokes. Why your radar has got to be real big, Vinny. And zoomed in. You can find your way into the vent. You can find your way around. No smokes down right now. It'll be a clear path into Finneman, right into the op. Legged onto Beanox, trying to rock it back up. Has to duck it through Unbreakable. Unlike the name gets through and actually gets a couple out here within this positioning. Breaking on those couple of rounds put together by Sangal. 35 seconds left, Vinny. And Mary is really your last prayer here, and he's gone.
Yeah, Mari just walks out, doesn't check, or, well, really can't see Lovicus up on top of the hut, and pays the price. Finneman was a little bit shaky that start, right? He actually tags Danis at the very beginning of this round, but had a good vision, good angle to get an opening duel, and just gets his tag, but corrects the record. They test him in yard. They try again, and he shows them that he's not going to miss twice. In fact, he hits twice in return. The bounce back for CYBERSHOKE. 5 rounds to the 2. Sangal should still be buying here. Danis can drop one, and that'll get a pretty decent purchase out, all things considered.
A little bit low within these utility bounds. Oh, goodness me. I mean, back-to-back, unfortunate lift opening plays by the ops, but it should be all good. Now lying to the back of red, and with these smokes down, Sangal should be getting over safely, but this pretty obviously postured down to this bit and right into Blitzy, who has one smoke up, and there you even have work it on down, and that's the player that was at the back of red. Now Mary is going to have to pick up the pieces outside while this secret play develops.
And, I mean, Sangal don't have a lot of utility left. Basically, all of it's on Danis. Get a little boost up going. Not going to be ready for Glowing, who prematurely fires off. Danis gets the vision, and he's hit the shot. Now Blixie goes, not to Nuke. He's arrived on the scene. The op pulls the attention away. How many he's going to get? He's holding, waiting. He's going to grab the first, and the second is all his. Not to Nuke. Patience pays off as he levels them.
Check out this timing. This could just cure a rift after you just saw that back from Nataneki. 9-2. He's holding up the bar. And 1-6. And Mary, with this play, is not too far. Now in right at the hip of Danis on this op. Gonna have to likely separate and try and find in their way. That flash is actually gonna be knocking him off that wire for just another moment. The time a factor here as well. Gotta be galloping at this pace to get past the op, and it's just gonna be looking at control. Mary has got to find it, but you actually go a leg further. With 5 seconds, you are just gonna be ducking this op into the corner, surviving after time. There may be one more attempt at your life. There's also risk in doing so. CYBERSHOKE, they recover.
Yeah, CYBERSHOKE really can't afford to lose their op as well. Finneman been incredible with it. Multi-kill in the back of the A site. Multi-kill there in yard from red, or CT red, I guess, more accurately. And then another one where he's involved there on the B site defense. He seems everywhere, always interested in fighting. Sangal take the tack. Danis save just like complicates the money even further than it already was. They're gonna save around it though. This full loss bonus, it allots them plenty to work with without having to overspend in this round at least.
Call up another one of those mini wraps, man, with the Tech 9s. It's that easy for Sangal. But that double entry out into mini from Mast, it just works so well this time. It may not be as clear and cut, but that's something I recognize. It's the Tech 9 in the hands of this man that you ought to watch out for. Have to acknowledge his presence down below.
They do. Acknowledge it, they will, and have. The form of Finneman. Who's rolling back in with this AWP. Aren't ready to roll off this, though, Sangal. Mass is still down there. Beanox, that's an ugly fight for Nataneki. Fortunately, Blixie will correct it, but... I mean, Sangal, they have all the advantages now. They just got to hit the site.
It's their arm and leg twisted in this round, just where they exactly need to extend, because they're in vents, they're in awkward spots. They've got to be able to work it, and there's Dennis, who's still breathing, has got this down, swiftly maneuvers into the second frag, and just as automatic can just taste it around the corner, has the 3K, and now Sangal, they're really heating up through the gun of their young Opper.
They are, but it's masked to create the openers in both of those half-buy rounds, man. Just, like, glowing totally unaware, and then, I mean, unfortunately, not Taneki, that's a fight that he should win every time, but he doesn't. Dennis, though, like you said, starts heating up, hitting some fast ones, this one in particular. Zoomy, quick. 6-3, though, as CYBERSHOKE still looking good. They'll take their attack pause, a little trade of those two. Should be ecoing. I think likely this a conversation about the next gun round more than about this one upcoming.
Now for the first time, this really going to be in the court fully of Sangal. I mean, CYBERSHOKE were very much within control of the first end of this game. First 6 very heavily favored in their chance. Gosh, look at how far Mass has already gotten. Saw to catch up with it. Ooh.
He has to find so much space here for the T side. I mean, just so consistently. I mean, this one's an eco round, so you're not really that worried about it, but...
He's an info getter, man. Gotta appreciate it.
Yeah, he's certainly grabbing a bunch of it.
The space taker. Oh. Got a P250 on the loose. Somebody's got to put it in its place. These USPs by CYBERSHOKE have not allotted too much damage. Only a matter of time. There's one more connecting, actually, that ends up converting with the wallbang. These Deagles to go ahead and spar. Rather, just the USP with one in range. And you can catch it. How far can you hold it? Just dancing between this AC positioning, Vincent. But it is so cold with those pistols. Not a terrible maneuver upon that. Sangal, they look to be cool within this nuke, and this is where they can start feeling some sort of rhythm.
Lovely stuff. I mean, you know, Sangal, we talked about, you know, they pick into this map, but I mean, starting on the T side can be a tough task. And currently they're measuring up to it, even despite those initial struggles on the outset. Finneman making life very tough for them. Bad news is I don't think he's going to have any opportunity to get another AWP unless he picks one off up the ground in this round in a winning effort. Another tack timeout, though. I think I'll really know the importance of this round, considering CYBERSHOKE will be broke again if they lose. So, you know, and they won't even have max loss bonus. So it's really bad if CYBERSHOKE cannot win here, or at least save guns. Even that's not going to be great. Sangal know what's on the cards. It's 2 rounds really that they're fighting for in just this one.
A lot on the plate. A lot on that initial nade. A lot on that spam. But there's more to it than that. Lobby crunch the entire call for CYBERSHOKE. Not all 4 players dashing in. Still one in between. That knock and card swipe. That's Beanox that will find one lying member of this defense. And Vincent, it's looking good for Sangal to go ahead and put in this half. They're allotted to bit of a weaker force in the next. I don't know if they're stopping.
CYBERSHOKE being put on notice right now. It's a nasty position right now for Phoenix. It would get it done. Finneman, wise to the idea, but the execution just a little bit too strong from Phoenix position. Because might even lose his life here before they even get started. I think ideally he's hoping that he can escape this whole situation with a gun in his hands. But he's hard cleared. Checked out at the door. Levikas falls and Sangal likely to equalize. It's CYBERSHOKE on basically the worst buy they've had all half.
I was beginning to question exactly what I was worried about on this nuke, right? For CYBERSHOKE, a questionable nuke team at times. And now we know. Bit of trouble to go on this CT side, but it's not just their faults, right? I have very much been pulled within a good sense of what Mass has been calling up, how you have been taking advantage of B-Nots and Danis to go ahead and do your dirty work. This is a really good look within 12 rounds of Sangal. But don't feel like this is just so improbable. This 5-7 around the corner. Oh, I want it so bad for glowing, but the timing does clip onto him at the end of the day. Same, different, that mini. Hold on. You have a bit of a vicious look, but it's going to have to be the full take. A 1 versus 4, and goodness me, bombs away.
I mean, Sangal have just been unstoppable with their yard control. CYBERSHOKE, I think that's where, honestly, they deserve the most critical eye, is the fact that they are just not ever like fighting for that in the same way that they did in the first 5 rounds. And, you know, to a certain degree, they didn't have the same weaponry, but in some cases, especially that Tech 9 round, they did have the weaponry, or against the Tech 9 round, I should say, and they got beat by it. So, Natsuneki, I mean, he's going to give it a go, but brother, it is last round.
Farm some stats. Some H. Oh!
I've got no respect for this. I just want to say, 0.
Let the farmer farm. Don't hate the player, Vinny.
I'm hating the player because it's not the game. This ain't the game. I can't hate the game because he's
Art
not
is
playing
subjective.
The
game is whatever you want it to be, Vinny.
No,
Yes.
I am the painter in this case, and I define it. Okay.
He makes the rules.
You know, I'm just saying that ain't chill. Not for me. Like, that is actually... Can we just agree, though, that's actually farming behavior? Like, he is just playing for stats.
I mean, I defined it as that. I would agree.
Yeah, okay. All right. As long as we're in agreement.
We can.
As long as we're in agreement there. Either way, I think a good round there for Sangal to close out. And it's kind of back to what I was saying in the mid-round there. Like, how consistently were Mass, Danis, Phoenix, that trio, just, like, dominant in yard. Like,
yeah, it was just stupid the places that I was watching Mass to get to. I mean, I feel like I saw him get so much more impact than just the 5 and 8 he sits up on the scoreboard with right now. I mean, he was going anywhere and everywhere.
He won them 2 rounds with 2 double entries. One of them was a Tech 9. The other was a Tech 9 onto glowing, and then he just sat and vent, like, defined so much space for them forever.
Legend.
And, yeah, you know, CYBERSHOKE just never had an answer to it. So, yeah, no doubt. I think that 5 and 8 doing a whole lot more heavy lifting than that number suggests.
Well, there they go, trying to just weed out these bodies outside. And Danis is quite the clerk. He has got a 3rd. I don't know what is coming out of the other end of that USP, just magnetically hitting these heads. 5 versus 2. And now they are chasing you back on the way. Just wait for Danis to get there. Flying down the ladder into the chimney. They are gone, hopping onto this bomb before the final body is dropped. That is the mode that Sangal are in because they've just taken the lead on their map pick.
You know, I just want to give a shout out to Mari right there, who, you know, is not having the, like, craziest game on the scoreboard, but just, like, threw his body at that problem. It's like, if the 5-on-2, my whole team is here, I'll be the sacrifice. You know, let me jump in first. basically just jumps down into what could be a kill chamber, really. Like, and he's fine. And he's able to not only take the kill, but then get the defuse. Shout out for Mari on that one. Bomb down, not going to be meaning a force fight here, interestingly enough, for CYBERSHOKE. I thought that bomb plant would mean we would see one of those, but it's not the case.
Couple of upgrades, 3 Deagles to be shown here eventually. Couple of MP9s to manage this in their own designations in Secret and in Mini. CYBERSHOKE will take their sweet time. Make contact to actually dwindle this call. There's Mari going to be put on a notice, and now they're going to go ahead and just fold him out. There's 3 bodies dropped out of the business, and Mari is going to have to be careful. Let some other boys get some work. All right. Eagle comes through. 15 and 6 all the way left. Could go back to work another time. 35 seconds, could be ready to clock out all the same.
I only needed 1 shot on the rest of them, so Mask taking the win. An important victory. I'll get away with almost... Did Mari lose a gun there? I fear that's what happened, but they'll get the rebuys in. It should be okay. Sangal, though, in a good position to move on with what is, not really a bonus round. This is just the full purchase. They've got everything they need.
Are those smokes going down outside? You do have a name behind that rain. CYBERSHOKE is going to be trying to work a little bit of control where that has been the seam. Very commonly, did Sangal just up and get both those smokes thrown up on the back red by Dennis, like at the truck every single round, I think, when they were putting that up. And so that consistent key will try and drag along the attention. Here's Mask going to get smoked out from Mini.
Well, it's in an elevated position. They're not checking him. They're not checking. Nobody's looking. How many can he get? Surely somebody's going to look up here eventually. He's grabbed the first, but it's an instant trade. Great work from Finneman to make sure that that doesn't go as wrong as it could have.
This positioning is golden. This positioning is just godlike from Dennis, but I'm not even sure he's going to get the look down here, the proper that he deserves. Here goes the actual crawl. The delayed into the A site, and Mask squats a man, keeps glowing off of his back, and Mari in with the same vein. He's got 2 out of it. They drop the anchor into this B site. This ship ain't going anywhere.
Nowhere and nowhere fast. Sangal continue to row this boat right up into the harbor. Shout it out, Finneman, with the double kill though there at ramp earlier in this round. He's now got to hang on to what he's got. Hope that it's gonna be enough of something in the next round, but it's a little bit more doubtful. Fantastic work from Sangal. Line buying measures, even though Blitz only gets the single up on top of the elevated ramp. Like I said, he buys time for the reaction and gets his teammates into a good position. CYBERSHOKE going to take another timeout. I think the complicated part of this timeout is that, what is it going to look like this round with just Finneman's AK?
I don't know, there's a little bit more respect to that conversation. I mean, you may be able to get another batch of Kevlar and a pistol and Blixie. See how this exactly does crack down. Another set picked up, and so CYBERSHOKE, they may get up to be really forceful in the first 10 here right now. Molotov'd out, can't exactly get to this negotiation table right to begin. The Deagles will now prop all the way up, and it was actually Blixie that got that kit as well. So a half buyout officially for CYBERSHOKE.
Blowing. Nice work. At least bringing something back to the party. Ooh, Infiniment, that's where that AK can really get active. Mass isolated. And there's only one man left on A. Mari's there, Blitz spotted, so they know where everything is at.
Oh, and just tucked in a corner, has to hit the shots, and does too. It's going to be his fair share of the heavy lifting. Now Blitz that's going to have to just phase his way and just beaming on to that smoke. CYBERSHOKE, they don't take an eye away from this game. They keep on pressing here in the T side of Nuke. They have 7 rounds, and now they're forcing Sangal to get crafty with this next buy.
Yeah, that's the problem for Sangal, is that nothing's been easy all half. Even though they've dominated, they haven't lost a round. It hasn't been dominant in the same way where you're keeping multiple players alive, lots of survivors. Even the ecos have been tougher for Sangal, so that is why they're set with 2 MP9s, 2 M4s. Playing a little tune with the 5.7 is masked.
Got to put a rhythm out there somehow, Vincent. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be keeping up this beat. A great bend in from CYBERSHOKE to this A site once more. And I'm not sure you're going to be rolling the dice again into this one, Sangal. There is a bit of a clip back, but no serious inclination of the attempted take.
I mean, just really strong post-plant positionings, too, for CYBERSHOKE. Had someone second vent. They had someone in first vent and in squeaky. Like, there was no breaking through that. I know Sangal don't have that information, but in addition to the near impossible disadvantage that they were dealing with, that was another issue. CYBERSHOKE going to close the distance here in a pretty big way. Sangal likely save around these 2 saved guns. And the Great Escape mate. What a opening gambit, though, from Lovicus. Just turns on a dime, gets them both. The guy that I know has a lot of individual skill to show us, but hasn't really done that over the course of this map thus far. He's a big piece that I think would be fun to see activated for CYBERSHOKE.
Ooh, here's a nice boost outside early. Dennis needs to prompt up one of the heavier swinging players. Smoked out, this is going to be tough to work with. The really nice bend back by CYBERSHOKE. Potentially the efforts in they need to be bringing this T side online. Giving the attention out from Trophy Room back towards ramp. It's going to be holding Blitz in place.
Meantime, we'll get the set of smokes for CYBERSHOKE to go up. Should be a clear way to move forward now. I said that, but Beanox proves otherwise. Through the smoke, the upper hit comes in, though.
Yeah, this could actually just be so deadly. These USPs are going to be popping off. And now you're even finding Phenomenon. He's got down through the hut. And Sangal, they punish CYBERSHOKE. They were getting their hopes up. Thought they had an easy round in front of them. Overcomplicated it. And that's where Sangal get double digits. Their map pick is now looking diabolical.
Yeah, I mean, this is just some missteps, right? Blixie gets blinded, I think, on the entry, first by his teammate, and then there's a flash from the CTs that comes in that helps out with those USPs to get more than one. Devastating way to lose. CYBERSHOKE, they're not out yet, but man, does it close the distance fast. A lot of early utility put into place for CYBERSHOKE, but they don't get anything out of it. Sangal, the only ones to win. Beanox is so aggressive, and he's not spotted Fenneman up on top. But unfortunately, it's about the end of this round. Fenneman's the only survivor of this, what ultimately you could call just a bloodbath in Yard.
Interested in seeing further through lobby, but this is going to be so deep for this op to be checked, so it should be a long but necessary wait out here for CYBERSHOKE. Sangal waxing back here, keeping up their force, not going to let go of the very, very gifted round on those USPs. Look, I know how that sounds, but they did punish upon it. Hard to get that credit out and do, but well into that Sangal side. They are very deserving of it, trying to shake up the series and give it the entertainment value it deserves.
I tell you, I'm entertained. I don't know about
you not?
you. Well, I am.
I have not seen that movie.
At all?
That's Gladiator, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've not seen Gladiator, unfortunately, man. I've heard it referenced in quite a lot of stuff. In The Sopranos, they love to reference it in a ton of films. Must be good.
Probably.
Oh, so you haven't.
No.
You're judging me. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay,
exactly.
But all right, dude.
That's exactly what I'm doing, actually. Pretty fun.
You may have seen this one before, Vinny. The CYBERSHOKE comeback attempt numero 2.
I have seen this one before. Mixed bag on how it went, though, to be honest with you. I've seen the wins. I've seen the losses. I've seen it all. A long time at this thing. See what Fenneman can say about it. This is actually an eco, by the way. CYBERSHOKE opting in to potentially giving Sangal 12 and then fighting for 4 rounds straight.
This is going to be one hero hunt out here on top. But a very gracious blow back by CYBERSHOKE, who are not going to get over desperate. They keep sailing. The smokes come down, and they're going to have to attempt for a mini crawl, that being the pain. There's a flash coming through, and those smokes are going to be ajar right behind it. Seeing head right up top, not actually flowing down on the shot. They've seen into lower on the jump spot. Mast is going to give them the space, but 50 seconds now, they're really upon this dime. This op has got to start firing off soon, having opportunities to try and capitalize, Vincent. Where do you actually get the advantage back?
I mean, I feel like Sangal have done a good job of putting themselves in good positions where this op is got a tough job. Like, quite a tough job. Oh, they've confirmed this position. Now Beanox is in a tough spot. That's when the op can get activated. As soon as Beanox gets seen, it's only a leg shot. Oh boy, Fenneman.
20 seconds. And now into Mari, just tapping off from Mustang. Just putting on the wheels all the way down. Gotta run and get that bomb to the site. It's gonna be right put down with 5 on the clock. They seen in with just these pistols. It's well and enough. Aggressive on that fight, confident, now clipped, and now a Tech 9 right at the anchor spot of this lobby, split between door and through the hut. Just gonna be unavailable to it, but on the run, hold on, 73 health and 2 skulls cracked. Could it be a third? But masked, and now onto the bomb is Sangal on their map pick to pull it off for 12.
Yeah, but it's another one of those that's expensive. We've been talking about how Sangal have struggled to look dominant in really any of these rounds. They pull off a crazy victory with limitations to get them that 11th, and now at 12, once again it's the same situation. CYBERSHOKE poised to make this comeback attempt very plausible. They take their final tack, and they take it seriously. They're gonna be talking this over. They even get Fenneman and op. That's pretty much everything you could ever want in this round for CYBERSHOKE. They made their job easier with that bomb plant plus 4 kills in the last round. But it's still a tough task up ahead. 4 rounds on a clip. No room for error.
Anubis up ahead that we've already said. It's really feeling a little bit dodgy for Sangal. Got to be able to wish-wash and take your opportunities in the series. And now to be tested. Right into the op. To their highest rated player on the first map. Dwindled on time. When is it going to click right down? Scope right in, has to take his first approach and pull up for a little bit more. It's Beanox to just try and pepper it all the way into that same rhythm. Here's a very quick rotation, and it's extended positioning into control. What a swing out here by Glowing, but there had to be audible function onto the second player. They knew he was there, Vincent, and CYBERSHOKE keep fighting.
How did they know that? I mean, how did they check the close control guy? That's the question. To be honest with you. That's what's insane right there. Sangal, just call it a save. Grab the op and get away. Genuinely an incredible clear. I think it was from Blixie. Who after... I mean, the teammate takes first contact, deep control. He's on the stairs. And then he's clearing close like that. Insanity. I don't even know how you get that, but he does. Will be further away, able to survive. Dennis opting into this was ambitious. But yeah, what if those Glowing, excuse me, not Blixie, to get the clear. The first contact is taken.
All right, now that Simple's back, we're back into the flashy plays. You know, we're playing for entertainment value here. It's not just a game.
Oh, that's so. It was a game before. Now that he's back, it's entertainment. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Interesting. Interesting. To say the least. I am certainly having a good time though.
I mean, when the Dust 2 wall is just like, throw a hop over me, please.
I'm concerned that the Dust 2 wall is talking to you. like I feel like I need to support your mental and emotional well-being a little bit better, I guess.
Don't support it when it's a Nuke talking to me, please. I like when it does that.
Yeah,
is
Nuke
this
can
off
whisper
going
in
for
my
a high
ear.
pick? Look at this. Dennis, he's dipping his foot so very far into the water. Gotta check right about this lobby. Let's see, is he quick? But Lavas gets right on the other side, is going to be a victim to the sledge again. Dan is still keeping in this spot. They do get the trade, and will they be hot to really just investigate further into the A site? It's going to be tough. It's going to be very manageable, though, and they tease about it. They go back to Trophy.
Yeah, they step away. Blitz, this is a great opposition, to be honest with you.
Oh, no!
Oh, he's just missed the mark. He still provides a little bit of time to buy, but Mari into position. Did they not hear? They didn't hear the door open. Nobody respecting it. Nobody suggesting it. Glowing turns and Mass has to clutch.
It would be Mass Clutch has done just so much in this first map. Sangal, can they put it in fully to close the envelope on this first? Going investigating and going back up to A, likely to try this clutch from around the world, going back towards ramp, maybe considering the outplay here, and Fast is actually going to be correct. They're loudly going back to the A bomb site, and he is going to be right in the perfect spot to just catch them off guard. Glowing, never expecting it, just running it right down. Would have to be a stunning headshot right back by the young man, but it is not. It's Mass to just pull up for Sangal to get it to 13. A 1v2 right at the end of this map, and Sangal will take a 1-0 lead in the series over CYBERSHOKE.
Nicely done. I mean, Sangal, they pull back a big deficit on the first half. Their T side didn't start well, but it ended strong. And then it's a clutch for Mass to, I mean, both architected and negotiated that comeback story on the first half very well, ends the half, and then moves on to the second, where his team takes the reins and he dominates in the clutch there in the end. Nicely played there from Sangal. I'm impressed again, just to reiterate that, you know, for how bad things started, how quick they adjusted. I think that's the biggest takeaway.
Yeah, I feel like it was really on a very nice basis for that Sangal squad, especially finding different ways to be able to find positions within these T-side adjustments. And it was really the pushback upon that. The identity was found on this nuke, and you really felt them to really just click. And I really did appreciate their nuance to knowing when and when not to, you know, kind of feel into the void and go through those smokes, find that range where Mast was just going crazy on those calls, and a very, very solid CT side. Their rotations were down pat.
That there were, and it will lead us into our second map of this series. We got Anubis coming up. This one, I feel like it should be a gimme for CYBERSHOKE. They had some struggles. We'll see if they can answer the call, if they can bounce back into this series and push us to a third. It's Anubis when we return. Alrighty, let's get this thing going. Sangal, they took a win on their map pick with CYBERSHOKE. I'd say I have a lot of faith in their Anubis. See if they can tell me if that faith is correctly placed. Sangal actually on the T side here. Get things flipped around for you. And Danis against Blixie's Dualies, just fine.
Yeah, it's going to be a very good start out for that Sangal side. If they want to go for the killer turnout here, the 2-0 would be out to the margin. Mari just sneaking onto this B site, and the only person here is going to be Locus right on the street. Takes down Beanox. Long range 4v4, and there is another frag going down. Mari's going to be shutting up Glowing, just coming right out of Temple, but now they're just going to be speeding down this way and actually surviving and getting that second right here to get it going. Doolies right out of the palms. How do they shoot out of the hands? Tapping onto the bomb once. It's going to be a great line set, and now just, it's going to be blocked onto the body. How do they go for the coordinated swing? Took a deep breath. It was all good. It is just CYBERSHOKE who hop onto the bomb and get this pistol round, and their map pick started properly.
You know, it kind of looked like they were bumping and grooving against one another, but
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of feel like that was just all part of the plan. Just like sit, wait, we're gonna swing wide to the right together, or to the left, I guess, to be fair, from their perspective. But yeah, I kind of felt like that was part of the plan, so I'm cool with it. Big turnaround off the rip because Sangal had tons of space. Mari, you mentioned, got in the back of the B site without really taking any contact. Blixie goes down early as well to Danis. Like, everything's starting to go wrong for CYBERSHOKE in that round, but they get back onto the site. Levikas does a great job from straight, ensuring that not only they don't lose the site without him having an impact, but what in the world? Antoneki's having a fun time.
This is, I don't think I need to tell you this. I am in supportive of getting this up and troll duties for round 2, but
I mean, you're always a supportive of trolling.
You may be the correct insinuation of not wanting to. I mean, we had this whole discussion of how you're seeing into maybe a more consistent key of not going into the forest, whatever it is. Not the case on Anubis. You're always going to hammer that down. Bomb plant opportunity on the T side. You take it.
I'm pretty sure we just saw like glowing the in-game leader, like the old head, like the the guy who's like just trying to keep these kids in check, and Nataneki's the goofball who's like, I'm gonna buy it, I'm gonna do it, but it'd be funny. And then glowing is just like shaking his head disappointed, like, dude, put it away. Like, we're playing a professional game. Come on. Like, he's just not bothered. No, don't think so.
No, I'm right there with you.
There appears to be a few players over in mid. Sangal's forced by. Currently testing that area, but they don't actually push very aggressively into it. A lot of spam, a couple nades, but ultimately they leave it be.
You really do have to take your time here and kind of wait everything out. The 2 smokes and Sangal are allotted, which is the space to group up and carry this down on the 5v5. Not sure exactly where those flashes come from in middle. I think one doctored up from all the way behind them, but I mean, a proper response from A, you do get the smoke up on the camera, and now you're forced to go ahead and pray into temple.
Seal's not great, but they've really split CYBERSHOKE up. They're all on islands right now. Levikas, that's an extra gun in the hands, a rifle actually for Sangal. I think CYBERSHOKE were put in a tough spot, admittedly, but Sangal end up getting away with it just because they're so separated. CYBERSHOKE, like, they lose so much ground that they have to just like spread, and so you have a little bit of everything. Kind of means you have nothing.
I mean, I'm thinking, right? You have that, like, opportunity. You're, like, locked out of middle. You don't have, like, even a flash or anything to, what? Hey, give me the opportunity to go ahead and swing out into the rest of canals. I'll get some info here. Not going to happen.
I mean, Blixie was there. Just to be clear, Blixie was there. Right? It's like...
It's harder to make that decision with no utility.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
With that next play potentially being the crux of the whole round, but risk does reap reward.
They needed to take a risk at some point there, but by the time they realized that, Sangal were already in their face, and they were taking individual fights.
Talk about these aggressive plays within the A site. And then you take a look at round 3. This is quite properly approached out of the corner. Mass does get the first kill and takes a nade right to the hip back. You do get this rotation all the way back to the site by Glowing. That's his smoke to go ahead and assist. But, I mean, Sangal do go ahead and, right, get this kill, get a little bit of this information back, have to use a lot of assets, but now, again, they're putting CYBERSHOKE in a very thin spot.
Man, Sangal, they've got him wrapped up in this round. Look at this rotation. They're not even retaking mid, so they're not going to get the information that this is all, like, going B until it's already on the B site. Great work from Mari. He's got Dan's support right behind him. I mean, wait, the bomb's got to go. Okay, the bomb's got away. Dan's had the bomb. That was the only wrinkle. And I think by the time CYBERSHOKE get back onto the B site, I mean, the round's kind of cooked. It's over.
Yeah, they were so adamant about closing that door in A with the Molotovs following it up. Danis gets the bomb down. And Mari, even still around this junction, is, I guess, tempted to be dwindled to something sticking around here. Up for CYBERSHOKE to really be on the way out with exactly what they're left with. The CT side is so hard to stand on both feet with when this first gun round is just really battered on this A play that you can't even begin to really start on that B site.
Yeah, I think this just comes down to really both rounds, right? Both these rounds in a row for Sangal. I think CYBERSHOKE need to really work on their rotations. Like in this round specifically, nobody goes back through middle. So the 2B rotate, or the 2B players rotate back to A, but they go through beach. They take forever to get there. They don't take back mid. And so then it also makes it so that they can't effectively rotate back B at all. Like, even if they wanted to go back B, they don't have mid control and they don't have any way of retaking it easily. So it takes a long time and they don't have any recourse if they want to reroute.
So a lighter buy that you have in comparison to what you just saw out, right? The pistols out with the saves. This should be Sangal finding their way to 3 unless something really pops off on a multi-kill basis, potentially on this MP9 in connectors. Smoke goes down the other side, and they want to burn both ends of the stick right now. They find that kill on to the street player, still looking exactly where Blixie is sounded back off to, and a bit of a setup with Phenoman, who does go and get 2 on that FAMAS. B site actually streaking in. That's what we were talking about. Just need to line in, find the opportunity, playing around CYBERSHOKE's, rather Sangal's utility to find that multi-kill.
Sangal leveled, and Phenoman gonna put the final touches on this, it looks like, with a triple. Mari, well, what even does this attempt look like, to be honest with you? Bomb out of reach currently. Phenoman making noise on the site, but Blixie's still here. A couple of low HP bars, I guess. Well, that Molly's ticked on someone, so they've heard that too. A lot of confirmation of people, but doesn't change that, you know, 3 guys on your screen's nearly impossible to ask of 1 man. Mari finds the impossibility of the situation. CYBERSHOKE bounce it back quickly, 2-2.
And so very dwindled up there to strike it all the way to that B bomb site pretty early. Throwing 3 players on that side of the defense has been pretty common, and then having now really the first time you've had this shift or really had the opportunity to tote the op, play the way you want to, send Phenoman back to middle and see how you can actually raise the spirits, try and flip this thing all the way to your side. So far it's been to the Sangal drive. This is going to be really awkward if you don't actually see Mask going all the way through, and I think they do anything but slow down, but this Molotov is going to be hard to argue with, just stopping by that smoke. Beanox was tempted on running through. Sangal, they don't get desperate.
Important not to. Chase good money after bad, that's always going to be questionable. Mari's going to not just find 1, but able to catch a second one. That's not just the equalizer, but 1 better. CyberShoke uncomfortable. They want to react. They want to try and play into taking some space back, but as we can see, that's exactly what Sangal are prepared for. But they end up pushing for it anyway. Lixie takes E-Box. Now Glowing has a big task ahead of him.
Just had that reload all the way back down. Are they even going to be facing the way of Glowing? They are not even considering his direction. 1v3 now for Beenox, 20 seconds left to do so. CyberShoke, now with the op in their hands and the way they would prefer to dictate the CT side, are showing great signs of turning up and controlling the beginning of this defense. Beenox, let's see if he can get out with this AK.
Kind of think he should, but Blixie's currently hunting. Oops, not gonna happen. Go down after? No, he got money, so won't be the worst case scenario, which would be no money, no gun. CyberShoke talked about some weaknesses, some difficulties in the rotations, and some of the reactions there in the first couple of rounds that Sangal won. Those issues assuaged in that round. You know, good reactions. Blixie getting back E-Box control. That kill on Amari, really the biggest impact of the round, in my opinion. There's no solace from Sangal. CyberShoke gonna have to continue with these purchases. Or up against them, rather.
And I'm in back to that B site. They got Glowing here to manage in between camera. And he just feels it. If he puts this out right now, just waiting for the sliver, and now going to do so. Glowing going to be right on task. Easily handles Mast and redirects where Sangal were just wanting to go. Phenomen is just going to be backing up. I'm not sure there's utility down on that other side of Temple. Glowing doing it all right now, keeping them out of middle.
I mean, Glowing, such an impact player, showing it off once again. Sangal left with almost nothing. They have canal control, but they don't have E-Box. That's taken by CyberShoke. And mid, they've just evacuated. As they met a Glowing that was not taking no for an answer. Reroute back to B. Smoking E-Box will mean that they can cross safely. The A site is where they set their sights on. Sangal gonna creep in. That flashbang doesn't trigger anything, so they still don't know until they swing now.
Here they go for it, just broadly Glowing down with Mari. Danis gets that headshot back, and it's gonna have to be a whole lot more than that, but look at how he starts. I'm not saying it's gonna be the big 1v5 we all know and want to see, but currently there's symptoms of where these go wrong. Split up. Now a knife! What is this? Oh my god! That is insane! Phenomen goes for the blade, but he doesn't come back. Time gonna run out. And what an honorable way to approach, and they are not gonna leave him there safely. It's Stannis that is out after time. No cash allotted to you.
It did not.
I never thought that I would see that in CCT.
I just thought we only did that in CCT North America.
Exactly.
To be honest with you, I thought that was just like for our eyes only type of situation. But I guess we're sharing. I will say
that's nice.
Listen, it was funny, but like, bro, he didn't get the op, so kind of who's laughing a little bit. Like, obviously not Sangal, but CyberShoke, it's not as funny as it maybe could have been. I know, I've always got to put the reality in there, don't I?
I guess. Let me keep dreaming, though. Maybe you can dream on to that next. The CyberShoke that are clearly in some nice form right now. I was getting my hopes up for Sangal as, you know, any challenger on the T side would go ahead and, like, knock this down, Vinny, and have that, you know, allotted, I think, T-sidedness that we've all kind of, you know, brought up and hammered down, dead horse, whatever you want to say, too often, right? Like, I still think that there is much need to really actually hold up that line. It's Sangal so far that through these 7 rounds we've watched look a little bit lackadaisical in their approach and are struggling to find an identity on this T side because they've done about everything, right? I just don't see them really sticking to one approach against CYBERSHOKE at the moment. There's still a whole lot to play in this first half, though.
True. What would you say? What would you put the numbers on, like without looking at what the like win rate is, T side, CT side on the Anubis right now?
Probably like, I mean, I think the last time I picked, I think I was basing it off like a 55, 50, 45. Probably only, honestly, gotten better for that approach coming back to the defense and being a little bit more balanced. That opening kill does come the way of Glowing. And as we were waiting for Mari to potentially get back in here, does get shut down. What are the actual numbers on that?
It's 56-44. I was curious. You were basically right on the money. I feel like I was like overselling it a little bit, like the actual numbers.
Right.
So I just looked a little while ago, or maybe somebody said them, and I was like, "Is that right?" I was just curious because we've seen a lot of one-sided Anubis games. You and I think the amount of one-sided Anubis games you and I have watched has led to your disappointment in this map a little bit.
Is that what it is? So you can't blame me.
I think that it has it's a factor. That's all. But I can't. No, not at all.
There have been a lot of people like discussing exactly where you want to change this. If you do, the major's right around the corner. Give us an update. Yada yada.
What? Those people, without knowing who
they're
they are,
optimists. That's
optimists, and
crazy. We need more of them in the community.
That is a crazy perspective. Let's change it with the major right around the corner.
No, after, like, you know, you can expect that update.
I got
soon.
you. Okay.
Expecting that stab all the way out from the Omni, expecting old Beanox to see what's what out of the smoke, and goodness me, they just put it out like a candle. CYBERSHOKE are looking really good on that B defense particularly, and now Sangal starting to run out of opportunities to go in this first half.
Not to disagree with you, because I don't think you're wrong, but man, the B sides are so easy to hold when it's like a 3v4, and you have 2 or 3 players on B, and you know it can only be through main. Like that's
right, hop in for a CYBERSHOKE right now. Prove it to me.
Yeah, well, no, that's what I'm saying. It's not to like discredit the statement that you made. It's to say that like CYBERSHOKE are putting themselves in a position where those B site holds are like easier and easier as we have gotten down the pike onto this one. It's based on their control. They take Canal early last round. Oh. Okay, a little something. Unfortunately, in the wrong direction in one of those cases, but still. It goes in. This will be a cleanup. Mari is low.
Wow.
But yeah, like when Glowing and +1, I forget who, maybe it's not Taneki, are both getting an opening pick at Rugs and at T steps at the beginning of the round. Yeah, the B side is really easy to hold, actually.
Yeah, Nantaneki has done a really good job as this, like, you know, permanent street player to kind of, you know, go back and forth with what has been a pretty good look over to what has been a good side. Excuse me. Where you have this on A and where you are keeping this down. There was a very nice rotation you have all the way back towards street if it's when and necessary, but now you have the Glowing all the way into, honestly, the most perched up of the B approaches, sending this op back to middle, which has currently been hitting pretty hard. Body language like you're going to get in front of that smoke, and holy man, could have just pinned 2 right to the board, but backs up, and now CYBERSHOKE has a good hint in, and they go for an investigation outside of B as well, and they take out Beanox.
I mean, CYBERSHOKE are just proactive all the way across the map. You know, I was really critical of them in the 2 rounds that they lost because it looked so disjointed, so abnormal for them, to be honest with you. Now we're back in the norm. We're back to what we expect to see from CYBERSHOKE right now. They just take space. They never stop. Great adjustment from Glowing for another frag. And yeah, meet some contact over at mid. The flashing play into the B main smoke. Just 1 second after another, they're active across this map. Great off angle for Blixie that nets him 2 kills. And yeah, CYBERSHOKE. I did say at the beginning of the series, Marky, that this was going to be the most dominant, like most guaranteed map I felt like over the series. And I mean, 8 rounds about to be grabbed on the CT side. Kind of still feel that way.
That is quite a press of the mouse one right there at the end of the bar. Okay, it's 8-2, and we get in with a bit of a footnote off of the 10th. Yeah, man, looking at like where you had it just briefly for Sangal, I mean, just had a series yesterday versus Rush B, and then previously versus TNL, where you were grinding this all the way back in the closed qualifier. They kind of got pretty waxed on those Anubises.
Yeah, it was 13-1, 13-4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not a good look, to be honest with you, unfortunately.
Especially for something you see so often now.
Yeah, T side has looked a little bit uninspired, honestly, truthfully.
Ready for the fireworks right here, though. Takes him down. Ooh! Those weren't what I was suggesting. However, I still think it's going to be that delightful, Vincent. Sangal with these pistols just roll the dice and really do well. Running for the hills. And now to be just chased back into the dirt. Dennis and Sangal have a huge round. And that double right into Game Bender at range with the Tech 9 must have just been beautiful from his perspective.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Dennis picking up a triple kill. That's something that you can work towards. Big fan of what Dennis has done. He's had big impact in all three of Sangal's victories in the half. Not going to be super replicable as we've seen, but that'll help you get your head out of the clouds, maybe just a little bit. Shake off the rust here on Anubis and get back into the mix. I guess aggressive posture and plays were what Sangal think they needed. They're going to take that to B, and they're going to meet a bit of a brick wall.
Can they scale in the 3v5?
Historically, no.
Historically, no. Dennis will try and just wave it back regardless, man. I mean, it's very, very tough. B-Nox is 0-10. I don't see it really having that same vibe of Nuke in such a effort going to close in a 9-3 first half. It's supposed to be onto the T side, I thought.
Yikes. I just, you saying that, I didn't realize that B-Nox was 0-10.
It does happen to the best of them. It does.
It does, but the problem is he is your, like, other key rifler, right? There's Denisop, and then there's B-Nox rifle. That's, like, the crucial two pieces to this single pie. And when neither of them are connecting, Dennis having a pretty good game, but not a lot of ops, as you kind of highlighted. 0-10, that is, yeah, it's a recipe for disaster, truthfully. And I'd call that half pretty disastrous. The T side, meant to be the favored one, it's not close. CYBERSHOKE get 9 on their CT.
Where is NACS Thunderpick team Opper B-Nox at?
Stop it. I need you to stop. This is not okay.
He spells it B-I-N-O-X. Just
I'm aware.
One letter.
I'm aware.
For those at home who are thinking that I'm rambling about nothing.
Well, you are rambling about nothing.
They have the same name.
Reach for straws. That's what
Just
Sangal
like
are
Blitzy
doing.
and Blitz. I mean, what's up with that?
Me when you name 2 players in the server currently versus
every time I join another server that has another player named Mark or Marky, which is pretty frequent, to be honest with you, I have to now leave and stand on my business.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Once they start getting the bag, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Probably just an adjustment of the name. Listen, some people say if you change your name, like, that's a weakness. No, I just think that means that you are go with the flow, that you can adjust.
Right.
I had a crazy thought that I cannot share, unfortunately.
There you go.
Works.
You can come to CCT After Dark to potentially see into what's going on. Dennis, Mari, back to back. In a third in charge and blazing up the lane is CYBERSHOKE to try and bring some of this emphasis behind these clocks, trying to sneak up top. It'll be put down from the camera rotator. Mast is just cut off. Double digits straight out of the half. Screaming out of this Anubis is CYBERSHOKE. They want to put us into a third map. It's overdue.
I don't believe in Sangal. And I don't think they believe in Sangal. That's kind of the problem.
Bias caster, get him out.
Yeah, I'm just talking about my feelings.
This is
man.
his observation, actually.
Yeah.
And everything is pointing in that way to agree with you. I'm glad you spelled it out as bluntly as you did, because it is a little bit shocking.
It just feels like their posture right now. You know, the reason I say that is because
Sit up.
I'm the one who's saying, you know, it doesn't feel like I believe, but they need to believe more than anyone else, and I don't think they currently do. Feels like Sangal, after the beatdown that they've had on this map the last few times, and what is currently a beatdown again, you know, it looks like they think, get me out of this map, let's play Dust 2. When we get to the real good
That's not
Dust
like
map.
such a crazy mindset to have either. I feel like even you at home can relate to the feeling, right?
It's not unfair. It's just, you know, that's why I feel like Sangal are kind of done in this one a little bit.
I just want them to have a little bit of something in this second half. Just like CYBERSHOKE were really pushing the envelope at the end of that nuke that, I mean, literally had the baton in their hand for them to sprint away with in this second map. It's really important for Sangal to have a couple of rounds here on this back end, but forcing pistols, and I'm not even sure you're going to be able to see a full gun round out from Sangal, who are just going to be really put up to just reach as far as they can in this game while they are still allotted the chance to breathe. 4 versus 2 on this side right now, and Beanox is going to be facing the way out of game end, or CYBERSHOKE are just 2 away right now from putting it through. Beanox on the 5-7 is put down.
Yeah, at this point, I think CYBERSHOKE got this one locked up pretty good. I'm just
I don't want Beanox to go kill this. That would be
that's what I'm gonna say. I was about to mention that I'm now Beanox's biggest fan. You know,
there you go.
Call me biased.
The EU.
Call me biased, but you know that's something we've all felt the pain of. You know, having a struggling game. It's like
and it's not the real. I'll shout out Launderers, and he used to make like a batch of YouTube videos called like Bad or Unlucky. I think they recently just like mentioned a bit of like that on like the Blast stream or something. Like it was, you know, basically the concept that you'd like watch the demo of a player and see if their like 2-14 map was actually as like bad as the scoreline would suggest. It was usually when like I think a Liege had like a bad game or something. NACS fans need to cope.
That is a good concept. I mean,
that's how you would feel sometimes. You're just like going and getting ran down on Inferno. I don't even have the chance to play.
Yeah, it is also like a classic thing you just say to yourself, and also that your like teammates say to you.
Guy.
Well, no, they're just like they answer everything unlucky, and you're like, dude, you could tell me that was bad. Like I know it was bad. Like you don't have to just lie. When I whiffed the spray. And then they're like watching you and they say, unlucky, man. It's like, no, it wasn't. Stop lying.
To make you feel better, but maybe the truth would be the best route. Truth hurts. But it is a good pain. Here to just rip it off, this Band-Aid of Sangal, like we said. They had a series just yesterday that had a blowout occurrence on this Anubis, and they'll be familiar with this foe. CYBERSHOKE, they are going to be just bolstering into this B site for one more attention. The troops are here. Rast will lead them in. Follow me, boys, he says. He split up. Oh, no.
Yeah, they did split
oh,
up.
Gosh.
And they got split apart. Glowing. Splitting them. And there's no difference here. Yeah. That's another tough one. Lavika's just going to claw a couple of freebies. And oh boy. Yeah, I think that my statement previously about Sangal and kind of their like posture right now, I think it stands.
Yeah, it doesn't really look to be too encouraging. Whether you have to face into Glowing or Levikas on where those ecos come to be paid, who's gonna just be drowned all the way out. Sangal now will have a couple of rifles, a great with the desperate SMGs. Man, I mean, I really don't feel like we are gonna see a bit of, you know, like that backbone kind of a wash right into the CT side, and it may pin your bed in. Oh, goodness gracious,
boy.
it may make your bed as well. Good God.
Well, I think we're speed running to a third map, Marky.
So what I hear.
All right, Beanox, this is your chance, brother. Not gonna get that chance, not this time.
It's been very tough for him individually, like being that like T-sided lurking anchor outside of B. They only like tried at his hands twice, and on both of those engagements were able to see all the way out. Mast has a very good timing here. But a knife pulled right into the hopper, and you are taxed. It is a third out for the scope in this round. Blitz with the MP9 can still see into the way through. They could have heard that gun be dropped by Blitz. Both looking at it. You do hold on to that 8K line, so it's Beanox or nothing here.
Oh,
He's got the low HP
Taneki.
player right in front of him.
Yeah, but not Taneki's just like tucked in the corner. Has he even heard?
Dude, he knows.
Oh, he simply
Taneki,
doesn't.
He can detect it. He's on the Beanox radar, and
We
he's got
got him.
it. Thank goodness.
Oh, it's a big win.
A big win. We take the little ones here because unfortunately CYBERSHOKE are exactly measuring up to get that out of Sangal. What? Can they go and get those CT-sided rounds and measure up to do it? I mean, it really kind of seemed like after that pistol, after that start, completely whip-washed it away by CYBERSHOKE on their map pick.
Yeah, you got to take the little wins if you're Sangal, because you sure as hell aren't getting the big ones on Anubis, at least not recently. And unfortunately, it sticks around, stays that way. It is exactly kind of how we drew it up, though. A very competitive, interesting nuke and a good close for Sangal, where they looked pretty unstoppable towards the end. And it was only the unstoppable force that CYBERSHOKE were putting together on Anubis. Dust 2 is where we lead off to. I think we're going to hit the break. Not much more to say on that one. When we return, we'll see the exciting conclusion of this first round Swiss matchup. Well, let's get things back underway. It's a pretty interesting series, all in all, considering the way that things started back on Nuke. And then we turned the tide to a Sangal that unfortunately just looked a ghost of their former selves on Nuke. Genuinely, they just looked a little bit lost on Anubis. And that's not all that surprising, but it is a continuation of what we've been seeing on their Anubis more recently. But listen, Mark, it should be different. This map 3 is a whole different story, right?
Yeah, I kind of love how you put that, like a ghost of their former selves, because we've seen 2 versions of Sangal, right? Where are we going to get them exactly in this 3rd map, right? If we're following trajectory, maybe around here when map 1 was all the way up here, right? We're talking graphs, you know? But I don't know. It should be a whole new scene. I think there are some teams that can literally get 13-1 and then turn around to a map they feel more comfortable in and act like nothing even happened. So we'll see what type of face Sangal have here. I mean, it's the opening matches here in the Switch stage, Vincent. Obviously, I think we're, having a interesting look into how CYBERSHOKE are to fully power back. Because, I mean, they're sprinting in one direction, right? This series was going away, and now CYBERSHOKE going another.
Yeah, and to be fair, listen, kind of like talked about like the upswing and stuff. Both of these teams on like a 3-map lose streak on this Dust 2. 2 of those for CYBERSHOKE were over to end, so that's a little bit more interesting, a little bit more understandable. Sangal, it was like an overtime game against Hesta, who I couldn't tell you is on that team. No disrespect meant, but yeah, so a little bit less.
We've heard about Hesta.
Oh, have we?
Not for the greatest of reasons, but
okay.
Go unnamed.
I didn't know anything about them, but either way, getting off to a rocking start here at CYBERSHOKE, picking up a couple of pistol kills.
You know how people are, Vincent, when a team wins a lot and a bit of a surprise, the people quite satisfied with knowing where that comes from. There's a lot of these teams trying to get their hands in the tier 2, and obviously where you're fighting through the first day of Swiss, where you're fighting through the close qualifiers into the Swiss, where Sangal finds themselves in this 3rd map. On the way down, they are already going to be challenged for it. 2 versus 5 now, 2 versus 4, and into the dualies, they are shut down. CYBERSHOKE, they make them pass multiple lanes, spots of go, to actually be able to get checked up and follow each aligned path to that B site. A very nice start for the CT side.
Yeah, legitimizes CYBERSHOKE into map number 3. I think the other kind of factor that we didn't really touch on for Sangal, we kind of talked numbers, we talked details, but we didn't talk mental at this point yet. It's a tough loss on Anubis, and we both kind of said that, but I don't think we really checked in on how difficult that is in the mentality department for Sangal. Just kind of have to swallow your pride, swallow that like was a bad map, and that next map's a whole different you.
Yeah, I mean, it's what type of unit, right? We've talked about, right, in the pregame just then, if you're a team that's going to be able to, like, bounce back from that cliche, we can lose poorly, no matter what, and actually still be able to turn the cheek right that next day, or that next map, whatever it is, bounce back from that disappointing showing. Sangal here, obviously, forced to get a little bit tricky in this next round. It's the Glocks up, Vincent, but Hot Potato on this little scout.
Well, there ain't nothing left of that scout, sorry to say.
Womp womp.
Womp womp indeed. Really Mouse who's going to take the hit on this round for it. Yeah, that's the other thing, man. Like a really individual struggle for Beanox. I think that he's gotta get back on the horse fast for this one too for Sangal. Painting a pretty brutal picture, but I think understandable.
Beaming up Cat, Beanox. All the way up through short and actually peering to cause trouble away from what was, I mean, they're literally waiting for the long smoke to fade. While you were perked up right at that longest box, that furthest box, excuse me, of short. Sangal seemed to be really kind of leaning in, and while that does happen, setting up the utility to box this out, they get re-smoked on long. And you can see the split up that they have on that call. It's going to be awfully hard to break into what CYBERSHOKE got on those doors.
I feel like it's going to be near impossible, to be honest, but... Oh, maybe not. If Blixie
Never
keeps
say
fighting.
never, dude.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
That one's on me. Blixie keep fighting like that. Lovikas, though, unknown. There on the corner. Should be easy enough to isolate him, and he will be. And now, yeah, it's a sprint away for Glowing, who walks into Beanox's waiting arms. Beautiful round for Sangal. Kicks off and ends about as fast as you could ever want.
Yeah, that was pretty paced up well. Had to just wait and patiently keep your spot, excuse me, up on short. I mean, it was like 20 seconds you had to try and actually get this long control through 2 smokes and then kill both players. Well done by Sangal to patiently wait to go on it. If you're not Taneki, if you are actually out with this, I don't think you're seeing into more damage unless you get into those double doors.
I don't think you want to see into anything other than this AK.
Terrorists win.
Sangal going to be very happy, though, with that round. I mean, everybody gets a piece, pretty much. Mori kind of the exception, but that's okay. Mori had a pretty decent enough Anubis anyway. CYBERSHOKE taking an instant timeout. I feel like this is very abnormal for them. They kind of realizing maybe that there was a couple of missteps in that round. Blixie, sort of fighting alone. No need to be so aggressive, especially not when there's this trap play available to them. If he's a little bit more passive, Lovikas is made so much less effective by Blixie stepping forward instead of just waiting at like blue bin.
Lovikas was so effective playing from street amongst this like 3 rifler setup that you're very routinely shifting in and out of. CYBERSHOKE really had some impressive work on that Anubis rotator unit between obviously Glowing and now you have this AWP getting picked back up, and that's where you did have that difference. But the anchors all the same made that so consistent. That's where we come to praise. Shifting Vikas over to B this time. See a bit of a swift army knife out here. Double setup. We'll try and park this down. You do have an anchor on long. Nobody has eyes on to mid. Taneki could jump spot from here.
True. Not going to do so for now. And to be fair, not going to be seen just yet. Lovikas steps back over. Get vision on middle. So not Taneki, that's not required. Sangal taking their time about things. This is a really methodical approach right now. Seems like they want this mid, though. They're going to get another smoke here for mid to B. They're actually just going to leave Beanox out in the open here. And they're going to route back up her tons. This is interesting.
Taneki will take the contact in with the AK on the site. Pay attention where Lovikas does go in terms of rotations. They're both looking out of the B site, and they turn their heads looking to potentially investigate into Beanox, but is Beanox going to take advantage of this positioning? Beanox just going to get caught by Glowing right now. It is Danis just right around the corner punching in these digits. CYBERSHOKE are developing a double approach from upper.
To be heard, though. Big Mass is hearing all of that stomping. They're fast on this approach. That flashbang's going to send them in.
Oh, what a clear from Mari back at the site. It is Mari with a triple from the big box, up for a 4K in totality of the round. Running for the hills, running to keep on this AWP. CYBERSHOKE were so confident in going for that retake. Just bested through great individual efforts. They had a man advantage. They had the positioning. They had everything.
Yeah, but Mari's positioning bettering all, it seems. I mean, 4 kills on this round. Started with 0. Now a huge impact to get Sangal to double the round count that they had previously. CYBERSHOKE down onto an eco almost certainly. I guess they could technically try and like force pistols around this, but that seems unwise. And they will not. So it's USPs with Finneman's up. About to go head to head with Dennis, maybe.
Oh man. On his terms. Right back in. It's a nice smoke to try and just bother. Really not sure there's much block in that smoke in particular. I've seen a lot of players come to Tussle, but
so you just have to get out of the door. Like you have to be out into T mid basically.
yeah.
It needs to be stopped before it gets to the door.
Yeah, because it lands real low and it's at the door. There's that from said door and no dice. This is Beanox turning it on. Would love to see it. And a dream potentially.
I think the dream already there by being alive.
Wow, 100.
You know, just surviving the
truth.
pistol.
Oh, Bogdan's Law.
That's fair enough. I probably asked you this before, but like, do you know the story of Bogdan's Law? Like, why is it called that?
Yeah, I mean, apparently, I think there was a player named Bogdan that was playing in, I believe, North America, and I mean,
but like FPL, right?
I think even before that, maybe like rank S.
Oh, interesting.
We go way, way back. Here goes that out clear close, and oh my gosh, so very damn close on that Zeus. Glowing is going to be running for the hills, and gotta respect it. Oh, goodness gracious.
No grace shown. None whatsoever there by Sangal. They take, and they take, and they keep on taking. CYBERSHOKE just can't give no more. That's because they're all dead, Marky.
Now Nantaneki with quite a call. I respect this. Maybe we get this from his POV on the
You
replay.
would want that. No.
Oh, man.
You want a failed Zeus replay? That's crazy.
I want a glorious attempt, man. Yeah, cheer for the man ahead, Vincent, with the big guns against the $200 Zeus. There's something about the underdog, man. I'm not saying that with a straight face.
You're trying to create a narrative, and I don't appreciate.
It's getting political in the realm of Zeus. That's too much for CCT.
Yeah, we gotta put the kibosh on that one. Put it to bed. Sangal taking the lead though. Nice scenes. CYBERSHOKE low on their utility. I mean, we're mid of 20, and we've got a couple of smokes left, but basically that's it. You know, one nade, one flash. Otherwise, so one of those smokes just going to be recycled over at B. Really broad stance for CYBERSHOKE.
Certainly. Now likely to just pop back with glowing. He's got one flash for this ramp. Actually sending it into the long doors. They clear into this manner. Molotov doesn't go so deep on the ramp, and Mass pops out of the smoke and is just so clean onto this first look. So far out are both sets of these duos of CYBERSHOKE at the moment. They are just considering likely seeing out of this round.
I mean, with how far they were over at B, I think that's the key, right? This long control is great. Like seeing glowing in a good spot to actually have impact on this retake, but they had no mid control. Like, they fully left it gapped. And Levikas a little bit asleep at the wheel there. Oh, what a re-clear by Mari. That is absurd. Got out the mid box, but Nantaneki in trouble.
Ooh.
And these saves are no guaranteed. Had
they are
4
not.
survivors, like, it would be a different story, but CYBERSHOKE have 1 man survive.
Yes, they do. That is a tough result.
Oh.
Call it nothing out there for CYBERSHOKE to save across the line. Nantaneki just found right as the bell rang. It's 4 for Sangal.
That is disgusting. And I was gonna wax.
You know what my football coach put as a metaphor for dropping 0? He said y'all went out there and laid a goose egg on the field.
That's true.
Isn't that embarrassing?
That is embarrassing for you guys.
Agree.
I mean,
I know.
That's tough.
So if you pull that one out, it's got to be really a horrendous occurrence, you know?
I don't know what that word means, to be honest with you.
Oh, right around that corner. Getting that spray down the 5-7s. Putting up a concern in my mind that nade too far. All of a sudden to a clutch scenario, and it is called out. CYBERSHOKE, for all the doubt, for all that they were made to wait. They bring it right to Sangal's plate, and they eat 2 right there in middle.
I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like Sangal just a little bit careless about that, but great shots from Blixie. You got to give Blixie a ton of credit there. Recovers the AK and dances around 2 players. All in the meantime, that's a pretty tough loss. Sangal were in a position to like start to really claw back, like take a lead, a significant one at that. Now we're right back in the business of a tied scoreline nearly. We're gonna run through this, walk through that Molotov.
It works. They have that entry, and B-Nox on the double. This is just going to completely fly back and forth. Sangal back on top. CYBERSHOKE forced to save. Take your gun out. Just has that inkling. But Blitzy into spawn has Mari. Dennis posted all the way up top. It's got that long range, and the rest of CYBERSHOKE is all the way at long.
This time, I think they're going to get away with the save. And the good news is that they should be able to buy around it. Sangal, I mean, I think that this call right from Mast is kind of one of the pluses that Mast brought on Nuke in particular. Like, good calling, able to kind of take the momentum that was lost in that last round and transition it into a fast execute on B. Lots of good details as well in that protocol. They get good flashbangs that will help them scale out into the site. It's not just the first flurry of flashes that are effective. Sangal have extra utility in order to put themselves deeper onto the site and take the fight towards the backside player. So I think that's a good round to showcase that. It's not CYBERSHOKE who take the timeout, though, funny enough. It's Sangal.
Don't want to cool off, but they don't exactly want to be brought to slow down by CYBERSHOKE's will. So we'll go ahead and take a breath on their own line. Even Dennis in position to go ahead and take the dip that he needs to with the AWP. Great spawn to go ahead and do it. This is already shaping up to be a great third map. I mean, we have this back and forth like a game of like table tennis, dude. What else do you whip back and forth?
You know, they say buy the dip. Dennis, how's off the dip work?
Oh!
Yep, pretty good. Pretty darn good. 8 HP for Levikas. He starts the round on hard mode.
On veteran difficulty. And Levikas holds down a great line while holding down Mouse 1. Nick is just brought back with this scope. Uniman in the backup. Now Blitz is going to have to join. 25 health and the bomb on his back. Dennis interested in extending back out long.
I mean, they, to be fair, really can't be interested in much else. They don't have any other significant map control. Blixie in position. This position's been called fool's gold. Not this time. Gonna be the real deal, the real thing. Blixie wants to continue fighting that nade. Probably gonna do it. Not quite. Gonna be a long 45 seconds for Blitz. might be cut short. Finneman rocking this angle. Just held the USB out. Ain't no way. The Blitz is anticipating that. Seems like at every turn that Sangal kind of find themselves a little bit of a lead, CYBERSHOKE bounced back in a pretty equal fashion.
Consistently inconsistent with this approach, with these leads. It just puts both teams on a pedestal, fighting from thin ice. Dennis, who was just so long to the project in the previous round. He's the first name out of the book for Sangal. It is continued by Levikas into lower, who gets Beanox, and there's Mari out by Glowing, picked apart by CYBERSHOKE. They could go for 2 in a row, but here's a great flashback. Long potentially out for the gain, but you do have this line still set by both ops. How does it be brought by Mass? Likely to just sit. And you're right, Vincent. We're speaking at the 45-second mark when this save was just on in the previous. Waiting around to do it. And actually just bending around this corner. May run into Glowing while on the hunt. And just right over his shoulder. CYBERSHOKE, they do have 2 in a row. Here, the money is not going to be looking too great for Sangal.
I mean, it's one of my favorite things to say, but just like not a great time to be broken this one for Sangal either. Lovely work. The AWP to kind of start off this story of that last round, round 10. Round 11, though, should be a tale of, if we're being honest, probably some pain and suffering. Pistols only. And Glowing, well, he's going to get the treatment himself, actually.
Stab into lower tons in the previous round, now on Cat with backup this time. Levikas now is just going to really have to fight. This is so tough with this Molotov right on the other side, squeezing on that trigger. Only getting 3 for it, staring it all below. CYBERSHOKE, 3 in a row. Can they make it forward to get a 7-5 half?
Kind of seems like they can. Sangal going to have to swap things up a little bit. Like, they've been really aggressive in these last 3 rounds specifically. Obviously, that one notwithstanding, but the gun rounds, right? It all started with that B hit that was really good, but then they took these forward fights, these really aggressive stances from the rip almost. And it feels like, you know, at that point, they need to rethink. And they're going to slow it down. This default looks a little bit different. Finneman eating a ton of damage. Is that all to a Molotov? Kind of seemed like it.
Yeah. Oh,
What's
no!
happened?
Trying to hop right onto the shoulders. The piggyback was cut down. Levikas eaten down below once again. Double right off the rip. And that could be the 7th. You know it. Mari holding on to upper tons. So antsy about an approach from either side. And now you have to cut off the space that you have gained. There's Mari cleared, and Levikas can get a 4K and close out the half. It is CYBERSHOKE to not press off of the gas in those final 4 rounds. They have a streak, and they want to hold on to it.
And revenge tour from Levikas here at the end of the half, though, as well. Beautiful 4 kills. Headshots aplenty. Cannot be stopped. And yeah, recovery from CYBERSHOKE from what was starting to look a little bit dicey for them. Sangal find themselves on the back end of this half, down by 2. It's no big deal, though, right? 2 rounds, not a big difference. Do you think, though, that, you know, we've kind of seen the ups and the downs that this, like, core of Sangal has had, right? Like Beanox, Amari, Mast. I think I'm seeing a lot of that in this series. I mentioned that that's like, I haven't gotten to see this iteration of the Sangal team very much. So this is my first foray into like watching them closely, but has some of the same inclinations, obviously. And that's not unexpected, but some of these struggles, the ups and the downs, Things we've seen before.
We could be just right back to the circus of this back and forth thing if Sangal want to rip in out of the pistol round. They were honestly looking so good right at the beginning of that half. And where CYBERSHOKE just put it to rest. Just serving it all the way back and forth. Finally can really start to reach. And with you donning this all the way through, Levikas heating up, it's looking like a very nice CYBERSHOKE to potentially play their best CS in the second half, Vincent.
I feel like that, that's a lot of pressure to put on them, but I'm right there with you. The return to form, Nataneki consistency, Fenneman 10-3. The pieces are all there, right? We talked about like the firepower that kind of felt missing on Nuke. Well, it's not missing, not even close. It's right here. It's ready to roll. We're gonna get it underway. Sangal onto the CT side. CYBERSHOKE C side to get rocking and a rolling. Heavy B stack, very heavy B stack from Sangal. We got 3 players there, 1 player mid. Like this is so scary with that smoke at mid door. How long does Sangal stick with this?
As long as it is masked, you aren't seeing much. But now that you are clean upon that, it's going to have to be questioned. Checking out long so slowly. Now hearing CYBERSHOKE up top. They will drop right in CT, and Mask can't win the 1v1 fight. It was all a ruse, and Blitz and Beanox tapping on their USPs are now going to have to look around, glowing with great shot. And now you're going to have to see it all the way back down about this, fighting in between with that window.